All right, YouTube, what's going on, man? It's going to be Donnie coming to you from Asawa, Japan. It's going to be episode number 25. Getting it moving along. Like I say, I just started out about last week, and I was at 20 for like 3 months ago. So I'm just getting this podcast going because I got the setup here again. For those guys out there initially who are new to the podcast, just go ahead and send your questions and topics and stuff. Podcast at pinkustar.com, and then I'll get to you. You can actually send them to the page as well too. Just kind of separated from download at pinkustar.com with the business stuff and everything. But go ahead and send your questions, and we'll get to it. That way, if you got any particulars about anything that I talk about, as you guys watch, you'll see what I'm into. I'm not going to really do the spill on what I do. As you know, I'm into music, cars, martial arts, and a lot of other things. So I'm not just a single track, blinder type guy. I mean, I could talk about a lot of different stuff. We could talk about, molecules and all types of stuff, but I fail physics and stuff, so I ain't gonna talk too much on it. But anyway, we got my guy right here, Omari, right?
Yeah, Omari.
Omari. So Omari's, I know I've seen him around. He's been here for a little bit, and I remember the first time I seen you, was you posted up when I think you first got here. He was asking, "Is anybody do drag care?"
Yeah. Okay, K Studios, right? I went there. Yeah. I actually went there. Yeah. So I posted up on Musawa's asked. I was like, "Is anybody here know how to do lock dreads?" Yeah. Because I was like, I think I was here. I got my dreads done before I got here in January, but I think when I posted that, I wasn't ready for the heat here, and of course I work out every day, so I sweat a lot. So I was like, I don't need it yet, but I need to be proactive. I said, let me see if I can get some people lined up for us. So I post up there, and then I think he was the first one. You was like K Studios. I was like, okay. Yeah. And then I saw the mohawk. I'm like, okay, he's into hair fashion, so he might know what you're talking about. And I went there, and unfortunately, she didn't. She looked at me and was like, why are you here?
Because that's actually the reason I said K is because my wife said K because I didn't even know her. Actually, I just went to her for the first time. I took my kids there, and then kind of found out her sons are in the J-pop. Okay, so her sons are, and I'm pretty sure you met Elliot, the other boxing guy. Yeah. So Elliot, I'm gonna have him on here soon, man. But Elliot, that's his son. So his sons are in there, pretty much they're in one of the top groups in Japan. So it's pretty cool and connected. So I figured, I think one of the sons actually had some twisties or something like that. So I figured. She did it, but I don't know if she recommended. Did you actually find somebody or?
Well, yeah, I found somebody on base. Shout out to Jessica. Thank you. I'm gonna hit you up soon again. Hit her up soon again. But yeah, I found somebody. Yeah. So that worked out.
Yeah, cause I didn't even ask Wiz because I know Wiz. Like I said, he got the this dreads are down about the hair. He gets the tips. He got the little red tips or whatever done. So I'll hit. I don't know who he go to, but you got somebody. Yeah. So it's all good. But anyway, man, just getting into it, man. Just the basics. We want to talk a little bit. Just let them know where you're from, what you're into.
All right. Well, again, my name's Omari. I'm a native New Yorker. Born in the Bronx, raised in Queens. Okay. Lived in New York my whole life, and honestly, I can say I really never left it. I never left New York. I didn't travel much. I stayed on the East Coast if I did. Okay. They actually, when I did start traveling eventually. I didn't start traveling until the last 3 years I've been traveling. I started to realize when you meet people from New York or people that hear about New York, they always have the same story. They never leave. Right. They just stay there. I guess because I don't know, the city, they feel like they have everything there. Yeah. But when I met my wife's from Seattle, so that was my first trip to the West Coast when I met her. Cause we actually worked together at a gym in New York. But yeah, man, I got with her, started traveling a little bit. Before I left New York, I was actually working for a high-end gym called Gotham. It was called Gotham Boxing Gym. And there I officially made that jump from trainer to celebrity trainer. Okay. Because
we definitely gonna get into that.
That's the it was pretty cool. But I made that jump, and then I was probably a year and a half into it, meeting some great people, touching some great elbows. Then my wife, she got reported to come here to Japan. Okay. And I was like, ooh.
Is she what
she's Navy.
Navy, okay.
She's Navy. And she's here. We're gonna be here until at least I believe 2022.
That's good. Man, actually, to me that's good because I normally meet cool people on the way out. Yeah. Every time, man, I'll normally something to happen, man. I'll get introduced to somebody. And they be like, "Yeah, I'll leave next week." I'm like, "Damn, man!" I've been here 11 years now. Okay. So I've been it's kind of like the vampire that don't die, and it's like, oh man, I meet some guys, and then they go, and then the next batch comes, and currently right now the current batch here, what it is, man. I'm 36, and these guys are they're they're early 20s. So I mean, their mindset is.
No, I just made 31 August, so I'm 31.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a different mind. I already say, man, I peeped you out on the Instagram, which I'm gonna link up. Cause I normally I could do like a little switch here, but I gotta fix some stuff. So later on, I'm gonna mix in your as we talk about it, I'm gonna mix in your pages and everything.
Cool.
But anyway, like actually speaking on that, since we're in the beginning, man, go ahead and plug your Instagram and your.
All right, you can catch me on Instagram at Beast Kingz with a Z. That's Beast Kingz with a Z on Instagram. You can also catch me. I have a YouTube channel as well. Also Beast Kingz. Anything Beast Kingz with a Z. You'll find me on there.
Roger that. So I'll throw those down in the links and the description for you guys to go ahead and click on it. And see that stuff. So anyway, man, like I say, as far as being from New York and everything, I'm from Baltimore. So the thing is, almost where we're from, man, like, Baltimore is small, so we normally would go up to like Philly, we would go up to like New Jersey, New York, and just to visit stuff.
Yeah.
So odds are I probably been in Manhattan or been somewhere, and we probably been like in a close proximity to each other.
Right
before.
past each other.
And that's like and you're like probably like the third or fourth cat I know here from New York and everything. So one of my guys, DJ Red Rock, he's down in Sendai. He's another DJ. Forgot what part of New York he's from, but he's New York, man. Definitely got the New York. And he's a music head, so he's an SP12 guy.
SP12.
So he's like
that's the boom bop right there.
Yeah, straight up boom bop, straight up, man. So he gonna come up here and get a lesson on the MPC, man. And I'm from Baltimore, so the East Coast flavor. I grew up. My uncle, DJ Corey. I grew up, man. He pretty much played the records and everything. So I kind of, from the beginning, I was into music, and then I never knew how to actually do it. So I met my guy, Eric Storms, my guy Jarvis. So the first thing is, hey man, you ever heard Fruity Loops back in the day?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Fruity
so
Loops.
now it's called FL Studio.
Legendary.
So yeah. So he gave me a copy of it. It was pirated. You know what I'm saying? I loaded it up and started making my first beats, man, and they were whack.
Of course, the first 500,000 beats is gonna be trash.
Yeah, and then man, I got that, man, and then so I mean, far as being from New York, and like I said, right now I want to kind of talk about the music. Being from New York, man, what was your influence getting into music, and when did you?
Funny thing, so my background actually with music, my whole family's into music. My mom was a singer, dancer. My dad was a doo-wop singer. Okay. My brother, he actually had he's an R&B singer. He had a group called Footsteps back in the day. So my whole background is at that soul music. Me personally, I'm more of an R&B head than anything else. Boyz II Men, Jodeci, Take Six, these are the dudes. But when it came to the hip hop scene, it was weird for me because I was a East Coast dude repping West Coast hard. I wasn't a Biggie dude. I was Pac, NWA, Bone Thugs and Harmony. I was real MC8. I was real West Coast with it. So I didn't know how much that would affect me in music until I started producing and making beats. And then I started to realize that when it comes to the melodies and the sounds, I'm more about that West Coast laid back. But when it comes to the drums, I'm SP12.
So you got them mixed.
So I be having I have a trouble sometimes because sometimes I be having that laid back cool melody beat like that Dre sound. Yeah. But then I want to put those hard
those dirty snares.
Beats with those snares on it. But when it comes to music, man, I was also a b-boy for a minute. I was a break dancer. I did that for actually a long part of my life. I wanted to be a choreographer from the age of 13 to probably like 17. I used to be part of dance crews. So when my first introduction to music, me personally being in music, was dancing to it. And then my wife, she's an artist herself. She literally play any instrument she touches. I've never seen that before. She could play anything from piano to the cello to violin. When I first met her, she had a ukulele in her hand.
She like music school or just natural?
She went to music. She went to music school. She's classically trained in the cello. But then she's also kind of a genius, so she kind of took that and just ran with it, right? But she also sings. She raps as well. So I really started doing production to help her out. But then I was like, oh snap, I'm just nice at this. I'm naturally good at this. So I'm like, nah, baby, I'll work on your beats later. Let me get my stuff down. But that's pretty much.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Because like I said, I didn't even we were talking, but I didn't check your Instagram until just now. And then I seen the bars and tracks, and I'm like, oh man, so he's pretty much gonna be kind of a little shocked when he see my little setup here, man.
Bro,
and it is crazy.
I was getting ready to come like, yo, man, I don't know much about cars, but
no. That's the thing, man. Like mostly, like even though this is on a car channel, man. Like cars is like that's like my. It's kind of like it's my job now. Like it's my daily thing, man. But most of the guys, man, here is a lot of music. Like me, I don't know. I mean, not that I'm praising the dude, man. Even Hitler liked music. He was music. Everybody got
is a universal peacekeeper.
Yeah, so everybody got a genre, man. Everybody, and one thing about being a black guy. So everybody kind of assumes that you only do hip hop or whatever. Me being, I'm sample based for mine. I mean, I can make original, but sampling it just for me is a fun thing. Because I mean, I tried to get into the industry a little bit, but it's just flooded.
Yeah,
it's flooded to be serious. Everybody can download Pro Tools and all that stuff and make beats illegally, however you want to do it. I got about 3 beats that I made the beat, and then I had one beat, J. Cole. Somebody in this camp heard the beat. I mean, this beat was made by a group that was an electronica group with about 13 albums, and it was like the 28th album on it. It was not something that you just stumble on. And the SoundCloud, I mean, they got the lawyers. You know how it works, man. And I talked to guys, man, it's ruthless. Diesel. I mean, people, they got the lawyers. They got the clout. Who are you?
Yeah, if they got the money and the lawyers, whatever they find, they can keep.
Yeah, they can keep. So the guy's like, hey, man, you sold the beat to J. Cole. I was like, nah, man, I didn't even really know of J. Cole at the time. And he sent me the thing. I'm like, dude, that's right. They changed
my beat.
They changed the snare. They changed the hat. But that was the base of it was still like mine. And and now with the technology, you can just you can, I guess, play the song in the app, and the app will tell you
what notes what keys and all that.
And actually that original song, man. So I actually got in contact because I was kind of hot. I got in contact with the owners of the track because I'm like, look, man, I sample your music. I sent it to him. He's like, yeah, people sample all the time, and he's like, I'm like, well, did this one? I wasn't trying to like, throw heat on the guy, but I was like, man, did this get cleared? He's like, yeah, this guy they cleared it. I'm like, I was like, all right, thanks. He was like, yeah, man. He's like, dude, hip hop is ruthless, man.
Yeah, man.
As far as the WitchCom and everything, but I mean, your wife rapping and everything, man. So has she done any recording?
She
here in Massawa?
Well, that's once we do. We set up a little house studio.
Okay.
And she does most of the recording in there. We have a track right now. Once I leave here, I'm gonna go ahead and finish arranging it.
Okay.
But yeah, man, she's really she really spent most of her time singing. She started rapping, I want to say about a year ago, and she's been perfecting that. And she's actually got as good, if not better, rapping than she is singing. And she's a phenomenal singer. So it's like we're gonna since she already knows how to sing, we're gonna go ahead and push her rapping and make sure she polish that up, make sure she's great with that. But as far as like the nuances of rapping, getting the right syllables, the voice actor behind it, the delivery, she's kind of nice with it. She's kind of nice with it.
So that's cool, man. And then like I said, what I'll do, man, because like I said, my thing is just bring it everybody in my circle. Because the thing is, most people you probably know somebody or know somebody. So like I said, I never been to there's a studio actually. I seen the pictures, and I'm actually gonna have the owner come here to want to talk to him because I've been here this long. I've done a few performances in the club with those guys, but it's like I'm not in that. I mean, I'm not with those guys every day.
In that circle.
So I mean, the thing, what I'm trying to do is, I got at least 300 beats. They're just chilling, sitting there. And then when I play them, they're like, man, when you make them like 5 years ago. And it's like the thing is, I sample. I don't sample Motown. I sample things I sample anything that I hear that's not normal. That way, I mean, it's not like I'm coming right behind somebody. I mean, you hear guys covering something Kanye did. I'm like, dude, I mean, he made it. It's done. Why would you remake that? You know what I mean? Other than a challenge and everything. So
see, my thing with I sample. I love sampling too. But when I sample, I try to sample to trigger an emotion from the audience. Right. So like when I sample certain sound, like the last thing I tried to sample, and I say try because I'm still working on it and it's really getting stuck. Yeah. I'm trying to sample Sam's Cooke, You Send Me. Okay. Because it has a real soul. Remember, my background R&B has that soulful feel. And I feel like when people hear, there's certain sounds and certain beats, when you hear it, it just puts you in a certain place and you gravitate to it. Right. I want to get those beats and sample those and just make people just put a little spin on it, make them feel good about it. But it's sampling. I love sampling. Yeah. It is a cool tool to use. It is cool to go about it. But
it's definitely it could be overdone. It could be overdone, and then you get to the point where it's like you're almost just playing a song and putting drums over it. Exactly. So I mean, you try to chop it up a little bit.
Exactly what I'm going through right now. So I said, I'm trying to. Like so far, I got the you send me a bunch of drums. I'm like, nah, that's not right. I
mean, when you say that, it almost because I mean that's one thing. I mean, it's like a fun. I think, you know, getting sampling, I mean, it's definitely a business for a lot of guys, but then, like, we'll have, like, I used to do competitions on the NPC forums where they would drop one track, and then it's crazy, man, like 40 different people will have 40 different ways to go about this, man, and I mean, some guys will just chop it up, some guys will reverse it, loop it, flip it, stretch it, and everything, man, and
make
then,
it
like,
trap, make it house, make it electric.
Yeah, and then it's like, I mean, I can, the way, because I would just turn this on, and I would, for about 2 hours, man, I just take like 2 tracks and just play it like 5 different ways, pitch it up, pitch it down, and everything. So there's a lot of different ways you can go with that and everything, man. So far as, I mean, is she doing any, like, you know, putting out any music, CDs, SoundCloud, stuff like that? Or?
Oh no, not yet, not yet. Right now, we're trying to get everything down packed with the mixing and mastering. I just bought a bunch of more equipment to get that down packed. The mic, I bought the Slate VMS. Okay. We just set that up like 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So we were playing with that. We're in that stage right now. We're trying to use all the new equipment we have and figure out every sound it could possibly make. So when we're ready to put the sound card out there, we just hit it. Yeah. But on top of that, I take my hat off to my wife. She's in a lot of she's in law school too. She's doing law school. Man, on top of she's working. Yeah. So like she has so much. She has so many things to do so little time. That's why I try to take the Lord off her and do all the other stuff. But yeah, man, she's coming soon. So SoundCloud gonna be coming up soon. She's gonna be in there. Roger that. Definitely.
Well, and another thing too, man. Like we'll chop it up after this about the far because what I do at the end of this podcast, I always play my music or somebody in my circle, man. So if you got any tracks that's ready, man, just throw it to me. I'll put it on the end of the outro and everything, and I give credit down there and there so people can follow you. So again, man, like I said, that's one of the cool things about the I tell the viewers is you know, just the networking, man. Like, I mean, there's so many people out there, and like, I mean, myself being through the combat, like I like to be, for the most part, like I like to be alone because it's just kind of that stuff went down over there, PTSD stuff, and like, well, I mean, I would say no, not alone. I don't like large groups. Yeah, I don't like large groups. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I went to New York. This is before. So, like, kind of going there now, man, and, like, going down I went to Times Square for New Year's, never do that again.
Never do that. Yeah, I've lived in New York my whole life, and I never went down Times Square for New Year's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
New Yorkers know that's a trap.
Yeah.
You don't
so, I mean, I had dudes pickpocketing and, like, you don't do that, German dudes grabbing my ass. I'm like, and there's so many people, man, you just like this, and they're like, Depending on what part of Manhattan you're in. If you're in Times Square, you might be all right, but when you start going lower, you get the booty touches. Yeah. A little higher, you get the pocket snatches. Yeah. So I was like, man, we went there, and we actually got it was 10. It was like 10:30, man. 10:30 or something like that, and we like, hey, let's go to New York. 10:30 at night. Yeah. So we got there. You know, got through Lincoln Tunnel. That's packed. And then as soon as you get through we finally got parked. So we came up on the back of I guess the Times Square or whatever. So we could see like the ball dropping off the reflection. Okay. And everything. So by the time we got to it, it was already like it was down, and then everybody, as soon as that shit hit it went down. Everybody just dispersed. Yep. Like I'm like
how it is.
I'm like what's going on?
Then the train station's where it's at.
Yeah. So everybody just dispersed, and then we like got some because I never had pizza. No pizza was dope. So we got some pizza.
I hope you get the dollar pizza.
No, we went to some joint, man. It was we got a big. I mean, the slices are like about that big, and it had
nothing against dollar pizzas. Oh, yeah. It's just that
no, it was definitely it had the grease in the center.
Yeah, so, you go. I was a dollar pizza king, but like when people talk about New York pizza, and they go get the dollar pizza, I'm like, no. That's pizza from New York. That's not New York pizza.
Yeah. That's kind of like when you go to Philly, man. You get the cheesesteak, and then we went in there, and the dude's first time we ran in there, and the guy was like, he was like, you want whiz? And everybody's in there, and it's like all the music stopped, and he looking at us like, no, just put cheese on it. He's like, "Do you want whiz or?" Because because they put like the
cheese whiz.
Yeah, cheese whiz. And I'm like, so then you always like, all right, yeah, get the whiz, and the music resumed, and everybody start doing their thing again. Like, these dudes ain't from there, and I'm like, man, that's the best cheese stick I had, man, and everything. Sure. But kind of getting in, kind of talking about the music and everything. We'll definitely, that's cool. We'll talk more about that. Biggest thing I want to talk about, man, because I mean, it's one of the things I'm going to not like say, utilize you for is the training and everything. So like for boxing, how did you get into boxing, training, and all that stuff, man?
So boxing, like I said, I was a break dancer for a long time, and I started when I was 13. Boxing, funny thing, I had a best friend named James, and his mom put him into boxing when we were about 13. So this is tell my age. This is like 2001, 2002. So I went to the gym with him one day, and just to play around, and in 2002 there was a big blackout in New York, And no bull, the blackout happened when I was in the gym. So no traffic lights, and mind you, the gym was in anybody from New York. The gym was in Queens.
Pull it a little bit closer.
The gym was in Queens. It was in Long Island City. I lived in Brooklyn, so I'm not getting home without the train. So I got stuck. Basically, I'm stuck in the gym. I started training, hitting the bag. The owner of the gym, the coach, took a liking to me. Okay. And he threw me in the ring, had me spar some of his guys, and he was like, "Yo, you got potential. I want you to come." He gave me a month free just to see if I was determined enough to keep coming in. Right. Came in, and that's how the history started, man. I started boxing when I was 13. I did the Junior Olympic trials when I was 15. So now that's like 2003, 2004. Did the Junior Olympic trials there, and so I can box competitively from the age of, I want to say, 14, 15 to about 22. Okay. That was my boxing background. I started personal training when I was 22 as well, and that's kind of how I stopped boxing, because I started personal training when I was like 21, 22, and I moved out on my own when I was 18. Okay. So I gave myself a good 2 years to make it as a boxer, but in New York City, the money to be it costs more money to be a boxer than you'll make being a boxer. The insurance had to buy all that stuff, and I started to realize that I'm making more money teaching boxing than I am actually boxing. Mm-hmm. So then I just made that full transition to personal training, and then that's kind of how that just snowballed, and I kept going as a trainer from there. But yeah, boxing was a big part of my life. Once I started boxing, I was a basketball player. I put that down. I was breakdancing. I put that down. Okay. Boxing was just something about it, man. I was just naturally good at it, and I guess my background as a dancer made me such a great boxer, because a lot of people don't know the most important thing in boxing is footwork. Footwork. So I was just naturally good at it. Okay. You know, timing, rhythm, the music passage. If I felt like everything that my life has accommodated to that point. Right. Was into boxing. That's what I was going. Actually, when I was coming here, man, because I kind of keep the questions in my mind. The guys do you feel guys who get into boxing who already have an athletic background at a high kind of mid to elite level, mm-hmm. they make their transition easier, or? So that was a big discussion. That would be a big thing back in like the 80s, 70s. There'll be maybe even earlier than that. They'll say who makes better boxers, football players or basketball players. Okay. And a lot of people thought football players, because football players make the bigger, the stronger, make brawlers, heavyweights. Right. Yeah. But then when the heavyweight category started kind of dwindling, like after Ali and Tyson era, there's really no great heavyweights right now, right? So now everybody's saying basketball players because they're long, they're lanky, they're quick on their feet. Anthony Joshua. Yeah, kind of tall, lanky, those dudes, right? I've always argued that the best boxers are dancers who aren't scared to get hit. Give me a ballerina who's not scared to get hit, and I will make them a boxing star. Because you gotta be getting told, you gotta be able to be quick, you gotta have that timing, that rhythm. Who's the one cat, man, that just talked about ballet? He's the Russian guy, man. He's like blowing everybody away. Forgot his name. No, not Machenko. Les Machenko. Yeah. And I think he did. He was. They were saying like his dad put him in the boxes and everything. That's why his footwork is so. Lomachenko, he danced. Lomachenko, Oscar De La Hoya, he had a background dancing, or he did dancing. So yeah, dancing and boxing is a dance. So it makes sense. Even Holyfield on Rogan's podcast said he did ballet, but he kept it a secret. Yeah, he went away. So a little fun fact about me. Like I said, I was dancing. I actually got accepted to the LaGuardia School of Arts, the high school. I had to audition for whatever, and I was young. I was dumb. I was the streets, b-boy, right? And I did one semester and dropped out because they tried to give me a ballet class and a leotard. And I was like, what you doing with this, man? I'm not. Can't go to the streets with this. My boys can't catch me with this. I'm out of here, man. I can't do this. I was like, what? I was probably like 14. I'm good. But I should have stuck with that. But actually, maybe I shouldn't have, because then I probably wouldn't have been much of a boxer. Right. So things happen in mysterious ways, man. But yeah, ballet, I would have kept the secret too. Okay. Like I said, that's it's kind of the reason, because I did high school. Well, it's funny, man, because I went. I didn't play football to my 9th grade year because we lived my mom moved to the west side, because west side's a little bit milder than the east side, which I heard is actually flipped now. Yeah, because I've been going 11 years, but we moved to the west side. We kind of lived in the county for a little bit, as long as they could afford it. Then we moved like right on the outskirts of the county. Okay. And she kind of, it was a good thing, man, because I don't know what would it, if we would have stayed in East Baltimore, there's no telling what kind of influence would have had on me. And then my cousins, I kind of see what it did to them. So we moved out there. Only thing that sucked about that is all the football programs are East Side. Okay.
So you had to go, and then another thing too is I want to do the martial arts. All the martial arts was on the east side.
Okay.
So I couldn't do. We pretty much was cut off between the. There's a park, Druid Hill Park, separates East and West Baltimore. So I didn't play football into ninth grade year. The first day of practice, August 15th, I actually left, man, because I never felt that before. I never felt that tired before.
Yeah.
I showed up with boots. I had the boots on.
Make a man out of you.
Yeah. So I had some boots on. I had some windbreaker on. And they were all looking at me like, "What are you doing, man?" Like I was before in the warm ups, calisthenics. I was already dehydrated because I didn't drink. I didn't know about the hydrating in 24 hours.
And that West Coast heat.
Yeah. so I didn't hydrate, and I actually left, man. And the coaches like, because I was a dude that showed up, they didn't even stop me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I played trumpet elementary school, so I was like, all right, I'll just get on the band or whatever. And that 3 weeks, because I missed the whole summer practice.
Okay.
And then when school started, man, about the time school started, man, I seen so many football commercials, and I went to the coach, and I was like, straight up coach, like, he was like, hey, man, I never played. I know I got it, but I never played or whatever. He's like, all right, just show up, whatever, So my trial was I actually tried out during the regular season.
Okay.
Then I made it and ended up walking on the varsity my first year at the end. So it was like, man, it's one of those things, man. If I would have quit at that point, then I went on and played lacrosse. I captained lacrosse, I wrestled, and then I played football at University of Maryland for one season.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I walked on there, but like saying all that to say, man, like kind of like my thing now is like I do judo and jiu-jitsu because there's no really football here. I'm not going to play on the base team.
Yeah.
But my thing now, like I said, I want to transfer, transition into stand-up because every once in a while we'll do MMA sessions. MMA boxing is a little bit different.
Oh, no, it's way different.
The thing is, I want to get acclimated to. That's why I want to take sessions with you, and get acclimated to actual, traditional stand-up because I can see when guys throw hands that are skilled in traditional boxing versus the MMA guys. They already got the ground and the kicking and all that stuff down, kickboxing, which is different too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's like, that I definitely want to get skilled in that, man, because I'm going to do some pro-am fights and everything and stuff like that. So that's why.
When it comes to the MMA and boxing, I would say the main difference at the end of the day would come down because practice makes perfect, right? Practice makes permanent, rather. Practice makes permanent. And the main difference between MMA fighting and boxing is I would say the intention. Because boxers, we only using our hands.
Right.
So our intention is to lay you out the hands and keep our distance with our hands, right? MMA fighters, not only are their intention really for the takedown or for the kicks, it's to look out for the kicks.
Right.
So I've never seen a MMA fighter with a good stand-up game that commits fully to his punches. Right. And that's probably what you're seeing difference of a boxer or somebody coming from a boxing background. They're going to have more confidence in their punching. Matter of fact, they're going to put so much time into their punching to where the confidence is already there. The knowledge is already there. They can't even untrain that. Right. So now all they got to learn is how to take down and kick, and then you're dealing with a monster, right? Yeah, and that's some of the best guys that Rogan and those guys. They're hard. When there's a guy that has a Golden Gloves or a background in boxing, they really are hard because they know the guy. Not saying that grappling, kicking, and all that stuff is easy, but you start standing up. Yeah. You start standing up, man. Okay, okay. No, let them have it, man. Let them have it. Story time. So, so again, I used to train. I used to train at this boxing gym, but a lot of my coworkers, they were jiu-jitsu guys, Muay Thai guys, right? And they always be like, "Oh man, let's roll. Let me roll. I'll spar. We'll spar. I'll touch them up." So I guess they want to get me back. So let's roll. I'm like, all right, cool. You want to show me something? Show me something. Yeah. I'm like, all right, man, come here. I'm like, what you mean, come here? And then they'll lay down. They get on their back. Yeah. And that leg, that open legs. I'm like, yo, what you doing? Yeah. He's like, yo, come here. Come here. Yeah. I'm like, why would I get down there? Like you got it. You got to get me down there, bro. And in boxing, like knockdowns is over. So we train not to get knocked down. Right. So, and another fun fact about boxing is this is one of the reasons why Bruce Lee was so dominant in martial arts. He was one of the first martial artists to incorporate purebred boxing in his technique. And the thing about boxing, other than any martial arts, boxing is one of the only arts that incorporate angles, pivoting angles, changing angles, cutting guys off. So one of the things, one of my coaches taught me was, if somebody try to tackle you, if somebody has to try to bring you down in jiu-jitsu, and they gotta be nice with it, but if for the most part their center of gravity has to match your center of gravity. In other words, their hips have to be facing your hips. Right. So if the moment somebody grabs you, if you can pivot on them, not saying they can't get you down, but it's going to take them an extra few seconds, right? And while they're trying to do that, most likely both their hands are around your waist. Your hands are free. You're a boxer. You're not going to just watch them, right? So I'm not saying I can't get taken down, but it's going to take a little more effort.
Right.
But yeah, that's the funny thing. So the whole rolling part, I'm with it. I respect it. I just can't get behind it. I just can't. I can't do it. It's a different beast, different animal.
No, it's when you see it on the outside looking in, man. It kind of like, cause I wrestled for 1.5 years. So in that 1.5 years between the drilling, because it's like it's crazy in 1 year, man, how much drilling something over and over and over can change your psyche. Yeah. From when I started jiu-jitsu, when I would go on my back, you want to go with your shoulder blades flat down, you get pinned. Okay. So first thing first, when somebody take you down, you roll to your stomach, flatten out and everything, and then you get choked. So like you don't do like so it's like weird, man. And then like all wrestling, the only kind of breaking down jiu-jitsu guys naturally who only do jiu-jitsu suck at takedowns anyway. Okay. They don't know how to take people down. So wrestling is actually being brought, freestyle wrestling is being brought heavily into jiu-jitsu to show guys takedowns, because they can't, most guys, like for me, being a wrestler and being a football player is like, I guess you got natural abilities, man. Yeah. So like I was a white belt submitting like black belts, because you learn the basics, not how to get choked, not how to get armbarred, and then you're more athletic. They kind of learned how to be an athlete.
All the things you learned in those sports
you
were
already
transferable.
Doing it. Like you say, you were breakdancing, and actually breakdancers are some of the best jiu-jitsu guys.
You know what's funny? I didn't know this, but when I did roll, my boy, he said I sprawl. He said, "Bro, hips. He said you got a good sprawl." I'm like, "What do you mean?" What are you talking about? He said, "You use breakdance, right?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's why you could." He said, "You can break out and you can sprawl real good." Right. I was like, "Okay, that works."
One dude, I don't know if you followed it close a bit. One dude, Israel Adesanya, he just won the 185-pound belt, and he's a b-boy. Okay. And like he came out with his last fight. He came out breakdancing. He came out breaking with the team, did a little flip and everything, and knocked the dude out. Okay. And like the guys are hard. It's like everybody's trying to find that with jiu-jitsu. Everybody's trying to find that edge of like what translates to what. For me, and actually I started doing judo, and I like that because judo really allows me to use the fast twitch explosive muscle. Because judo is just like chilling, and then like you're gone. Jiu-jitsu is everything is kind of like Bruce Lee. You flow and you do all that. So when I first started, I was all like this, and the dude's like, "Your arms hurt, right?" He's like, "Yeah, because you got all that tense. Yeah, everything's in there." So at the end of the session, man, I'm like this. I can't close my hands, and then he's like, "Dude, you're strong. We know that, but relax because you're bigger. You're gonna get tired." So now I can roll for 40 minutes straight. Yeah. And I haven't rolled since I started the business. I haven't really been training, but I can go from that right now and roll because I've been doing it since 2008, and it's like you learn how to chill. You'll get tired, and then you'll just catch that second win.
That's one of the main things I faced when I first started fighting. Because before I started fighting, I watched on TV, right? And you see these guys get tired, but in my mind, I'm coming from playing basketball and stuff, and then I'm like, I used to look at TV like, "Yo, why are they so tired? They just throwing punches,
shoulders hurt."
Your bro. Yeah. So condition is a big important part. And one of the analogies I always made when it comes to comparing boxing to like any other jiu-jitsu or any kind of ground game, I always tell people, as far as the conditioning, when I'm boxing, I feel like I'm sprinting. Right. As far as that's how the fatigue feels like when I'm out of breath. But when you're doing jiu-jitsu, I feel like I'm drowning. Like it's just different, right?
And there's also a difference between jiu-jitsu with no gi is easier because you don't have the pretty much the whole gi on. Jiu-jitsu with a gi, man, it'll take a guy that's really fast, and it's called hooks. Now you can hold the guy so you can't move, you can't pull away, and it's hot. Yeah, man. So you got some weight, winter weight, and stuff like that, and different things. Like as far as the I would say boxing is definitely, I would say, more. Even though I've done some drills and they have you like punching like this. I'm like, dude, that's easy. I was watching like, oh, I can do that. Then a minute in, I'm like, dude, this hurts. Yeah. And you never do it before, and I got I'm not like a small dude, so that's a lot of like
power.
Yeah,
a lot of strength.
You gotta do that, man. So like I'm punching. And the
arms are heavy.
Yeah, arms are heavy and everything. And I've only done two boxing sessions, and I did a kickboxing session. So mostly my time training has been focused on. My goal was to get purple belt, which purple is 2 away from black. one away from black.
Okay.
And I wanted to kind of get that before I transitioned into doing, because I didn't want to, you're doing a white belt, and that's why like a lot of dudes who are top level are still white and blue belts because they didn't put the time in to do the jiu-jitsu. So they're focusing on boxing. Yeah. They're focusing on kickboxing because that's where dudes get knocked out. Elbows, flying elbows, knees, and Muay Thai. So that's what everybody focuses on first, then wrestling, and jiu-jitsu they kind of do last. So some guys, they look great on the ground. They look great standing up, man. Awesome. As soon as they make a mistake and they get taken down, then they're just on the ground.
It's over.
Like,
That'll be me. That'll be me. I'm beautiful on standing up. Be on the ground.
Yeah,
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
But in the flip side too, again, boxing again, man. I don't understand like the beef between for the kind of more ignorant guys. Like, boxing is this. Boxing's been around for a long time. Boxing has a history, and MMA is still brand new. So the guys who are the MMA guys, who are the casuals, like they really talking shit based off of what they've seen on SportsCenter because they just start covering it. And it started in what, 90? I think the first UFC was 90. It was like 94, 92. It was
first UFC fight.
Yeah, first televised UFC 1.
Put it this way, I know that UFC. I know that mixed martial arts just. Want to say in 2007, New York City just made it legal to fight there. Let's put it that way.
And
Madison Square Garden. And the first fight was your girl Ronda Rousey.
Rousey.
Yeah, and New Year's, right?
Yeah, she knocked.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she knocked.
So just knowing that much that it took New York that long.
Speaking of Nunez, like Nunez, she is like that's where she's one of those women where her boxing, her power man is just dropping. Like she's pretty much. She has no challenge worldwide right now in her weight class. She just, when she touches you, she knocks you out.
It's over.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's where right now everybody again they're first thing was jiu-jitsu because Gracie's came there and kind of started it. So everybody's like, they want to learn jiu-jitsu, and then when they figure out once the wrestlers came in, like after that, they started shutting that down, and then like this Gable gripping and everything is destroying them. Then everybody wanted to be a wrestler, and then they figured out if you have a good stand-up game, the dude shoots on you, you just stand back and you just step to the side.
Distance, pivoting.
And you knock him out, hit him right behind the head.
If I'm not mistaken, most of Conor McGregor knockouts was he touched somebody on the chin.
Right, and also he counters, he's like a good counter fighter. So he kind of waits for you to mess up.
He got long arms too.
And then angles.
Angles.
He just stepped to the side. Just like Anderson Silva, he just stepped to the side and hit you, whatever, man. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy, man. And the thing about it, man, you got to be true MMA, you got to be good in all of them. And then, like you say, boxing is this thing. So, boxing is, again, I don't see why guys can't respect both, man, because they both are not easy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I say this much. Anything that requires you to stand in front of somebody with the intention to hit somebody or get hit, anything like that, tremendous respect for you. Got to have heart for that.
Yeah.
I respect MMA. I respect jiu-jitsu. I respect all that stuff. It's not my cup of tea.
Yeah. No, that's not a problem.
Only because I'm not gonna lie to you. I also feel like you need to be a different kind of animal.
Yeah.
And I always know. I always used to say one of my biggest strengths is know my weaknesses. I'm a level-headed dude. I've never been hit in the face with an elbow. Okay. And I don't know how I can take that. I don't know.
It's definitely it's weird. It's a weird. When you first, it's like, man, that really hurt.
When I was 10 years old, I played soccer with some friends, and that first and last time that my shin class his shin, I was like, oh nope, this ain't for me. So like boxing, we get hurt. You can get hurt and all that stuff, but it's different level. So I honestly, I personally know I don't have that level in me. Like if I get hit in the eye with an elbow and gushing blood, I don't know how I'm react. I might lose it. So that's the only thing. And the other part is, like I said, the whole jiu-jitsu part, the ground game. I don't know. I guess being a boxer for so long, I'm not used to being on the ground.
It's definitely, man. It's a lot to you get the guys who just purely train boxing. There's a lot to get yourself as like you said, as a mindset, and then you're used to doing a certain thing, and that's why again it's kind of cool for me personally because going from the ground is like, all right, now you stand up every day, but now you gotta stand up, you gotta move your feet and everything. Then I already know, man, like I already know our first session, man, I'm gonna be dying. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be dying, and then like that, first thing, like one thing, I'm like, I play football, man. I do the shuffling drills and all that stuff. And they had us do the alternating when you just lift one leg and and I'm like, dude, it took me because one thing I don't dance. That's I'm not a dancer, So
two left feet.
Yeah. So it's like, so I kept going like this, and then he's like, nah, alternate. Then so the first thing was just doing this. So we did this first, and then he's like, all right, now like also like when you throw your right, you should pick it up your left. So it's kind of like you just alternate. So we did that and everything. So we did that for 1 minute straight. Then we do the other thing. I'm like, man, this is so you got to like you're tired, your arms hurt, and you got to think, and then you got to remember like that they say 1-2 or the combos and all that stuff. And it's like, man, you got to remember all this stuff while being tired.
I'll give you a little peek into your training, right? So a jab.
Okay.
A jab, depending on your left or right, whether you're orthodox or traditional, a jab is just your straight.
How do you like how does that? Like, how do you determine? Like,
if you left, you're right. If you're a right-handed fighter, you're a standard fighter. That means your left hand's gonna be in front. If you're left-handed, that means you're gonna be an orthodox fighter. Your right hand's gonna be in front.
Okay.
If you're a smart fighter, you're gonna learn both.
Okay.
Because in a fight, you can see different things.
It's like it was a Porter and those guys are like pretty much both ways.
Yeah, they'll be ambidextrous. Somebody like Pacquiao.
Yeah,
one of the main reasons Pacquiao is probably the best orthodox fighter I've ever seen. Main reason Pacquiao was knocking everybody out is because it's a different angle. My straight hand is coming straight down the middle. It's all about peripheral seeing too. Because as human beings, we don't see straight down the middle.
Right.
We're peripheral creatures. We see from the outside. That's why if somebody throws a fastball at you, it disappears for a minute because we look like this. So if my power hand, normally if we have the same stance, my power hand is going to come around the side. You'll see it peripherally.
Right.
But if I'm orthodox and I switch on you, my power hand not come down the middle. It's not only is it getting to you faster, but it takes a little longer for you to realize what's happening, right?
Which is the same like what guys get. They get the eyes full. They don't even see it.
Or they can't. And once the eyes full, it's done. Yeah. That's another reason why everybody thought Pacquiao would be a good match for Mayweather because Mayweather he's knocking these guys out, but Pacquiao is the best orthodox fighter because he'll give him something different to look at. But like I said, take a jab for example. So as far as like what you got to think about, a jab literally at the end of the day is just this. It's just that one punch, right? But that one punch, I have to make sure I breathe out with that punch. I have to make sure I do what's called popping your jab. Popping your jab means you're twisting your punch on the way out. Okay. I gotta make sure I gotta make sure I twist it enough so my shoulder can protect my chin. I gotta make sure when I did that whole thing, I'm sitting on my back leg and not leaning into my front. Right. I gotta make sure not only on my back leg.
It's like in my mind I'm just like doing a little doing the count.
And not to mention after everything else I thought about in this hand,
right?
I gotta make sure this was up.
Right.
So it's like, a lot of things can go into just one punch, and and that's the point about boxing or any kind of martial arts. You gotta learn it. I told all my clients, the people I train, I said you gotta learn it, remember it, sear it in your brain, and then let it go. Right. Because these are things that you can't be thinking about in a fight. These things you don't want to think about when you're training. Because another thing I like to tell people is I always tell people your body's very dumb, but it's smarter than you, right? Meaning your body doesn't know what's going on. Stress is stress, mental stress, physical stress. So if I'm doing all this if I'm burning out physically, but then mentally I'm stressing out thinking about all this stuff, that's going to make you tired faster. Right. The more you can just relax and kind of like go with the flow.
It's definitely a mind thing. That's a mind thing, man.
But yeah, so that's pretty much it. It's a lot that goes into boxing. You gotta take a lot of time to learn your craft, and that's why I didn't want to make that transition to groundwork. Right. I'm like, I gotta learn all of this.
I want to tell you straight up, man. Like I say, we'll discuss the rates and all that stuff out the thing. But like me, I know. I mean, other than like a few, like I'm like a. I know a lot. I'm pretty sure you get it where you get the guys who had like a little YMCA session and they go, I'm good. And then you like, nah, dude, you really suck.
Yeah, you're trash.
So me, I know I'm like a 3-year-old kid, man. I'm like a sponge with it. I don't know.
Empty cup.
Yeah, so empty cup. So like that's the cool thing about where I knew was like when I did find somebody to train with and everything like that with the like you said, the jiu-jitsu. You do an arm bar. It looks like an arm bar, but it's a lot of steps, and if you miss one of those steps, the person escapes.
Yeah, bro.
So you got to secure the arm, tuck the legs, secure the head. Make sure you
acute variables, squeeze. Man. The little parts.
Yeah. If you ain't tight in the pelvis area, like that little space that's open, and that's so the arm pulls out and the guy escapes. Yeah. So like what you're saying, like I'm like, man, it's a lot of and I see it. I watch a lot of the rummy. I watch a lot of boxing channels, and you see the guys training, and they just doing it like it's natural. Yeah. It's just natural, man.
I ain't thinking about it.
It's that's why people knock Mayweather, man, because he changed his style to more safe style towards the end of his career. But the dude, and then you see when he fight McGregor, he didn't train for that fight, man. He just threw some stuff and did some stuff. He played with him for like that. He played with him. The thing
about Mayweather was, so this is my thing. I love Mayweather. He's one of my favorite boxers ever. When people talk about Mayweather, you understand, most people radar Mayweather again. Most people radar until he fought De La Hoya.
Right.
That was like 2006. Mayweather had about 20 fights prior to that, and he used to be a go-getter. I'm gonna knock you out. He broke his hand like 3 times.
And that's what they showed to the new guys. It was like, dude, all these new cats that just kind of got on the bandwagon 2 years ago.
Yeah,
they never. And it's, I don't know what it is about the 20 to those are the guys that comment the most. Mm-hmm. They ain't never see the guy fight. Then one guy did a little excerpt of his old fight. Said, "Oh man, he actually knocked people out."
You want to see Mayweather you want to see the fighter you want to see in Mayweather?
That's old.
Watch
Mayweather
back. Fight like Dale Corrales. Watch him fight. What's it? Castillo. Watch him fight Castillo. All these guys. He was go getter, but then when he broke his hands, like it's like Jordan, right?
Right.
You can't expect Jordan to dunk on people forever.
Yeah, you can't.
Eventually, Jordan developed a outside game, right? So Mayweather, he developed his I call it skates.
Right.
He got on his skate. He go on his bike and dance around you in the ring, get you tired, get you frustrated.
Right.
Mayweather does something called pop shots. If you look at Mayweather fights, he won't throw combinations. He'll throw one jab, maybe a cross, pop you with a jab and move and get you frustrated. That's Mayweather's style of fighting, right? And then his defense, his Philly shell, it's almost unpenetrable. So, or Tyson be like, it's unpregnable.
Yeah, probably unpregnable.
It's unpregnable.
Yeah, because I watched his because I his uncle and his father or whatever. Then you watch both of them fight, and it's like, man, he was like, he had kind of like no other choice, man, but he was born into that. He that was his life for. Since I watched a little thing and they had like little cookouts and they had the gloves and everybody like you just knew that was a fighting family.
Somebody gonna make it.
Somebody's fighting and they watch adults sit back and watch the kids fight like he ain't gonna be nothing and they see him, man. So it's like going for that, man, and that's where the people don't realize, like, even me, like, you watch, you see, I'm like, man, the guy's breathing, he's doing this, he's stepping back, he's jabbing, he's protecting. It's like, can I do that? And that's why I'm a challenge accepting person, and also being in martial arts. So that's why I know, like, mentally it's like, all right, man, it's a lot of stuff, and then like you say, you learn it, and then that's the thing with jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is something that you become a black belt and you still ain't a master. Yeah, and it's like, and that's where, and I've been doing this since 2008, rolling, and every session is different. Because there's different challengers, there's different. This guy's feeling on this day, he ain't feeling on that day. He's gonna bring a different kind of energy. And then when you travel, I like traveling because they, quieter. Some guys, talk a little bit of stuff. But I was a blue belt, which was the one up from the white, but actually I was purple belt level. Okay. But I didn't put it in time because jiu-jitsu is a time thing. They don't give them away. Okay. So I was a white belt for like 5 years, which normally, if you go consistently every day, you can get your blue belt within 2 years. Okay. So they don't jiu-jitsu, and when guys do give it out and they know you give it out, the mats don't lie, man. The mats do not lie. Even if you're rusty, your core after about 5 minutes will come back and you'll do certain things that you're not, just like keeping your hand up when you're throwing a jab or whatever. Like that's just something that it becomes it's a second. You don't even got coach tell you that first 2 months.
I tell you one thing. One of the hardest parts about me being a trainer. Yeah. Was relearning how to do the basic stuff to teach it, because like there's things that I'll try to teach somebody how to do it, and I'm like, why am I not getting it? Right. And to me, I'm overlooking this. So keep your hand up. I'm not even there no more. I'm way past that. So bringing it down sometimes actually that's why training sometimes made me a better fighter, because it forced me to revisit the basics and have it in my mind all the time, think about it. But yeah, man, it's in you at some point when you do it's repetition. Right. Now it's just second nature. Yeah, so man. Yeah, man, that's the only way a fighter can make 12 rounds. Yeah, he goes out there and it's like, oh, time to go to work.
It's crazy, man, because you watch again, I know you understand it, but guys who like the casuals, man, and that's why like. When a guy's like, oh, man, I've got to the point where, I'm not saying I'm above people, man, but I got to the point where I don't read comments anymore on social media, because there's so many pros sitting on the couch that ain't never done it. They ain't never sweated, and they never been to that point of exhaustion, man, where you after you run or whatever, you're not supposed to lay down on the ground because you're, the point to exhaustion where you just can't physically move, and everybody's saying do this and do that, and you're like, dude, I can't. I can't.
Shut up.
A lot of people would have never.
If that was me, I would have. You would have got knocked out.
A lot of people have been to that point, man. It's like my last this match when I got my bronze, like I took 2 years off. These two I got my first time out, and I really ain't competed since. So after I got the first two, I got promoted. That two I submitted the guy in 2 minutes. Then the second time I submitted him in 30 seconds. So it went from 5 years being a no stripe white belt, because you get stripes degrees. Yeah. So I went from 5 years being a no stripe white belt to I beat that guy. He was a black belt in judo, and I got my blue belt the next week.
Okay.
So it's a thing where it's either time or competition. So if you just straight blow a guy out, they're like, dude, you're next level. So you got it's sand. I'm pretty sure you got boxing with dudes sandbagging weight, age, and stuff like that, and it's called sandbagging. So they'll make you move up. Some guys you can't really. Nobody ever says, "Nah, I'm not gonna take the belt" because they want the promotion.
Yeah.
So, but some guys they'll hold. Some instructors will hold the guy back and then make him compete, just so their academy can get more students.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's a boxing thing.
Politics.
Politics everywhere, man. But as far as like I said, we were talking before, man. I mean, it's up to you if you want to drop the name, but you said you were training. You went from regular training to training celebrities. And
I'll drop names. I got some cool stories. So the shout out to Gotham Gym, my still my home when I go back to New York. I'm definitely gonna come and see y'all guys. But it's a boutique gym, a luxury boutique gym that got its name from training Victoria's Secret models.
Okay.
So my first clientele base in that gym was mostly like models, model agencies had deals with us to send their models to us, and with the models come the rich successful dudes who got the money who want to date the models, right? And so then most of the people I was training at first were like the directors, producers, right? Fun story. I'm like story man.
Throw it out there, man.
Funny story. I was training this guy one time. I'm a big movie guy. I'm a big movie buff, especially when it comes to superheroes and Marvels, like Marvel, DC. So I was training this dude.
I just picked up the Iron Fist the other day.
Yeah, you Iron Fist? Okay.
I think it sounds like RZA made that intro. I didn't confirm, but
yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah,
I see, man. I'm a Wu guy.
Actually,
I got a covered up Wu-Tang tattoo over there.
Okay.
Man. So yeah.
Okay, you with the Wu, Shaolin, Staten Island. But yeah, I was training this guy one day in the gym. And me and him we just in the middle of session. I always try to make my sessions make you feel comfortable because I try to relax you. So me and him just basically shooting the breeze, and it just so happened that Spider-Man: Homecoming was about to drop like within weeks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm talking about movies, and then he says I think he set me up.
Yeah.
He goes, so what are you gonna see Homecoming? Yeah. I'm like, yeah, man, yeah, of course I'm gonna see Homecoming. Spider-Man's my dude, like I love Spider-Man. Yeah. And then I started talking, yeah, man, I heard Tom Holland gonna be this great Peter Parker. I feel like he's gonna be this Peter Parker. So we just talk about Spider-Man, and all of a sudden he says, yo, so what's your favorite Spider-Man movie? So I'm hitting with of course Spider-Man 2, Sam Raimi, the best. You know what I mean? I love Spider-Man 2, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I was like, Amazing Spider-Man 1, Amazing Spider-Man 2, trash. Andrew Garfield, they didn't do it for me, whatever. Right. So long as I'm trashing this movie, like straight, like he got this. Yo, since when Spider-Man's a punk rocker, since when he was skateboarding, all this stuff, right? He leaves. He leaves the gym. My boy come in, yo, you just trained Mark Webb? Yeah. He's like, yo, you know who that is, right? No. Yo, he directed Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. I'm like, oh snap! I just trashed that movie for this dude. Yeah. But he's a real cool dude, and he was a young dude too. And because of that, he kept channeling me. I guess when you're that kind of person, you have that kind of power. Yeah, you respect honesty. Right? Yeah. So like me and him kept talking.
Because most people in that thing, man, they're gonna say say what they think they want to hear. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah, I ain't give him that. Yeah. Only thing I told him was like, the only part I liked was in Amazing Spider-Man 2 when Jamie Foxx was playing It's Spider in the electric grid. That's the only thing I like. Everything else is trash. Yeah. But no, so yeah, I got an opportunity to meet and work with like Bradley Cooper. Okay. He came to. Matter of fact, another story about him. I'm Eagles fan, Philly fan, right? Okay. So we won.
Philly fan in New York. Yes. How's that work out?
Not well. Yeah. I was a Philly fan in New York. I was a Yankee fan in Queens.
The Giants had Manning for that little bit of time. Were you checking them out, or you just still straight Philly?
No, Philly.
Yeah. Okay.
Once, even though he wasn't there long, once Vic went to Philly, I was a regular Philly fan. But when Vic went there, I was done. But so everybody knows Bradley Cooper is like a notorious Philadelphia Eagles fan. So after we won the championship, it was 2017. We won the championship. I see this guy walking into the gym. He had the Philadelphia hat down to his face. I didn't see it. Right. I couldn't see his face. I just saw the hat. All right. That's all it took. I saw the hat. I'm like, oh. I gave him a hug. I'm walking out the gym. I'm like, oh, we did it, baby. We did it finally. We did it. We cheered. He embraced it. Oh yeah. And then I got off and he picked his hat up. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah. my bad. He was like, nah, it's cool. We did it. So we was so caught up in that moment. But yeah, man, I got to meet a lot of people. I guess my main client or my main the person I trained the most was Ryan Seacrest. Okay. He's like, I saw him like,
man, that's the
yeah. I used to train him for he's a funny character. He's always on the move, man. Because he had to do his show like first thing in the morning. He does a day show. So I used to be at his house.
Yeah, I know it's funny when you probably hear it over here is all pre-recorded. And
exactly. And so I used to be at his house at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we'll meet at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he won't even have time to do 40 minutes. Then he'll just gotta be on and run. And even at 5 o'clock in the morning, that dude was on, like he was up, wired. I'm like, damn, this dude, he really is who he is. It's not a front.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's a good life. I got to rub a lot of elbows, meet a lot of people. I love it. I miss it, but not really. You know what I mean? Because with training celebrities, with training those high profile people, you gotta be a certain way all the time.
Right.
And actually, when I first got here, I got here in early February. I've been a trainer in New York City for over 12 years, like personal training, right? And something about trainers, we work when you're not working. Mm-hmm. So people who want to train before work, people who want to train during lunch, people who want to train after work, people who want to train on weekends. Right. Some people, especially in New York City, who just are about that business, they want to train on holidays, right? So no bull, I did not have a day off for 12 years. Every day I'm working at 6 o'clock in the morning, after lunchtime, late nights, holidays.
Four or five clients yesterday.
Yeah, right. And as a trainer, a lot of your time might be downtime, but also it's a lot of traveling. Thank God I don't got to travel so much here. But so because of me working day in and day out for 12 years, when I first got here, I was like, I ain't doing nothing for like a month. I took like 2 months and just chilled. I didn't do nothing. I just made some beats, played some games. But then when I put my post up to train people out here, I didn't know it was gonna happen so fast. It kind of just like
I seen it. Well, think about church because you were the biggest thing. Like I say, not because I didn't know if you knew Elliot or whatever. I know he has a gym and everything, but his is fixed, is there, so everybody who want to train would go there. Yours is more mobile, and actually, with mine, man, that's why again I set mine up here and I actually talked to y'all like, look, man, I can't make it to the gym as much because again this whole thing is just me. Yeah. So I'm doing accounting, I'm doing the publicity, PR. You know how it
promotion,
is. I'm doing everything, man. So
my
it's
wife, like she does my books for
me.
So.
That's why I'm about to get my wife on it because I'm like, dude, I need you to do these receipts, man. So I can at least take that off my plate. But that's why I was like, because one thing is, you was out there. That space, is that good space to work in right there?
Which one?
Right out here.
Oh yeah, no. I also.
I'm gonna pad it up a little bit more, and for the kids, I'm gonna build a door right there.
That actually, when it comes first of all, when it comes to straight martial arts training, you need a little space and opportunity. You don't need much of anything. I actually just because I was training people in the gyms on base and everything, but I noticed I started getting a lot of people who want to train. And you know, not everybody likes the gym. Yeah, some women, it's intimidation factor.
For me, I smell it all my life, but you smell the sweat in there, and it's something's
I
like,
love it.
I'm gonna leave, man.
Sometimes I walk in the job, I feel like I'm on stage. It's time to work.
Yeah, man. As soon as you walk past that desk, it's like you start smelling that. It's pretty much sweat.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's like testosterone, sweat, testosterone, and iron. But steel, rusty steel. But nah, I get it. I had a lot of people who, or at least I started to see it. There was a lot of people who were either intimidated by the gym. They're not gym people. They don't want to. They didn't want to train in the gym. Right. So I threw some money up and I built it. I'm on the first floor in the tower in the
I seen your the bags in the.
So I actually dropped a few dollars and I basically built a gym in my home. So I have a squat rack. I have a bench in my house. I have a full-size heavy bag. I got a TRX. I have all kind of bands, kettlebells. Right. So I can basically get the job done in my house for anybody who. And another thing, I'm pre and postnatal certified, and we know there's a lot of ladies who either maternity ladies on base, and you don't want to have either a pregnant lady or a lady who just finished giving birth in a gym. Right. Crowded. So I try to set up a little private environment so they feel more comfortable to train in, and that's So I got that going right now. But other than that, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna mix all that up in here while we talking.
I didn't I didn't know it was gonna pick up once I literally the first post I made I put up. I put up my first post maybe like in April. I had like 20 responses within. I want to say that day, it might have been like the first 5 hours. Yeah. But the thing about that one is, so my prices, what I don't consider my price crazy. Come from New York City, I was charging $150, $120 an hour, and that wasn't a lot, right? So my prices, they're not crazy, but they might be jarring for some people. Mm-hmm. But I always tell people it's really you're paying for the value.
Yeah, you're paying. Right?
I have the knowledge, I have the experience. if you're gonna pay $20, $30 for a session, you're gonna get a $20-$30 session.
No, man,
you know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Yeah. So
and I didn't know if you want to even bring that up on a public thing.
Oh no, 100%. I because it's people. I always tell people, you think being healthy is expensive, try being sick.
Yeah.
Right. So the money you spend on a session, again, it's not going to be expensive, but it's just you're going to pay for the value. You're going to pay for the experience,
and
right?
You're paying for the knowledge too. Man.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
You're paying for the knowledge.
And a good trainer, like a really good trainer, a trainer you want to work with, is a trainer who's not trying to keep you forever. My goal is not to try to find lifers, even though it happens.
Right.
But my goal is to give you the knowledge to go, so I can kick out the nest and you can fly. I want you to understand how to do all this stuff. I want you to understand the right form and posture. And if not understand it, at least know what to look for. One of the things I do in my sessions is I'll ask my clients questions. And then they'll constantly answer it. And then when they ask me a question, I was looking them in the face like, you tell me why.
Yeah.
So because one of the things I believe is if you can start answering your own questions, you're good. You're on your way. If we're doing a shoulder press or let's do bench pressing, right? I felt my shoulders that set. Why?
Yeah.
Why'd you feel the shoulders?
Yeah.
Oh, because the bar came down my shoulders, not to my chest. Yeah, the bar came to your shoulders and then come down to your
nipple. Kill yourself.
Now, now you know. Like, move on.
keep it this way.
Yeah. Man. So, but when it comes to pricing, understand you want a good value, you want good knowledge, you got to pay for it. You pay for it.
And that's here, man. That's because when you posted, I'm like, man, I've been here a good amount of time. I'm pretty sure you've seen it, man. It's something about being, you got Masawa, you got Yokota, you got Asugi. So like you got we're up here and it's just like it's $8 for the next setup base, and everybody, man, they get like this thing when they get here. Number one, they're scared to leave the base for the most part.
That was me.
Yeah,
that's me.
Okay,
I ain't go past Shimoda Mall, y'all. Right? Shimoda Mall is the furthest I got.
Yeah, I mean, but you went off though. Some people, man, been here like 4 years and they just know the base, and then they'll go like out the little gate a little bit, the little Chinese spot right there, and then they'll go. Now they got the Koko Ichiban. That's where everybody goes now. Okay. And they used to go to Hachinoi for that. Okay. To go to Koko's now, and then also if you know where the Sukiya is. It's like well, it's pretty much all those ramen spots.
Oh yeah, well yeah, so I know that.
All the ramen
Thunder
spots.
Ramen,
Yeah,
all that, yeah.
Thunder Ramen is that's the
spot.
The barbecue pork, man. That's the.
I like the soft bone myself.
Yeah,
that's
my wife's like that. But before you get to that Thunder Ramen, it's the gas station right there. Yeah. Across adjacent from that is going to be a Starbucks. That's that big space.
It's going to be a Starbucks.
Yeah. So that you already know. Like they're getting smarter in the business. They bring in everything that they see. I'm like, all right, these guys come from base, so we bring it to Masawa. So now that's going to be packed because the hipsters going to go there and do their little
computer thing, home office,
and sip the Wichicom. So yeah, that whole space. From the inside tip, from what I got from insiders is going to be Starbucks, but I've been here long enough for them to say it's going to be something. Then it's going to be another Lawson's because they just keep dropping the Lawson's, Family Mart, and all that stuff. So anyway, that's supposed to be going there. So they bringing everything into Masawa, and Masawa, since I've been here in 2008 when I got here, some of the streets that you drive on now weren't here. They were straight just farms. Wow. So I've seen the change. I've seen the change, man. In 11 years, I was only gone 2 of those years. I was in Iraq, but I've pretty much been here, man, since 2008. But that's crazy. But I mean, it's cool, man, what you're offering with there. And then you got again, I knew it was kind of when you say you had the home thing, it was going to blow up because of the convenience factor.
Yeah, because honestly, and that's another thing about me. Boxing's my life, but personal training as far as fitness, weight loss, that there's something I take a certain pride in that because I've had clients who came to me 320.
And are these active? Are you doing physical training more for active duty guys or guys who are like spouses?
Whoever.
Okay.
Whoever you want training, you get it.
Some of the military guys ain't really they ain't the military image.
I ain't saying nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying nothing about the PT test. I'm not saying nothing. I ain't saying
shit. I'll say it because shit, man. I got out because honestly. I was a Division I football player, University of Maryland, but you're a bigger guy, I'm a bigger guy, man. The Air Force is set up, the PT system is set up more for like sprinters. Okay. Like they're more towards everything. If you notice, most guys you talk to, they all talk about running. Running. They don't do any physical. So I got into it with a bunch of people. I'm like, look, man, when we were in Iraq and everything, and the dude got the gear on, my guy's on fire. I can put him on my back and carry him. Can you do that? and these guys they can run forever, but they can't physically pick stuff up. And I'm not saying everybody got to be a meathead and stuff like that, but the Air Force PT program is flawed to the point where it's not the full thing.
Okay. I just know I have two issues with it myself, and not an issue with it, but it's just me. Like any PE test that don't involve pull-ups,
exactly,
miss me.
Yeah,
and
it's just upper body.
Yeah, miss me. Yeah. And I'm not throwing no shade to anybody, but some of these guys I see do push-ups. I come from that.
No, man. No, keep it real, man.
I work. So when it comes to calisthenics, when I was a boxer, I didn't. My coach didn't let me lift weights as a boxer. I'll put on too much muscle, get too big and too slow. Right. So my first real introduction to fitness, as far as like physical fitness, I go to the parks in New York. You got those guys in the parks, the bar stars, those guys with like 1,000 pull-ups, push-ups. The guys that look at you stupid.
The dudes doing the little flag.
The flags. Yeah. So I go to those guys, and those guys, they say you do some push-ups, and you get down, and they'll be like one. Yeah. One. Do that again. I'm gonna take away that one. Like, so many people I have to do pushes, and I'll be like this: 1, 2, 2. Yeah. So it's just, and honestly, and not just that, but even people who know they're doing. I for the most, there's something called a form Nazi. You ever heard that before, right? Yeah. I'm not that person, but like I can see somebody do a movement, a squat or anything like that, and even if you do it pretty well, I can still break it down so it's like, okay, you got to fix it. No one does everything perfectly. Right. I recently just started squatting. I started squatting like 465, and I'm not a heavy lifter. I'm not a power lifter. I do more repetitions. But I got to the point where I was squatting 465, and I just learned something 2 months ago that made my squat better. So you're always going to be learning. There's always something you can change. There's always something new you can add. Again, cute variables. Little things are going to make a big difference, right? But yeah, man, just the knowledge that comes with the training, right? Knowing how to do. No, a lot of people don't know how to breathe. Yeah, breathing. Or they do, like a lot of guys, you see when they're doing their best, their personal best, they're on a bench and you see the veins popping out and then using all these unnecessary muscles. And I'm like, dude, you could blow shit out in your eyes and every capillary veins. Exactly. And everything. Matter of fact, I went to school for this stuff, so a lot of people don't know when not only my trainer, I'm not a physical therapist, but I've been around a physical therapist. I did enough classes to know basic stuff. Like I had guys who run. Right. A lot of guys here suffer from tendinitis, or at least tendinosis. They suffer from patellotendinosis, not tendinitis. Tendinosis means you have the tendon from your knee to the tendon in your knee basically is inflamed, and it's breaking down. It's taking too much impact, and just like anything else in your body, which is like what's called bone remodeling, if something takes enough impact, it's going to start to try to grow stronger and thicker. But if that tendon grows thicker, it's going to start to be uncomfortable when you do stuff like squats, stuff like that. So I got a lot of guys who come to that. They come to me with that like, yo, my knee hurt. They can't tell me why, though. I know why. But they can't tell me why. I'm like, okay, let me see your knee real quick. And there's something you can do for that particular injury called scraping, right? All you got to do is take your fingers and kind of like, it takes like 30 seconds to push on that tendon, move it around a little bit. It's not a permanent fix, but you're going to be good for you'll be good for 10 minutes. I know that. Right? For a good 10 minutes, you'll get through a set of squats, and they'll be like, yo, that means you should be running it, because I ran my 1.5 miles in about like 11:30s, which that was almost, my cutoff was like almost 50 seconds from there. So I would do the push-ups, sit-ups. I would max every time. Weights, I would do good on that, and then like the run, that's where I struggle, man. And I got turf toe, both my toes, and I had like some, because I banked before I joined the military. Dude, I was wrestling, lacrosse, 3 sports a year plus Division I football, so I was already had like injuries and stuff going on. Okay. So that's one of the things that kind of, besides doing the proration thing and the shop stuff, I kind of got up because my last 2 tests I actually failed. I failed one of my tests because I went snowboarding 3 times and I did jiu-jitsu in 1 weekend. Okay. We went Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was a 4-day weekend, and then I did jiu-jitsu 2 of those days at like snowboarding in the daytime and the jiu-jitsu at night. Okay. Sessions about 2 hours or whatever. And then we had a guy there who was kind of not looking out for everybody, a physical fitness guy. The guy was really fat dude, and then he got in shape. So for him to stay in shape every day, every second, everything had to be about physical fitness. He couldn't take his mind off of it. So I know guys like that. Yeah, this dude scheduled us for I didn't know. It was a Monday. He scheduled us for a PT. Actually, no, it was a Tuesday. He scheduled us for a PT test. I went to the shop. He's like, hey, where y'all at? And I'm like, I'm at the shop. He's like, you got a test. I'm like, test?
So these like before you would schedule your own test.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I used to work. But this dude like, I'm gonna schedule everybody else's test, but not tell you.
Yeah.
So
it was ready.
It was like, hey Jackson, show up at the gym. I'm like, man. I'm like, dude. I hate to make excuses. I'm like, dude, I was getting it all week. I was getting it all weekend, man. So I go there. I knew first thing first, man. Max sit-ups, push-ups, max out. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna fail this run, man. He's like, nah, man, I don't think like that. I failed it by like 25 seconds. I was 25 seconds over. So I had to go to the physical fitness class called FIT. And then the dude, I came there, man, and I'm like, PT gear or whatever. And he's like, Jackson, you come here to help? I was like, nah, man, I failed. And he was like, you failed.
You failed.
He was like, you failed. So, dude, I'm in there with people who really need it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were like, they had their spare tire was out there here. And I'm like, I'm an endo, so I got, you soften and you get hard. You get muscles really quickly. So I go in there, man, and I'm like, dude, 10-pound dumbbells. And he's like, all right, do this motion. Then the second day, do everything like Jackson's doing it. Yeah. I'm like, dude.
Yo, you gonna be my demo? You know what's funny? That's kind of how
long story short, you supposed to be in there in a month. I got out there in 2 weeks. I'm like, dude, let me test right now.
Yeah, you came to the demonstration person.
Yeah. Like,
hey, everybody do that.
No, he's like, I'm gone. Man.
No, I know that's like, because going back quick, when I first I went to a breakdance class when I was like maybe 14 hours doing it on my own for a minute. The guy who's teaching class, he saw me do a move and he looked at me. He was like, you're gonna be my little assistant teacher now. You're my assistant. You're not gonna be a student. You're gonna be my assistant. And then instead of going to his classes, he took me under his wing. He became my b-boy mentor.
Okay.
Shout out Rockism. He became my mentor, and he started bringing me to his downs and his sessions with his crew. Yeah, and that's how I really got immersed into it. The real reels.
Yeah.
But no, man. So it's going back to the people here. Honestly, I thought when I first started training people here, it was gonna be all the spouses and all those people who are non-active.
Yeah.
But I started getting some people who came to me, yo, man, I got to pass this test.
Yeah.
That's why I want to get in shape. I want to do this. I want to do that. And not for nothing, one of the best, and I didn't do this on purpose here. I did it back home in New York, but one of the best promotions or publicity you can get is doing it yourself.
Right.
And that main base gym be crowded. So I'll go in there and throw up 3 plates on the bench. I'll go in there and squat my 4 plates.
They'll start talking like, hey,
man. I'm doing my, and I'm honestly not doing it on purpose.
No.
At first, but then it kind of, when I started seeing what was happening, I got dudes like, and another thing you could do, another quick way to build a good muscle in the gym, in between every set, pose. Even if you're not trying to go on stage, even if you're not trying to really be a bodybuilder, you want to pose because isometrically working those muscles, keep them fired, and also can help you bring more blood flow to those muscles, so that when you go back and do let's say you do another set of squats or whatever, you'll pump more blood into the muscles, right? Okay. So posing is a great way to keep that pump going, right? So I'll pose in between my sets, and people just look at me like, all right, this dude's about that life. So when I post I noticed when I post the first time, I started getting like the women and the spouses and the inquirers. The second time I post on Musawa,
hey man,
I got dudes,
what's your set, man?
Yeah, man, I just got here. Yeah, I just got here. I want to lift heavy. I want to get stronger. I'm like, all right, that works.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, that's pretty much how I'm going about the business here in Musawa, and it's so far it's good. Like you said yesterday, I actually trained about 5 people yesterday, which in New York will be a short day. But I was talking to my wife, I said, babe, I got 5 people today. She said, oh, you're busy. I'm like, if you call it that, I feel busy. But yeah, man, it's a good time. Training to me it's self-rewarding to a degree. I got when I got clients in numbers, you can see the results. Right. Like I was with you when you couldn't squat 10 plates, 10 pounds on the bar. Now I had one of my female clients, she squatted 135. Sure. And she looked at me like that teary-eyed, like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I was like, believe it. And I'm looking at it like, well, congratulations. Like, to them it's life-changing. But I feel that it's a good feeling to try and give back like
man,
that.
It is, man. That's like you mentioned right there about, like, you're actually a trainer, so you can, I know, like, the thing, you're doing it to make a profit. So I know it's like a limit to how much information you're going to give somebody for free. Like, hey, until you say sign up for my class or whatever. So like my thing is the same thing, man. I would go. So I'm pretty sure you were solo when you were doing your thing, right, in the gym.
Yeah.
So like, and I
always.
I can't do the groups, man.
No. I don't do groups. For me personally, when I work out, I do believe in a workout partner.
Yeah.
But that's just so that you can push past. But your workout partner got to be on your level.
Like 4 or 5 dudes with their friends in.
Nah, bro.
I see it. I know you see it.
Yeah.
You see it, and it's like they're like, so you got 4 or 5 dudes on the bench waiting for the thing. Like while you're waiting, that's what. However times it's taking them to do 3 sets of 10 or whatever.
Rest that is?
Like you're rest.
That's a lot of rest.
So I mean, for me, I would same thing. I just took what I learned from high school, which comes so in between. I would go to I wouldn't go there at 1600. Number one, I would go there at nighttime when it's just like, a little bit of group of guys in there. I would do like my whatever set I'm doing in between that, or I would actually take, because it was a little bit of people. I had a 45 plate at each circuits. So I had 45 plate there. I would do this workout in between there, do like some some pullovers or whatever. So like I wasn't really resting in between the rest periods. I was doing other stuff in there because I couldn't be in there because I was building cars, so I couldn't be in there for 2 hours.
Yeah. I
would go in there and run. I would 10 minutes just get it sweat and go straight from that to what I'm doing. And then I'll be in there, bam, 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 out. And and the dudes are sitting in there checking their phone and getting all cool.
Yeah, man, getting like, cool down. Now I gotta keep that pump going.
Keep that pump going, man.
I tell people, if you see me stopping and look at my phone, I'm looking for a new beat.
Yeah.
I'm looking for some new song for this set.
Calling an ambulance, man.
Yeah, or that too, right? I'm hurting.
Well, yeah, man.
Maybe come pick me up.
Yeah, so that's what me I don't do I tried music, man, but I'll just do like what I try to do is like when I'm working out. My workouts would be geared towards what I'm actually, if I'm doing jiu-jitsu, when I was playing football, my bad. So I would think about like the movements I had to do in a mindset, and then like use that, I guess the energy or the mental, what I would be kind of thinking about to actually perform that. Yeah,
movement. You specify specific training, right? Specification. When I did that a lot when I was a boxer. It's hard to do that type of stuff in martial arts, with martial arts stuff. With football, well, what position are you? Are you a blocker? If you're a blocker, you want to do thrusters, right? You need to be able to push from your legs. You need to be able to push from your arms. And you can be able to do that in a second, right? If you're a basketball player, you probably want to work on your vertical. Do some light squats, do box jumps like that. But wrestling, especially, martial arts, especially like type of wrestling or jiu-jitsu, there really is no exercise that I can say is going to help you with that, unless it's strengthen your core. Right.
That's pretty much it. Like getting up.
Yeah, and maybe some bent over rows so you can learn how to pull.
Right.
That's other than that, like that's actually, I would argue that lifting to a degree will hinder your.
It will. Yeah. That's why actually I stopped. Dude, I haven't. Believe it or not, man, I haven't lifted weights seriously in like 4 or 5 years. And it's just I just pick up transmissions though. So I'm picking up transmissions.
Still working, still lifting.
So the dudes they're like, how do you work on stuff by yourself? I'm like, dude, for years I got used to being like in, like everything's in tight. So if I'm I used to work on my back a lot before I had the car lift. So when I'm under the lift, like I can lift, like I literally lay on my back and then push the back. But you got the front part's bolted in, so you got a fulcrum.
Okay.
So I would pretty much just take the back of the transmission, push it up, hold it, and then screw the bolts in. And my dude be looking at me like, and then he'd be struggling like, and he's active duty. I'm like my helper, my dude Quan out there. He's gonna watch it. Like, man, why you're active duty and you shaking? Like, come on, man. I'm like, and I need to get on and I ain't run. I haven't run in like. Last time I run, man, is probably about probably about 7 months ago. And like, I'm like, all right, let's go. And he's like huffing up. I'm like, dude, how you active duty, man?
You hit it back. Yeah, man,
we moved everything here in 2 days. During
and this is decent sized space.
Yeah,
so
during the heat storm, during the what's that, the heat wave. So I moved, like he was active duty, so he had to do his stuff. So I'm like, all right, man, help me do the really stuff I really need somebody for. And then I cleaned up one section. I threw away 3 ton worth of parts, 3 ton. So I mean, pretty much every part I physically picked up and threw outside because I was like, I'm not bringing all this stuff here. So I had to throw all the steel in the steel pile, all aluminum in the aluminum pile because they got it separated here. And then like all of like miscellaneous like rubbers.
I had to work out just trying to figure out what's what. It was
steel aluminum. Man, it was like if it's heavy as steel, if it's lightweight, I was just going like this, man, just throwing it. And then like he came there, he was like, and I'm like, I did an hour, and I'm like, this like for me, man, even doing snow, I would shovel the snow every morning. So here I'm gonna get a bobcat here because this is too big.
Oh, yeah.
My last spot I shoveled and I just use it as it sucked to do it, but I just use it like, all right, I'm not really going to the gym, so this is my workout. And that's what I kind of do with everything I'm doing physically. So if I'm like, yesterday I was moving rocks. I know you've seen the amount of rocks there. Mm-hmm. I did that in like 30, 40 minutes, just a shovel, single blade shovel.
I mean, not for nothing. Yeah. Well, one of the things that I specify when it comes to training, it's functional training, functional movements, right? Just going to the gym and lifting weights is not the only way to get in shape.
Exactly. That's what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah, the strongest. I promise you, the strongest person in the world is not a guy in the gym lifting weights. You know who he is? He's a guy who wakes up 6 o'clock in the morning every day on the farm,
throwing hay bales.
Yeah, throwing hay bales, going to move the cows and picking up barrels. Walk real farmer carries. Right? That guy's the strongest guy in the world. So like functional movements and doing that stuff you're doing, or even, I'll take it even a step further. I get a lot of people who are, when I say out of shape, I'm not talking about physically or condition. I'm talking about like just mobility. Right. Their mobility is horrible. Their flexibility is horrible. They barely know how to move. Flex. You know, I told people, if you really want to be fit, you know who you want to look at? Look at babies.
Yeah, that's true.
A new,
was doing crossovers.
A newborn and anybody, any child from newborn to like the age of 4. They'll show you some stuff. And for them, it's fun, right? Yeah. There's something called animal flow, animal movements, right? Okay. This is one of the main things I do with people to help them with mobility, right? And they're called animal flow because there's certain movements named the animals. You have like A for ape, bear. You have the crab walk. You have the dog walk. All these movements. These are things that kids do in gym class for fun. Like they're not even thinking about it as being exercise, right. but these are things we got. Sometimes in order to get back to what we want to be or where we were, we gotta go back to the playground. That's what I tell people. Yeah, come back to the playground, man. Come back to when you was a kid, hanging on the monkey bars. Yeah, when you hanging upside down the monkey bar. Now those exercises. Before it was just fun, right? Right. So it's all about perspective. How you gonna look at the exercise, right? You're saying, yo, man, I ain't lifting forever, but I'm holding the transmission in one hand. I'm throwing tons of rocks on the other half hour. And I probably can't beat your time.
And that's the thing, man. Like too, I had a guy. Because my dudes was talking about with the martial arts. And they train 7 days a week, but the guys like they came to my lot, and my lot was all blacktop. Because for cars you can't move these cars around the snow. So the next door company, they didn't shovel, so it was a clear line. And every morning, man, I would get out there with the shovel, just pushing, and I would just clear. I was pretty much make a pile, then I'll push the pile off to the side, and I'd do that every morning, and they was like, man, how do you like do? I'm like, dude, I just zone out and I just imagine pushing. I imagine pushing sleds. Yeah. So like I did that back in the day, and it's like it's just that I guess when like you said, when you train and everything, man, you do it so much and it hurts and then all that stuff, and it just becomes second nature. And you got that you have that a lot of people don't have that part where they can push past. Mindset. So you can. I always talk, I'm sure people heard this before. You gotta learn how to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Yeah, and it just sucks. And there's a difference between pain and discomfort. Yeah. I had a talk with my client the other day, and I was telling him there's some movements you do like if I'm squatting or if I'm bench pressing. Yeah, there's some weight that you be like, yo, go, and I'm looking at you, yo, no, can't. You know when you can't, and you know when you just don't want to. You know what I'm saying? So like if the weight is getting so much where you giving everything you have, you basically about to get an aneurysm and the weight don't go nowhere, stop. Right. But if I'm making you do push-ups, mountain climb, burpees, if I'm making you something like that where, you puffing, you're burning, and everything in your body is self-preservation, right? Your body has alarms and alarm reaction that's going to say, yo, stop, do this. Your brain, yo, man, chill. You done enough. Yo, you did more than you did yesterday. Yo, you did more than this person. Yeah. And you know what's the funniest? You always, if you by yourself, you look in the gym and you see somebody else slacking, and you be like, I did more than him. Yeah. And that's enough. But your brain will do anything it can to trick you to stop. You got to bully yourself and keep going, right? So pushing past things is the only way to get stronger. The only way you're going to build any kind of strength, physique, is pushing past everything, pushing past the burn. And once you learn how to mentally push past stuff, and it goes outside the gym, right? It could be anything. One of the things that I used to do, I used to have this book. And the book, I wrote down my workout for the day, what I ate for the day. I used to have like a little chart for my moods. I'll get into the book with you another time. Okay. But one of the main things I had in my book was goals. I'll have 5 daily goals that I'll write down for myself. As soon as I wake up, and I have to do those goals in that day. And it could be a little thing. It would be do the dishes, read for a half hour,
work out. That'll be a goal, right? A little daily goals, right? Little things. And the purpose of those daily goals wasn't even just to do them. It was just to make little promises to myself for the day, so that if something happened, I ain't feel like doing it, I make myself
you make yourself
do
it. Yeah.
So
that's the hardest part, man. It's like, is the hard half the battle, man. Is just once you get to the gym, because even if like again, I kind of got somewhat of it because I mean on off base there's really no. There's a few like there's actually a dude in town that actually has he trains Olympic guys in powerlifting right down the street.
Oh wow, really? Okay.
And but he's not like is like his second hustle, so he's never there.
Okay.
So I stopped by there. So there's a bunch of scattered like I mean they got the Masala gym sucks. So that's why I started building my own, man. It's like I want to bring my stuff here, and in January I'll get my veterans card. Vets can actually access base again.
Okay.
So that'll be like I can get on base. I can go to the gym again because I've never paid for a gym. I never paid for a gym membership in my life.
Yeah.
I went from high school, full gym, college, full gym, military.
Me
gym
either, actually.
I
worked in gyms my whole life.
So
I never paid for a gym.
What's this paying for?
Pay for a gym.
I was like, I just live for free, man.
Gym membership?
Yeah,
you hear the horror stories too, like
oh yeah. You can't do
went
this.
through that?
Yeah, you can't do this. You can't. I mean, of course, you can't drop the rates and all that stuff. But I started out I mean, dude, my nickname with my family was Chubby. When I was growing up, I was a chubby kid. And at 14, I got my first Weeder sand weight set in the basement, and I started at 14. I started taking I don't know. I was reading the body map. I bought some GNC first came out in the malls, and I bought some creatine.
Oh.
Yeah,
early.
Too early. Too early.
Early.
So like,
how old were you when you did this?
14, man. So that probably would stop because I'm only 5'10", 5'11", so that probably. I don't know, man. I just started lifting weights there, and instantly, man, like I dropped that weight, and then I right around that time I went, high school was coming up, so I was 180 pounds freshman,
okay,
and everything, man. And then I played when I was it was 2005 2006, so I played with that year I was Sean Merriman, Vernon Davis. DeQuell Jackson. It was, a few guys that were notable guys when I played, and when I played there, man, I thought I was big enough, man. I went up to 245.
Okay.
And these dudes, man, that was the first time I got manhandled in my life, man. And Vernon Davis, like I'm coming out the line and I'm doing all my swim techniques, and Vernon Davis, man, he's just like 6 whatever. He's just looking down at me, dreads coming out the helmet and everything. Dude just picked me up and put me to the side.
Excuse me.
Yeah, seriously, man. He went like this. And I was like, and the plate whistle blew, and he was like, he kind of looked at me like, it's the next level, man.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, pretty much, man. So I mean, I got some hits off, man, and stuff like that. But then my grades dropped down, and all. And I don't even talk about it much because I was a walk-on, and I actually missed the damn pitcher. That was my only proof that I actually played football. I missed because walk-ons, they don't care.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I showed up, and they were all taking the pitcher for that year.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, yeah, next time maybe. I was like, all right, cool. But, yeah, man, I played there a little bit. But one thing you brought up that I wanted to talk about was because that's honestly I don't eat bad. I just don't eat enough, man. I know for what I push. I'm used to that wrestling stuff where it's very unhealthy. And that's a habit I haven't broken where I'm used to operating high with no food, so, which is bad.
So I'm not going to lie. Back home in New York, and one of the first time I trained, they used to call me Little Baby Herschel Walker because Herschel Walker was known for
still to this day.
Yeah,
still a monster.
Herschel Walker was known for being a monster in the weight room on the field, but there were stories that Herschel Walker will only eat one meal in the day. He'll eat dinner, but it'll be like a 5,000 calorie, but it'll be one meal a day. Yeah. And for a while I was doing that, and it wasn't because I wanted to, just because that New York hustle and bustle at that time, right? People don't realize in New York City you don't need no car, it's a train, right? So if I got a 6 o'clock client in the morning, I'm out the house at 4:30 in the morning to get to that gym, right? So I get to the gym and I'm training from 6, 7, 8, whatever the case may be. I don't have time to eat, but now eating is the most essential part of fitness and health. I tell people all the time, I'm honest with people too. That's another reason when you train with me, you get honesty, you get value, because I'll tell you in your face, you want to get in shape? All right, cool. I'm going to show you every movement you need. I'll show you how to lift every weight. what's your nutrition like? I actually offer nutrition plans with my program because I'm like,
we're gonna get on that. We're gonna get on that, man.
Like you're not gonna. I'll tell you right now, I can get you to the point where you're squatting 500 pounds easy, but you're not gonna drop a pound unless your eating is on point, right? You could work out with me for 2 hours straight in a day and mess that all up with one trip Burger King. Exactly. So it's like your nutrition is the most important part. And knowing how to go about your eating as far as like, and even if you went bare basic, right? It's, at the end of the day, it's all numbers, it's all caloric intake, right? I want to take in more calories, I want to lose calories, whatever, taking less calories. But you got to know what your baseline is, right? Most people use like the MyFitPal app, stuff like that, which is no shade to it. I got the app too. I use it all the time too. But people get reliant on that app. They take that app for face value because that app has little glitches. You know, it's not 100% accurate. It might be 80% accurate. But you gotta know your own it's called BMR, right? Basal metabolic rate. And then also you gotta learn what's called your activity allowance, right? So your activity allowance is how many calories you're allowed to eat because you burnt it off working out. So and your basal metabolic rate is the amount of calories. So let's say, for example, hypothetically, you got somebody who's 150 pounds. They don't want to lose. They don't want to gain. They just want to stay 150 pounds. They need to be on their BMR. That's how many calories you need to eat in order to maintain your weight. Let's say let's say you got to eat 1,800 calories to stay at 150. Let's say. Now your activity allowance is that guy doesn't just do nothing. Now he works out 3 times a week. He's shoveling snow. He's moving rocks. He had a long day where he threw out 2-3 tons of equipment, right?
Yeah, and you don't think about that.
But you don't think about it. So those calories that you burn doing those activities got to get put back by the time you go to sleep. You got to go to sleep with a certain amount of calories because then your body is going to utilize the calories while you sleep to repair. And
that's what a lot of people don't know.
And they don't know about that stuff. So it's not just I got to eat this. And another thing, when I talk to people about nutrition, I say, hey, what you eat yesterday? I ate good.
What that mean? Donuts.
What that mean? And funny thing is, trainers know we have that talk. Like you have to train it. Yo, man, how you eat yesterday? Yo, man, I had about 40 grams of carbs. I had about 30 grams of protein. 10% of it came from fish. I had about a gallon of water. That's how I wanted to hear you talk. I don't be like, I ate pretty good. I had a salad. I drank a lot of water. You know the best thing we see it. I had no rice. I had no carbs. I had no rice. You had no carbs? Yeah. What was on your salad though? Croutons. And dressing.
Now speaking, it's like the one thing I noticed, man, when I left base, like, because the thing about it, man, like you said, the hustle and bustle is hard when you rushing around, not to go to that drive-through and grab some from Popeyes and stuff like that. For me personally, just not having access to base. And then the Japanese style of eating is like, it's what people would consider diet. That's like their normal deal.
The norm.
Only thing they do too much. I told my wife, like, I'm like, dude, I'm an endo.
Okay.
And that's what I want. I know a lot of people don't even know that body type.
More meso.
Yeah, like I'm an endo, and it's like, it's that you get soft fast, so you also put on muscle fast. And like one thing I got is the little pudge on the side, but it's like I know for me it's mostly water weight. I hold water weight.
Sodium.
So before wrestling, one time I had to burn 11 pounds, and then one time I was doing jiu-jitsu match. You got to weigh in with your gi. So I was actually at weight with my, I don't know why I weighed in fucking naked at my house. I'm like, I'm good. I'm like, dude, I forgot about the gi. And then you sweat. Yeah. So the gi was heavy. So I weighed in. I was a pound and a half over. So I had 10 minutes to lose that pound. Yeah. So I went outside. I didn't bring my shoes. I'm running around. Luckily, Japan is clean. I run around, and I got down. I was still a 0.5 over, and the guy allowed it because the guy could see, he can say he's going to fight me or not.
Yeah, I know about weigh-ins. I know about the weigh-ins, bro.
So I've done the naked weigh-ins.
I dropped 8 pounds in 2 hours.
They had to go take a dump. They had to go pee. Yeah, all this stuff just to make weight, man. And then,
you know what the funny thing is? After you make the weight,
and then you're done.
You drink the water right back.
Yeah. And then one thing is, like, after you make, I killed myself one day doing trash bag runs to make that weight, and I used all the energy to lose that weight, and then I had no energy for the match.
Yeah. There's something about that. There's something that people don't know when it comes to like boxing, right? You might hear a lot of people talk about something called like a catch fight, a catch weight, right? Yeah, catch weight. Yeah. That's a problem. Like people don't understand. Like when first of all, when Mayweather fought Pacquiao, when Pacquiao had to go up in weight, right? Pacquiao. What was it? Sorry, not Mayweather. Pacquiao. Sorry, Mayweather and Canelo.
Oh yeah, Canelo's a he was on those supplements too.
Yeah, Canelo had to drop like 15 pounds, and Mayweather was making jokes. I'm over here eating what I want to eat.
Yeah,
eating chicken.
Well, he does that, man.
Yeah.
He does. That's part of the thing, man. He makes people like. I mean, he got the money. He makes people play his game. Yeah, they know there's gonna be a good payout.
Exactly, of course.
And Canelo's he's a thick guy, man, for his size.
So to lose that much weight that fast, and you first of all, there's no way you're losing that much weight that fast without losing muscle. You're gonna lose muscle.
Right.
You might be dehydrated. You might feel lethargic. You're not gonna feel like yourself.
Right.
It's almost gonna be impossible to come with your A game. At best, you come with your B+ game. Right. You know what I mean? So that it's nutrition. Nutrition plays a big part in that too. Like you gotta for example, you had to drop all that weight. You couldn't consume anything. You couldn't drink no water. You couldn't do anything. You might have, if I were you though, I probably would have been chewing on jerky. Chewing on jerky. Just to get that quick insulin spike, right? Because insulin, you could piss that out. All right. So, man, it is tough. It's
the biggest thing too. Again, I don't know how deeply you follow. I know you mentioned Dylan Dennis earlier. He's in Strike Force now. Mm-hmm. But the biggest thing now is they have him having. UFC is actually UFC is. I mean, they're just the biggest body of MMA. Yeah. But they're having dudes they're getting a lot of concussions. They're talking about CT a lot because the guys they're having a big issue with weight cutting because a lot of guys are like I say McGregor, for example. I think he fights at like 155, but he actually walks around a lot, 180.
180, 175.
Everybody. Yoel Romero, this dude look like a comic book hero. He fights at 185, but he's like 240. Yeah, and they get these guys cut, but he's a wrestler, Olympic level wrestler. Wrestlers got that different grind and that different, they'll bypass a lot of stuff to make that weight. Mm-hmm. And now guys are getting up to the point now where they're getting they're dehydrating themselves so much that the water surrounding your brain is like being depleted. Oh wow! So now you get punched in the head and your brain is
brain's more vertical.
So they're getting a lot of concussions now. They're getting a lot of dudes getting suspended for 6 months after the fight because even if they won, they just know they cut that weight. And now they're doing the thing now where they're going to start pissing the guys. And you gotta. I think one FC does it now. You're not allowed to cut. So you got to be 185. If they test your urine and it shows that you dehydrated or something like that, you're gonna not be able to fight.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah. They should do that. That just means you gotta have a better preparation camp.
It's kind of a cheap thing too, man. Because like you said, that dude weighs in at 155, drinks a water, he's 170.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't understand the point of that. Yeah. It's not
what the
fight was that? Yeah. There was a fight that happened. I forget what fight it was, but when they sized up with each other, yeah. It looked like David and Goliath. It was boxing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget who it was. But when they did face off with each other, I think it was Lomachenko and I forgot who he fought. But regardless, they weighed in the same. Right. But the day of the fight, Lomachenko it looked like David and Goliath. It's like, yo, how you expect to beat? And he won. Yeah. He won. Yeah. But still, it was just like, how do you? That doesn't make no sense. Anybody can see that dude weighs like 20 pounds more than him. Like I don't get it. So I mean.
It's a game.
It's a game, man.
Some people are better at it. Some guys constantly miss weight, and then they got to get pushed up to the next class. And then some guys are they got that discipline. It's the hard. I mean, like you said, man. Like this, when you talk, and I'm thinking, like, man, what he's saying is, I'm like doing that same shit, man. So it's like, like this morning, man, I grabbed they got the Lawson's here. Is different from like 7-Eleven back in the States.
Oh, so sure.
You've seen, and you can actually go in and eat like a whole meal.
7-Eleven is different than 7-Eleven back in the States.
You can go in there. So I went in there. I got like a salmon rice bowl. I got a
salmon rice bowl in 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I got salmon rice bowl. I got I got some green apple. Actually, it's downstairs and eat it. Yeah, I got green apple. Mm-hmm. Then I got it was a fried salmon cheese. But it's like everything is all that stuff it was made like 3:00 this morning. Okay. So like the stuff that they put in Lawson's is made that same day.
Yeah. I see that little corner closet kitchen.
Yeah. So it's like you feel like like, man, if it was the States, you'd be at Wawa, you'd be eating all that stuff or whatever. And it's like the thing is, my wife cooks. I cook too. My dad was a chef, so she actually is mad that I cook better than her.
Yeah, same here.
So it's like, man, that's one thing is being on the go, man. I got to bring it back in because the thing is, I've been the same. My weight doesn't go up or down. Okay. It's which means I kind of want to be at which is 100 is 100. Well, for jiu-jitsu is 100 and 100.5 kilograms, which I've been there so long, man. I'm almost like forgetting the weight stuff. So the pounds. So that's about what 200 and
105 kilos,
yeah.
like 215, 213.
Yeah. So right now I'm at right now as we sit right now I'm at 100 and I'm at 100 and I'm 110 right now. So 110
kilos.
Yeah, 110.5 right now.
Yeah. So you like 223.
Yeah. So that's weight, and the thing is, I feel my best at 205, 205 pounds.
Okay.
That's what I feel my best at, man. I was moving quick. The thing is, the power doesn't go anywhere, but like like you say, being that extra muscle, man, like you can't need that flexibility or
range of motion. That's more important than anything when it comes to range of motion, mobility, flexibility, all that stuff. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I used to make fun of it back in the day, but me and my wife, I think for the past 3 months, your boy been doing yoga, bro. I've been doing yoga, bro. I've been getting it.
I watch a lot of other dudes, man, and that's one thing. Rogan, they do a lot of Joe Rogan. They do a lot of hot yoga, and everything, man. So that's and it's like I want to start. That's why I got the ball. I start doing a little. I turn on the thing and just kind of follow. That's the thing about me. Even though you do your thing, man, is one thing. Having somebody physically there, which I'm looking forward to. But I mean, it's so much. It's so much information out there now where there's like no excuse anymore, man.
Yeah,
there's no excuse to not be, again, body types. A lot of dudes not. I'll say you're a meso, like for your what do you consider class yourself?
So I have a funny relationship with
like
that
a hybrid.
It's not even. I have the whole mesomorph, endomorph.
Yeah.
I get that some people might have those body types or subscribe to those body types, but not for nothing. I met ectomorphs who worked hard enough and became mesomorphs.
Roger, okay.
I met endomorphs who. Actually, endomorphs can't become. I met endomorphs that became mesomorphs, right? So like, I don't feel like I would consider myself a mesomorph right now.
Yeah,
but I know.
That's what I see you.
I know. Naturally, like when I was a kid, I was that scrawny. Like you said, you was chubby. I was a scrawny kid, so I was definitely endomorph when I was a kid. I was definitely that little walking Jack's just the skeleton.
I was walking around like I used to do like the Barry Sanders Natron Means because I didn't play. We played rugby pretty much, and they was like give it to Natron Means because he's like Natron Means is like the short, stocky like running back dude or whatever, man. So. But yeah, that's like the body type. It seems like a lot of people like they don't. I mean, not even the body type thing you say because I don't really clap like this is all I can be. Like you said, because I honestly would like to. Honestly, if I'm like fully dedicated, man, the meso to me I think is the best body type for martial art for like judo.
So. When it comes to those body types, it's good as a classification.
Yeah.
You definitely want to have like, that dude, you said that dude over there, who? The mesomorph. Yeah, I see. That
who talks like that?
No, professional trainers do. But when I started to look at it as a issue was I started learning about diets that people started subscribing people based off those body types. Oh, you're a mesomorph, so this is the diet you should roll with. And honestly, I don't think that's something you want to adhere to because again, I met endomorphs who became mesomorphs. Right. I met so I don't really feel like you should subscribe to a diet for that body type when it's just a classification.
Yeah, everybody's different, man.
And
I see one thing I see now because I didn't even know what it was. I looked up last week. And I watched a bunch of podcasts, and I'm in the thing, and one of the groups of guys that they're all like they all like former fighters and former NFL guys, and he's raving about the keto, like he's losing a bunch of weight on the keto. Then like one guy then the whole vegan thing, and then you got the dudes who just eat meat only. It's like one thing. It seems like people are not grasping. Like, dude, everybody, even though we're all human, we all breathe the same air, we bleed, got different blood types. Everybody is slightly different depending on what you've been around.
I tell you about the dieting. So the keto.
Yeah.
So the keto, veganism, all that stuff, all those intermittent fasting, all these things, they will help you lose weight. They're good diets, but they're diets. I don't like using the word diet because the moment you hear diet,
it seems like
it's not sustainable.
Right.
It's not.
It's like you're just doing it to get this result.
If now for sport, for us, if I gotta drop a certain amount of pounds in a certain amount of time, I'm going keto. I know that's gonna help me do it. If being a vegan, that's different. Being a vegan, that's a life choice. That's not about dieting. If you became a vegan as a part of a diet, good luck. It's not going to work.
But the vegans are trying to get the guys that are like good physiques and and they're saying they're straight vegan or whatever, and they're using like even the Diaz brothers, they're vegan. And they're just kind of scrawny or whatever guys, but they got endurances. Their endurance is up. So it seems like vegan people are trying to take the best examples of athletes out there. I'm like, dude, they're doing some other stuff too, man.
I'll tell you right now. So when it comes to veganism, right? Vegan. So you would suspect vegan to be the like epitome of health because it's no meat, it's all that, so natural stuff, right? But at the end of the day, you're not going to get the amount of protein you need to take in unless you're taking outside stuff, chemicals, how you want to look at it. And on top of it, the only real benefit I feel like getting rid of meat out of your diet will give you, your body, will be to give it inflammation. It's a natural what I'm talking about? It's a natural basically knocks down inflammation. Anti-inflammatory. There we go. It's a natural anti-inflammatory. So in your body, if you have certain things that are inflamed, like I said earlier, patellotendinitis or patellotendinosis, if your body's inflamed, you're gonna burn out faster. When you work out, you start feeling that burn faster. The lactic acid, you'll feel more lactic acid faster. Too much inflammation might hinder your range of motion. So if you went what was that documentary on Netflix? The one that everybody saw and was like vegan for like a day. What the health? What the health? What the health? Those people in there. Oh, I've been a vegan for like a month and my back got better. I sleep better. I this that. It's
mine.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, it's really just because your body, all the information in your body went away. You probably start drinking more water, and water. I'll tell you right now. You want to see a result in your body?
That's something bad. Man, I feel like that dude in the crowd that been at the church, man. Like, this dude talking about me, man.
I'll tell you right now. Honestly, you want to see a change in your body. I'm looking at the camera. You want to see a change in your body with doing nothing at all? Take 30 days and drink nothing but water. Nothing but water. No alcohol, no soda, no juice, no Gatorade. 30 days, nothing but water. You're gonna sleep better.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, you're gonna sleep better. You're gonna feel better. You're gonna move better. You're gonna feel lighter. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm just water.
See, I'm one of the guys, man. I don't drink. I rarely. I mean, unless sometimes you go out, you might have one, but I rarely drink. I don't buy soda, but I buy and I know I know it's not good, but it's that mineral thing. I buy like a lot of the 100%. Like the juice or whatever.
Yeah. That's sugar. Might as well get a soda.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Sugar.
I'll be honest. I just said that in my water, right? And I was good. First of all, in the States, I was phenomenal, right? Yeah. Back home, but I'm Caribbean too. I'm Bajan, right? So anything with melon, trigger for me, right? I even if I don't know it, I gotta know. I gotta try it, right? When I came out here and I noticed they had melon soda.
Oh yeah,
bruh. Yeah. I was like, what is my? And mind you, when I told you when I came out here,
they got all types of stuff.
Exactly.
Man.
When I came out here, and it's good too. It's like it's
smelling,
bro. It's like it's not. It don't seem like artificial. It's not. Don't high corn fructose.
They nail it, man.
It's Fanta. Fanta got melon. What?
Yeah.
So they got me on that one. So I'm not gonna lie. I don't drink soda.
But you got.
I just drink melon soda every now and then. Just a little bit. Melon soda is life out here. But not food out here is just better, like you said earlier. Like 7-Eleven, Lawson is not like it is back in the States.
It's different, man.
Even like I hate to say it, and I don't condone it, but McDonald's, bro, like
it's different.
I didn't eat McDonald's in the States whatsoever. My first month here, I found myself going to McDonald's at least once a week. Yeah, like this is you gotta.
Yeah, they number one is like the picture is what it looks like. Number two is like dudes get mad. Like I found it was weird, man. You knew it was like you watch those documentaries like people. Like, the gut biome, and like you just like I want to have those fries at Checkers or whatever. And I remember one time, man, I went there with the kids like the meals or whatever, so we go there probably like once a month. And then one time I ordered something, man, I got something. I get a medium fry, because I'm healthy. Okay, so but a large fry here is a small anyway.
So
I get the fry, right. And I'm like, you get finished, in the States you got the fries at the bottom of the bag. Nothing's at the bottom of the bag. It's all nothing. It's like, man, come on, man.
The fries are always because they on point. The
large is like about that tall.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, the proportion. And I went back October 2000, about a year and a half ago. I had to go back to the States to take my test, my driver's license test, because I was gone and it expired. And I went, man. I was gone. I've been gone for 10 years. I ain't go to the States for 10 years. And I went to Detroit, and I went to Charlie's, and she gave me a large, man. It's like this big, and it tastes like syrup. Huge. I threw it away.
You couldn't take it?
I drunk it, and I just got a water, man. That was the first time in my life I've ever. So before I came to Japan, I was drinking that probably at some point. And then like everything was bigger, man. Everything was like I've been here so long, man. I got
accustomed to the portion sizes.
Some stuff tastes weird when I first got here, like the Aquarius.
Okay.
It's like a sports drink, but there's like it's like when we played football. I was like, man, why does this Gatorade taste nasty? She's like, because it ain't no sugar in it. It's just like the electrolytes. Uh-huh. So it was like very watered down. It tastes sour.
There's I know you're saying because there's this apple juice out here. I don't know the name of it. I don't know, but it has like a bear on it.
Cool.
Yeah, bruh.
Yeah.
It tastes like
smooth.
I'm like, is this water?
It's smooth, man.
It's like apple flavored water, bro. Yeah. I'm like, it's funny. I can see how you can get tripped up out here. I'm like, yo, man, it's not apple juice, but it is apple juice.
Yeah, man. That's
it's
why.
Good, man.
And one thing I didn't know, if you go to Lawson's, like if it's the picture of the fruit and it's not cut open, that's artificial. If it's cut open, showing you like the inside, it's 100% concentrate.
Oh.
So I did the challenge, man. I bought like some regular orange juice, and you could taste like that tang taste.
Okay.
And then you buy like the orange juice in a carton where it's open. Mm-hmm. That's 100%. So like
fresh.
So like that's like weird, man. And they do that stuff like that. They have very little. I mean, you could definitely. I mean, there's definitely some heavy set Japanese that are not sumo. Because those dudes are different.
Yeah.
Sumo guys are actually, people don't realize they're in good shape. They're just big. Mm-hmm. But they got, you can see the stop motion. You can see the dudes like when all the fat moves that way. You can see his arm.
You see it.
Yeah. So they're ripped underneath for that, and they're big for a purpose. But yeah, man, it's like it's easy to be healthy like off base here.
It is.
Yeah.
My biggest issue so far being here, bro, is again we go back to the carb.
Yeah.
And I want to say this: carbs not a bad thing. People give carbs a bad rap.
Right.
Carbs are bad if you're lazy, right?
Right.
But still, man, ramen, bro.
Yeah. That's a lot.
I can't stay away from it, bro.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it just because like you've been here for 10 years, right? So did it go away? Like,
no, I don't. I go to the Thunder barbecue, the barbecue ramen at Thunder, man. I get the extra barbecue, so it's like 8 slices of it. I posted a picture last week, and I had like 200 people mad at me because they all left Masawa.
It's got to be spicy too.
But my thing
gotta be spicy.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm not into. It has to be lean.
Okay.
Like I don't like the marble. I don't like the. I mean, you beat it. A pork chop or something, whatever, and it got like a little sliver of fat on it, or a steak, or a nice steak with like a little piece of fat, a trim of fat on the outside. That's fine, but like when I go to eat the ramen, man, the deal breaker for me is if the meat is if it's too like marble fat, I don't like it.
Yeah, too. I
like the thick cuts of meat. So, and also I think the one I like the bowl I would prefer if the bowl's like huge, man.
Yeah.
If it was like a little bit smaller, because I never eat it all.
I demolish it.
Oh yeah,
all of it. Matter of fact, when I run out of noodles, I get upset. I started getting because you can get the large size.
Yeah.
I started getting a large size just so I don't run out of noodles.
Oh yeah,
just so I can have something to throw away.
And pasta is classified under, it's like what, more carbs and
pasta's carbs.
Because I was told when I was in high school, I don't know if it's correct or not, but I was we asked the coach, like, well, honestly, we didn't eat much. We was like, if you do eat something, eat like pasta, spaghetti the night before.
So the thing about that is, so now we're talking about your macros, right?
Yeah.
What they're utilized for. So carbs is your body's main source, or the first source of energy, I should say. If you ever did like a triathlon or a marathon or some type of event like that, your coaches are going to tell you to carb up the night before. Or to be more specific, let's say you make a workout program, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say in your program, on Monday you're going to do heavy lifting. I'm going to do heavy squats Monday. Sunday night, you might want to have, I'm not going to say carb up, but you might want to have, if you're keeping track of your diet, if you're somebody who eats, like, let's say 1 cup of rice a night, that night before you might want to have a cup and a half, maybe 2 cups, because you're gonna need that extra energy for the squats the next day. So carbs is going to be the first thing your body utilizes for energy. So if you know you're going to be exerting a lot of energy the day before, you want to have a lot of carbs in your body to get through.
And rice, like, as far as because I mean, again, it's rice with everything.
Yeah, rice.
So like what is your take on the because mainly here everything is white rice. Mm-hmm. So like, far as types of rice, the brown rice, wild rice.
I don't subscribe to that whole brown. So when it comes to changing, when people go, I'm white bread, wheat bread, brown rice, white rice. Yeah, exactly. I'm laughing because I used to say that. I said, hey, you gotta get racist with your food.
Yeah.
Stay with everything white. Stay away from white bread. Stay with white rice. No mayonnaise.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, for the average person, you don't need it. Yeah. Like, unless you're going on stage. If you're that person who needs to have your caloric intake to the precise, actual, down to the macro, and you're about to go shred it on stage,
right?
That's the people who need to eat the rice cakes and the brown rice and the worst thing in the world, whole wheat pasta. I hate whole wheat pasta.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that don't even feel right to me. Like you turns, but anyways, so yeah, unless you're going on stage, you have a purpose to lose this weight, like a medical condition. It doesn't matter. Just if you're gonna eat white rice. Just be portion size. That's the thing about it. People don't have portion control.
And that's what I told her, man, because one thing is they see her mom and her, they see my size, and I'm actually, believe it or not, man, I'm not I eat for only energy. Like I don't, like, I mean, there's some things, I mean, I enjoy like something, steak is, I don't know if you've been eating nice steak, but you can get like 600 grams of steak. Like, you can get whatever size you want. The more bigger it is, so I go to
talk to you about that off the camera.
I'll take you down there. I'll take you down there, man, and show you that. But yeah, that's I go down there. So steak, I'm big on that because I was taught they don't understand that everybody is she don't know that everybody's a different type. So like she'll try to put like this big plate of rice. I'm like, dude, cut that in half.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
And
they put it on for aesthetics.
They get mad. She get mad at me. I'm like, I'm not gonna eat it. So I'm gonna fucking play around in it, and then like it's gonna be. And I'm like, I don't even want to disrespect it. Just take half of that off, put it back in the pot, make it for the kids. The little rice ball next day.
And if I want more, I always get more.
Yeah.
So the thing about I always tell people the quick cheat to portion sizes, right? For anybody type, I don't care who you are. The hand trick, you know the hand trick, right?
Yeah.
Full size, half size, that's it, bro. If I put my hand on my plate, if I got my rice covers that, I'm golden. My meat portion, my rest portion, whatever, I'm golden. I have gotten to the point where, like, so right now, where I'm at right now, your boy Elliot, right?
Yeah.
So I met Elliot because when I first got here, before I came out here, I was about to start getting back into fighting.
Right.
So I was about to do some amateur tournaments back home. I was about to get back with some smokers. I was about to do some smokers. Right. But we came out here, so I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll come out here. Well, the first thing I do when I came out here, I'm like, yo, I gotta find. I'm a competitive dude by nature. So after a while, I need something to compete in, right? So I went to Elliot. Everybody told me Elliot's the boxing guy, and I looked him up. I found that he was like on the boxing commission for Japan. Yeah. So I'm like, if anybody know about boxing out here, it could be him. So I went to him. And I asked him, I said, hey, yo, you know, can I tell my story? I'm from New York. Right now, as we stand, I'm probably like 215 right now. But my fight weight is probably like 195. So I'll go to 195. And I said, hey, bro, like, basically, like, tell me about the boxing scene out here. Like, is there anywhere I can box out here? Is there anything like that? He looked at me. He looked me up and down like this and said, yeah, man, not for you. I'm like, what you mean? And he said, nah, man. He said, how much you weigh? I said, I didn't tell him how much. I said, I'll get down to 195. He said, nah, man. The dudes out here your size, they wrestling, they doing jiu-jitsu. He said, the boxers out here, they're like 150, 140. Small, man. They small. He said, you're not gonna be able to fight out here like that. He said, maybe in Tokyo. Because
the only guys that do, they got the mostly the guys who are doing mostly kickboxing. It's called pancrase. And then again MMA. Yeah. So that's the only guys because that's I mean I'm gonna have Elliot on, man. That's why I knew you knew of him and everything, and that's why I was like I asked him the same thing. He's like, yeah, same thing. He was like, nah, you.
You're not
even gonna find any good training partners.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it. So now I'm like, oh man, it kind of crushed my dreams a little bit. So not gonna lie, for like a good 4 months after that, because this is when I first got here. For like a good 4 months, I was like, damn man, I feel lost now. Like I have nothing to compete in. So actually, I made the decision. Like I want to say 3 months ago, I made the decision to start training now for a body competition. So the one thing I told myself I'll never do. Yeah. Imagine what I'm doing.
Because even your picture, man, when you got the car, like, man, he's bigger than that picture.
Yeah. So that picture. That picture was taken 4 months before I came here.
Okay.
I was and not for nothing. I don't want to sound soft, but that picture was taken when my girl had went away to boot camp. So it was that 3 month.
Yeah.
I was a little hurt, a little depressed. You know, working out all day, every day. I wasn't eating good. But so I ain't gonna lie. I went from like 205. In that picture, I was probably like 190. That's my fight weight. And then when I got here, of course, I took that month off and I was eating good.
Yeah.
I probably gained like 15 pounds of straight happy, relaxed weight. So now I gotta flip that over. And then on top of it, like I said, since I can't box and I can't do my normal regimen out here, I just go in the gym every day and I'm lifting heavy. I started taking my lifting more seriously. Like I went from lifting 315 for 5. Now I'm up more towards 405 for 5, doing 315 for 10. So yeah, it's that. So I decided now I'm going to try to do a body competition. So now, yes, I have to buy the brown rice.
Right.
I have to eat the wheat bread and stuff like that because now I have a purpose, and my purpose is to make sure I got a certain amount. Right. The last time I did math, I could only take in 2,800 calories. No, I'm lying to you. 26. Sorry. I can take in 2,600 calories a day to reach the body type I'm trying to go for because I'm going to compete next December because they have body competitions. Well, for the one I know about, I got to do more research about it, but the body competitions I know about all happen like November, December. I'm not ready now. Okay. Next year I'll be on point.
Your wife, Nate, do you? I just thrown on. Do you know a Booker?
Yeah. So Booker is one of the first dudes I met in the gym. Because like I said, I don't like working out in groups, but I do believe you want to have a gym buddy who's on your level. Booker was one of the first dudes. I heard him because I heard him. He was in there just spitting, like rapping to whatever beat he was listening to. And he was lifting pretty heavy. He's a big dude, man.
Yeah, he's tall.
He's tall. He's big. And the first conversation I had with him, I was like, yo, man, you tall. And then he was telling me about the way he moves. And I was like, yo, man, I'm impressed just because of your height. I'm like, that's not an easy feat for squatting and deadlifting at your height. It's not easy, bro.
Right, because everything's long.
Yeah, he's long. So, but he I think he told me he wanted to do a body competition. So I might link up Booker. I might link up with you.
Yeah, I'll drop shout out to Booker. He's one of my best customers here. So
yeah, I might have to hit up Booker to get that body competition thing going. Talk about dieting. But he's actually fun thing about. I saw Booker the other day. They had some type of bazaar. And he was there. And I told him they're actually having a powerlifting competition on the base. On base, having a power lift, and I was about to do it. So I'm like, yo, I'm about to do this power lift because I'm competitive. I want to do something, right? I'm like, yo, this in my mind, I'm a little cocky. I'm like, it's gonna be easy. Yeah. So I told Booker, I said, yo, Booker, I'm about to do it. And he gave a look like, you gonna do it? I said, yeah. He gave a look like, all right,
Cali,
I'm going to the gym tonight. So I told Booker I got some information about it from him, and I trained hard for that thing for like 2 days. Down to my wife, baby, I'm about to do a body competition. The powerlifting competition. She goes, when is it? December 15th. We're not going to be here. We're going back to the States in December for her best friend's wedding. And I'm like,
When you gonna tell me about that?
No, I knew. Stop getting me mad. But I just it didn't click. It didn't click at the time. So I won't be doing this powerlifting competition. But next time I will. I'll definitely in there next time.
Yeah, but that's dope, man. I'm probably have Booker here too, man. But yeah, that's man. It's just for the body types and everything. It's just so many there's so many factors and different things a lot of people they don't take into consideration when they're trying to get in shape. And I was one of those guys when I had the again when I was growing up, Ronnie Coleman and all these guys were on a magazine. That dude's nuts on the magazines, and so I used to buy the magazines to see their and now that I know what I know, they just I do this, man. They don't do that.
No,
and also the whatever they hold in their hand, they taking some other stuff that's off that's off the shelf
marketing.
And they know it. So it's I just do the thing, and I had the magazine. I'm like, all right, man, 15 sets of this. Then I learned later on, man, your reps and everything, I would do heavier weight and heavy weight, low reps, all that stuff, man. And that's where for me I can do a medium amount of weight for a long time, and then it was getting different results. One thing I know when I was lifting, man, my triceps grow a lot faster than my biceps. So then there's dude, how do you get your arms big? I'm like, dude, a lot of people neglect their triceps and they just work by. You see everybody in there just all day. And what about the overhead or the dips or something like that? And they do that, and that volume, because it's just I don't know, man. My body just took to it. Everybody neglects legs for the most part.
Yeah, man. So
you
unless
see guys in there like this,
unless you're fit, you're trying to get a certain type of result. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, most guys we call it the armadillo workout. The armadillo workout is all the workouts that pull you in interiorly, right? These are your biceps curls, your anything for your chest, 1,000 crunches. Neglecting your back, they might do some lat pull downs, but not really.
Right.
And honestly, not really. Honestly, if you do want to do, I say not really because again, going back to form, right? People doing lat pull downs, and you look, and I have what's called the coach's eye. So I'm looking at them, I'm like, bro, that's all biceps and chest.
And they stop before they get like the muscle, like before you, I guess you call it. I heard you call it the crunch or whatever.
Contract.
Before you get it like fully down,
contract.
They stop like here.
The thing about and that's another thing. Here we go, the knowledge, right? The thing about when you do any kind of posterior workout, any kind of back workout, some muscles pump. They're active, right? Your biceps is an active muscle, it pumps. Your chest, active muscle, it pumps. Even your calf muscle is the only muscle in your back that acts like an active pumping muscle. We use it to walk all day. Your quads, they pump, but your lats, your scaps, your back, even the glutes. That's a big one. The glutes, these muscles, they don't pump. They contract, they squeeze. So if you want to make those muscles stronger, you want to make those get more volume, more aesthetically pleasing. It's not about the weight per se; it's about the tempo. So when I'm doing a lat pull down, it's not like a bicep curl where I'm trying to pump up the heaviest weight fast as possible. It's more about control. I much rather go to the gym, even though I could rack the lat pull down. You'll probably see me on lat pull down doing 80 pounds. Yeah, and that's just slow.
And I know people see you, man, at your physique and everything, and they expect a dude like Ronnie Coleman size to be just lifting the gym. Then you'll see like I can bench unsupported. I can just walk in there. Probably can't right at this moment, but I used to walk in there at 345 unsupported. Easy. And dudes were like, because the guy knew they had a buddy, two guys on the side, one in the middle, because the spotter in the middle can't pick up the weight. And I go in there and I'll do 345, and then like I'll do it 3 times to put it down. Then I'll just look around and they'll be like, they won't say nothing, but like a lot of guys, they don't realize, man, like you don't have to do like, you don't gotta lift the gym to get the results. You just gotta form, proper form. And then again, I'm not a physical trainer. I just happened to be around good guys when I was in the program, and they showed me how to do the stuff and everything, man.
But honestly, when it comes to proper, like getting the results you want, it's much more or less of the weight. It's called
controlling.
It's called different modalities, right? There's different modalities you can do. You can, and it's all about breaking down the muscle. You can break down the muscle by increasing the tension, which means increasing the weight. Right. But you also increase the time of the tension. Now we're talking about the tempo. You can increase the repetition, the volume of it. So instead of doing 10, I'm doing 15. You can you can minimize your rest periods. So there's other ways you can get the results you need, not just that's I call it the high school mentality. Yo, I'm gonna get big, I'm gonna lift big. Yeah. Nah, bro.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, I did too.
Some old school guys.
We all went to high school.
Old school dude named Johnny with a top Marine, always wore a weight belt every day and an Under Armour every day. Dude just retired. He retired 20 years Marine and then did another 20 years civilian. Yeah, hardcore. I can't throw him under the bus because I don't know his name. Yeah. But there's this guy. I don't know who you are. I think you know I'm talking about you though. He's every time I'm in, he's in the gym. I don't care what he's doing, bro. Yeah, he has on that damn weight belt, the belt, and it's funny to me. And not even is it a belt? It's the old school belt. So the old school belt, the weightlifting belt. The weightlifting belt is thick in the back. Yeah. And the old school one is thick in the back and thin in the front. Yeah. But time and research have shown that now if you're gonna use a weight belt, you want it to be consistently thick around the whole body to support your whole. So you don't really want the belt to be thin in the front because it doesn't because the weight belt support nothing.
The weight belt is supposed to support your. People think the weight belt is supposed to support your back when it's really supposed to be what's called the intrinsic girdle. It's supposed to support your core and keep the air inside your body so that you're less liable to like freak out or like bend from the wrong spot, right? And that's how it supports your back. People think that because of the way it's shaped, it supports my back so I don't go back too far. But anyways, you're only supposed to use a belt if you're pushing weight that is either like so we got our RPE, right? RPE means like the most amount of amount of effort you put in, right? So I always tell my clients from 1 to 10, how heavy was it? 1 means I can do this all day. 10 means this is the hardest thing I ever touched. Don't ever give it to me again, right? So between that, if you're using that scale, anything from an 8 to 10, that's when you use your belt. If it's a weight where it's like I can do 20 reps, there's no need for the belt. But dudes that wear the belt all day in the gym, that just is the belt hilarious to me. It's just funny to me. It's just
like speaking of that, man. Would you gloves or no gloves?
When it comes to lifting,
yeah.
Again, everything has its purpose. Yeah. I don't use gloves.
I don't like gloves, man.
Okay, so look,
I feel like I can't feel like I ain't been to the gym and like I say WishCon, but they're there for life, man.
Yeah, of course. So life. You don't. So I'll say this much: use no gloves as long as you can for as much as you can. Honestly, I'll tell you what. I have the same answer about equipment as I do about supplements. If you're going to use gloves, why? Tell me why. If you're going to use, you say you had creatine at 14.
Yeah.
If I'd have met you at 14, I'd be like, okay, it's cool. Oh no, if you want to use creatine,
I ain't know no better.
I'll be like, if you want, you can use it. I ask you all the time.
When it says 18 on the bottle.
Yeah, but just like how I asked you how'd you eat, and you tell me you ate good, I need to know. So if you say, hey, what kind of supplements do you use? Oh, I want to use supplements. I want to get the supplement. I'll be like, okay, cool. Why? Tell me why you use that supplement. Like if somebody say, I want to take some creatine, and I go, why? And they go, okay, I heard it. Done. You're already done. Oh, creatine is going to muscle bigger. Nah. Yeah. If I say, yo, man, why you going to take creatine? You go, well, I work out a lot, and I know my body secretes insulin. I know my body, I'm expending a lot of ATP, and I know creatine is going to give me more ATP. Yeah. So since I know I'm working out so heavy so much, I need more ATP. So the creatine, I'm going to take more ATP. I'll be like, yo, I'll go buy this shit for you. Yeah. But the gloves. So I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Gloves. First of all, not gloves. I use wrist wraps sometimes. Okay. You might see me use wrist wraps. There'll be two reasons I use wrist wraps. One, I'll use wrist wraps if when I was training for the powerlifting competition, if I'm going to be training and my grip is a factor.
Right.
So there's going to be some time, like if I'm doing powerlifting competition, your grip is just as important as the muscle. So if let's say I want to train my muscle, but I don't want to fatigue my grip for the competition, I'll use wrist wraps. Or on the flip side, again, competition reasons. If I want to do way more reps to make my muscle break down to where I know my hand can't handle it. Like let's say, and we all get there, like let's say you do pull-ups, right? A lot of people are not good at pull-ups, and it's not even their back that's weak. It's their grip. Their hands and their forearms give out before they even feel it in their back. Right. So like if I use wrist wraps, trust me, if I'm using wrist wraps, I'm doing 20 reps of something, whatever it is I'm touching. If I'm using wrist wraps on a deadlift, it's probably 4 or 5 plus. And I'm trying to do like 5 to 10 reps. I'm not trying to fatigue my grip. Other than that, chalk. Yes, I'm using chalk. I'm not. I don't need the gloves. I don't want to use the gloves, but it's a necessary evil sometimes.
My reason I started I remember when I went kind of back and forth, man. When I go back and like as soon as you go, I mean, even though like I ain't lift really in a while. As soon as you start lifting, man, they just get rough and they kind of like they open up. Then like my wife was like, man, I don't like when you touch me with your callus.
Nah,
hands.
That's not a reason. It's not legitimate. Fellas, if your girl don't like your hands, say girls man hands. Yeah. Don't use gloves. That's it. Yeah, go home and rub like scrub it over something. You'll be all right. But
man,
that's not a valid reason to use.
Yeah, no, that's what I was like. Nah, I was like, I'm like sorry, but I'll try to like rub them off or something like that. But I got to work out, man. You know one thing too, like shit, I because the grappling, you can't nails and I can't open that can. You gotta open it for me because I ain't got no nails. Then work on the cars too, man. Like you get all that dirt and stuff under the nails. So I mean, I just hit it with a brush. Yeah, you don't want that. So, but yeah, man, your wife says she does the music. Does she train it all? With you?
Actually, my wife is just as impressive as I am. Because we actually met. We both were trainers at an Equinox in the city. So we both met as trainers. We got together when we were trainers. My wife, she not only has as much credentials as I have, she also does massage therapy. She's a masseuse, so she does massage therapy. She got a massage license, so that's good to have at home.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, my wife knows more about the body than I do. Like I know how the body moves, the function and the functionality the body have. And if you're getting ready for a competition or an event, I know exactly how you should train those muscle groups up to that date, right? How what other muscle? Let's say you want to get a stronger squat. Not only can I train with the squat, I can teach you the other workouts you should be doing to help assist that squat get better, right? My wife can tell you the scientific name of the muscle and why it's your back is hurting because your psoas, your iliac crest is tight, your quadratus lumborum is short on the left side. I'm like, baby,
Yeah.
They don't know what that is. Yeah. Lower back, baby.
Yeah, lower back.
Lower back. Yeah. Your QL.
She call out the actual spinal
She'd be like,
cord.
are you feeling pain medially or laterally? I'm like, baby, it's close to the thighs. It's inside. It's in groin. It's just get that.
Yeah.
But my wife, she's like that.
I'm a tight groin guy, man. I got the.
You gotta stretch that out, man.
Stretch those out, man.
Gotta stretch that out.
I pulled a few of those. Yeah, man.
Oh, fun fact. A lot of time people are tight and they have limited range of motion. You know what the main enemy is?
What's that?
Your sleep.
Yep.
You're asleep. A lot of time people are like, yo, my lower back hurt. For all my people out there who like to sleep on their stomach, like me, you're going to have lower back pain. It's just going to happen. I know people who have shoulder pain. I'll be like, yo, you sleep on your side? And it's funny because one of the cool things about being a trainer also and knowing the body so well is when you meet some of these people and you tell them about themselves before they say anything. Yeah. I met a guy the other day. And I was like, yo, man, so what kind of injuries do you have? Or what he said, I don't know, we were doing shoulder press, and he was like, yo, my right shoulder's hurting. He said, that's weird, cause it's normally my left shoulder, but now my right shoulder, it feels funny. And then I'm like, you sleep on your side, don't you? Yeah.
Well, the reason I can't do it, I got it. I can't. Of course, like for me, my injuries in Iraq, I can't like land. That's just my wife. I'm like, dude, you shouldn't, because it's like you just sleep like that and your body just kind of bends that way. Yeah. So I can't, for me, because I mean I'm not a bodybuilder, but my back is bigger than average, so it makes that from my back shoulder blade, it makes that curve. Mm-hmm. And then I mean, I got we got the black dude, so we got like a little ass or whatever.
Yeah, bro.
So so like it's like this, and your ass, and then you make that curve, so I can feel it, and that arch, man. So I sleep on my side because that's the only one that doesn't. When I wake up in the morning, I don't have the pain, and like you said, man, my part of my Iraq thing is we worked at night, so like for example, I went to Saitama last week. I went Saitama back in one day. Okay. So, I mean, I drove down there, and then I came back, worked on the car, went from there to Fukushima and back.
See, again, I'm from New York. I don't like driving more than 2 hours.
Yeah. So I don't sleep. That's what I'm saying. I don't sleep.
That's my problem, because, like, being from New York, I've been on trains my whole life, and the motion makes me sleepy. Yeah. So, I don't. So, So, like, if I'm driving for 2 hours, even if I'm fully rested, after, like, an hour and change, I'm like... just that motion. So I don't, man. If I got to drive more than 2 hours, I need a partner in the car. I need somebody.
Yeah, man. That's like true, man. Because I started. Are you familiar with the CBD oils?
CBD oils? Yeah.
I just started. I'm about to be a dealer for one company that just got approved in Japan. And I started taking it. I always watch the guys online talk about it, and this one has 0 THC. Mm-hmm. I got a hemp bomb. I got a vape for it. Yeah, man. I thought it was like, man. I mean, I know it's you probably placebo, but man, I had a lot of inflammation in my turf toe and my lower back. I started taking that within the 2 weeks, man. Like it was. I mean, my back was killing me, my lower back, and I started taking that. I heard that. I mean, I don't take a lot of medicine. I know a lot of stuff out there is placebo, but I started taking that, man, and like I noticed my joint inflammation has been down. Yeah. Elbow, like everything.
I haven't looked into like the case studies and the research on CBD oils, but I've heard a lot of people that said
the results, man, is just not. I mean, I'm I'm like, man, I don't. Because my wife would swallow a pill and then like, oh, I'm good. I'm like, dude, it ain't even in your stomach yet. Like it's like Japanese medicine is weak. Yeah. Like they just like, all right, it's like just enough in there to make you feel okay, but their medicine is weak compared to like over the counter stuff in the BX. Basically, is stronger than what they give you from behind the counter. Jeez.
I don't take medicine either, so any medicine messed me up.
I don't do drowsy.
I barely take aspirin. I won't take nothing. Robitussin. If I'm really sick, Robitussin. That's it. If I pull out that Robitussin, I'm about to die.
I remember the Tussin, and when I grew up, we had the thick pink stuff, whatever that was called back in the day.
Pepto-Bismol?
No, not Pepto-Bismol, man. It's like the medicine that universal medicine everybody in the hood took.
The pink stuff. It was like in a brown clear bottle.
Yeah, it was a brown clear bottle, and it tastes like it was like kind of like it had that bubblegum flavor.
It tastes good though, right? Yeah, I know you're talking about. I look forward to taking that one.
I don't even know if that was like.
Nah, for me it was Robitussin or Buckley's.
Oh yeah, Buckley's.
If you're sick, Robitussin. If you're about to die, Buckley's. That's what it was, man. But so when it comes to, I don't really take medicine. I do take. So going back to supplements, I do take for my multivitamins. I take multivitamins every day.
Okay.
And
what brand?
So my multivitamins are, I don't really necessarily go for brand. I go for, so Animal Pack. I take an Animal Pack. So my Animal Pack is like 10 pills in that pack. So I take that one pack. Along with my Animal Pack, I take a regular GMC men's like multivitamin. I take turmeric, which is another like anti-inflammatory type of supplement. I take 2 different glucosamines for the joints and stuff like that. And because I got long, beautiful dreads, I take collagen. Okay. I take collagen. Collagen is also good for the joints.
Man,
but
a lot of people like. I mean, even I know the benefits of it, man. But like I had like it's like that. This like it's so much discipline, man. It's like the food, the work, the actual working out, and then like the stuff like that.
Yeah, bro.
Like it's like being disciplined. Because I got 2 bottles of expired like malt. I mean, they've been open and they have been used, and once you open it, you gotta consume them in that.
It's the same thing as what we talked about with the martial arts earlier. You gotta do it so much to
it's normal.
It takes 6 to 8 weeks to make anything you do in a habit. So
even the CBD, when I was now is a habit. I take it when you first wake up. When you take it when you go to before you about to go to sleep. And I've noticed, man, when I wake up in the morning, I used to wake up every morning with back pain every morning because I got 80%. 80% VA.
Okay.
I got 80% VA. I mean, so I'm getting compensated for it, because of the gear and jumping out of the trucks. But the CBD oil, and then it's like, of course, the diet is not bad. It's just, again, I don't eat enough. I don't get enough calories for what amount of energy I'm using. But that CBD oil, man, is
You ever take MCT oils?
I haven't.
That's another thing I highly recommend. I put in my diet. Actually, I'm still in New York.
I'm gonna wash this like 5 times before I put it up.
Yeah, so I still I'm a hard New Yorker, so I still drink my coffee.
Okay.
My wife made fun of that. She says, "You drink your coffee?"
Your coffee.
Like, yeah, I drink my coffee. Leave me alone. I'm like, how am I supposed to say it's coffee?
It's good.
But yeah, I drink coffee every day, and I put MCT oil in my coffee. MCT oil is actually if you do the ketogenic diet, MCT oil is like life.
Okay.
MCT oil it for me. It gives me, not only is it regular, it's good for diuretic reasons. Like it makes me, it's high fiber, makes me poop all the time.
Yeah.
But the mental clarity I get, the cognitive results from the effects of it, it just, honestly, when I have MCT oil, it's almost like a natural. I want to go write a novel after that. I'll take MCT oil and I'm ready to write an essay type of thing. It's energy, but it's not like I want to get up and go work out energy. It's more like, yo, I want to.
You're not
I want to go do something. Yeah, I want to go write I want to think. I want to write something. It's that kind of, but that clarity allows me to focus throughout everything else for the day. So I say that. So if you woke up in the morning and you took MCT oil, anything you can do positive for the day, I promise you're gonna do it, because it's just gonna put you in that mindset. Like, yo, I gotta be productive. Yeah, I gotta do this.
That's actually speaking of the oil. Like I said, they got it's oil, and I actually thought it was like, all right, they're all the same. But it's like the one I got right now. I took the basic one first. And it had like a weird taste to it the first time, and then the one I'm taking now is called a Creator, and one is called a Healer. Healer, you take that's like and I didn't know like there's different blends where like this one like relaxes you to sleep. The Creator one is like you want to get going, and I was doing taxes, and like normally I'm not. I actually at high school, I failed algebra, and I had to go to the remedial for that. In college, I actually dropped out because I failed. I couldn't pass 1-on-1
math,
and then like math is like. Then it's like seeing this stuff, and then I started taking that, man. Like I did my taxes, 6 months worth of taxes in like an hour and a half, like this, like and I had to calculate. I didn't miss a single
miss a beat. You ain't have to hit delete. You ain't have to clear.
And I got all these numbers. I'm like, man, please don't mess up. I'm like adding all these lines up and everything, doing the taxes, and it's like, man, it's like the it's that, and it's stuff works, man, because you got the guys which I don't touch who just they feel like they got to drink a Red Bull or Monster every day.
Yeah, nah. So I was that guy actually too. Fun story. I first I didn't like coffee.
Yeah.
I was that dude because I used to teach. When I was dancing, I used to teach dance at 18. I had a job at like a after school and a summer program, and I used to teach kids like dance basically. And you wake up first thing in the morning, you got to deal with these kids. I used to drink 12. I used to drink before 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You know those big 20-ounce Red Bulls, the one that had the NASCAR signature on it. I used to drink 3 of those before 12, bro. Be wired, bro. Yeah. And because I hated coffee. And then when I was about 22, I was on my own. I was personal training and a bartender. I would bartend from like, let's say 6 p.m. to about 2 in the morning. And then I had my first client at 5 or 6. So I wake up. I sometimes I don't even go home because my house, the bar that I worked at was across the street from the gym I worked at.
Okay.
My house was like an hour and a half away. So sometimes I'll do the bartending, finish work, go out with my coworkers drinking just to stay up, and then go back to work and train people at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then one of my coworkers saw me just literally train like this. Knocked out, right? He said, yo, man.
You get crashed.
Yeah. He said, yo, man, I'm going to get you a coffee. I said, nah, I'm good. I don't need a coffee. I don't like coffee. He looked at me and said, I'm going to get you a coffee.
Yeah.
My man went to Starbucks. I'll never forget this. He got me a venti ice black coffee with 3 shots of espresso, bro. For somebody who never had coffee before, I took one sip of that and I could just feel everything. It was like a spider sense, bro. I was like, oh. I started skipping around.
Does it make coffee? It means like the caffeine and the caffeine that's inside of it, or that's giving you like the energy and everything, man. So I've taken I've done some of those drives, man, where I'll work in the shop 12, 13 hours, and I'll take that drive down to Yokohama. And I'm like, man, I don't normally do it, man. I start grabbing like the little energy things. Yeah. And it gives you like that. For those, they're kind of dangerous. They give you like that hour and a half of like cool, and then you just crash hard, man.
Yeah, I don't really crash with coffee. Yeah. I used to crash with Red Bull. I used to have this thing where one Red Bull get me all right. The second one had me wired. The third Red Bull just bring me down. Yeah. And that's why I did it. that was my 18-year-old logic right there. I'm going to have this one get me going. This was my second half, and I need one more just to calm down.
Yeah, man. So I know you've seen the dudes too much of anything is bad. Yeah. And the guys were like just killing them, and like the dudes like having like one of my guys, he got med boarded because he was having heart palpitations because of he was drinking so many
monsters.
And like it was kind of like cool and everything. Everybody would make fun, and they know this guy every time you see him, he had a monster in his hand, but he was drinking so many, man, that it
heart palpitations?
It was a chemical imbalance or something like that.
Yeah, the thing is, if that monster is big in the gaming world, right? Yeah. So if you're a gamer, you take that, you stay up all night, right? But that stuff,
you can't save. Like you can't save. It's like, well, take that back. Online ain't no saving.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a bit of a gamer.
Like I identify with that. I can't pause this. I can't like.
Yo, my people need me. Yeah. My clan, they need me, yo. But still. So when you take that stuff, what's the name of that? It starts with a T.
Well, whatever. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that stuff in there. That basically, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it speeds up your heart rate to a degree. So if you're not utilizing that, it will give you heart palpitations. I forgot what it's called.
I know Tarang. It's like Tarang.
Tareen. Someone else.
Yeah, it's like T something. I know.
Tareen.
Yeah, it's like about 13 letters.
Yeah, it's Taurine something.
Yeah. Because somebody in the comments gonna put it down like,
Taurine. Yeah. But nah, man. So I try to stay away from any drinks. I drink coffee once a day because I just habit. Honestly, at this point, I drink coffee just because I like to have something hot in my hand first thing in the morning. And when it comes to supplements, I take supplements, but only because, like I said, I'm on the road to doing a body competition, right? If I wasn't trying to do a body competition, and I take my supplements knowing what I'm taking them for, I know I don't feel like going to the gym. I don't like being in the gym. No one really likes being in the gym. Even me who goes to the gym all day, when I get there, I'm there. It's a purpose.
It's in and out, man.
Yeah, and on top of not like going to the gym, there's days where I'm tired and I don't want to go to the gym. So if I take a pre-workout, that means I didn't sleep or I'm tired or I'm pushing myself to this workout. If I take creatine, I'm taking creatine because I went heavier than I thought I was gonna go for that day. I had one plan on my head to go in there and lift 315. I wanted doing 405. Now I need the extra. I wasted extra energy. Right. Now I need to put back those ATPs to build the muscle. Right. I take fish oils all day. BCAAs is probably the most used supplement that no one knows what it does. Right. And basically all BCAAs are what's called branched amino acids. They're smaller molecules of protein. So let's say you want to get a good workout in, and before or after your workout, you either didn't eat enough before the workout or you can't get the food right after your workout. Those little branched amino acids, they're easier digestible protein molecules, right? So like I said, when you work out, your body goes through 3 stages. Your body burns out the carbs, it burns out the fat, and then it starts to digest the protein. When your body digests the protein, it rebuilds the muscle. Okay. So but if I ate a piece of chicken, that chicken has to get broken down before I can get to those protein molecules to break that down. So in order to break it down faster, you have the BCAAs, right? But yeah, I might take BCAAs every now and then, but just know this: there's no supplement that you can't get out of your food that you need to take like shortcut.
That's the key word, supplement, man. Even my wife, she started taking the supplements because it's a new thing in Japan, and I actually did. I mean, all my kids are healthy. I got 3. The first son, she didn't take. She ate the food. They had a little chart which you got to get. So it was like you got to get this, you got to eat this, you got to eat that, which pretty much just our same pyramid flipped upside downwards. And then then the second son, she was taken from before he was born. Right after she found out she was pregnant, she started popping the supplements, and then he's 1, and he's thicker than a 3-year-old. Okay, like he's big, he's physically bigger, and he's 1 year old, man. And the 3-year-old, he's growing up, so I mean he's stretching out now. So of course the baby fat's going away, but you pick them both up, and the 1-year-old feels like
more dense, like dense, so solid.
Yeah, man, he already got like the cuts, and his back is already like I could tell, and he's already picked the
runner lifter.
He picked the 3-year-old, like picked him up, like it was a small pickup, but he physically picked him up and put him back down, and he's already like they fighting together and stuff, and the 3-year-old is like getting already rolled on. So I'm gonna get him in. She wants to do like Japanese got this. And I love it here, man. I love the people, but they got that A, B, C. Like even when they sometimes when they train, like you said, when you train and you throwing or you fighting, you never throwing like, oh, I'm gonna throw the 1, and I'm gonna do this. You don't, because if you do that, somebody gonna knock you out.
I'm
you know what I mean? You gotta be able to put all it together, fluidly do it. So when I'm doing jiu-jitsu, whatever, you can see the guys that they'll be like step 1, step 2, like dude, you gotta move, you gotta do all that at once. And so they think like that, and they also do like this. Or they're gonna do swimming, they're gonna do piano. They already got it mapped. I'm like, nah. I'm like, my sons, they're gonna do jiu-jitsu. They're gonna learn they're gonna fight, number 1, because they're Gaijin half-breed. We call them half-food. And they get messed with a lot in school. Okay. And a lot of them commit suicide, actually. Wow. That's a big thing because most of them don't got dads, because the dad is
they travel.
They gone. They gone. Or they knock the chick up in the club and they PCS. Yeah. So a lot of those dudes, they're here. They got low self-esteems. They get picked on, and like I'm like, look, man, I'm not trying to make like some world beater bully kids, but they're gonna be able to handle themselves, because I can't be there all the time. Yeah. You can't be there all the time. So I'm like, they're gonna do like this physical stuff, and then after they got energy to do that, they're gonna do that. Because I'm like, man, I'm not raising it. I'm not trying to have to go to teacher meetings, and then I got the other dad there, and he's scared to look at me because his son was, holding my kid down, step on this. I've seen all this stuff, man. I mean, the bullying, believe it or not, is big here. Bullying is big. A lot of the kids commit suicide just before school starts. Wow. Like they don't talk. Japan they're good about but they don't even with like the typhoon that happened, the earthquake. Yeah, they talk about it for a week and then they bury it. So they're good at burying it, but they suppress it, but it's still there. So that's why, like, when I'll ask you about that in a second, man. How have you generally felt, being a black guy here in Japan? Like, other than they see guys all the time. Well, but have you felt any like?
For me, I was making jokes about it before I got out here, right? Cause I was like, yo, man, and I didn't meet my boys. Yo, bro, you go to Japan, bro. You're a big black dude with dreads. You can fight. You gonna go out there. Ain't nobody gonna mess with you. But and I'll be honest, I haven't really like ventured too far out yet. Yeah. Like I said, I think the furthest I went was comfortable. I went to either Shimoda Mall. I went to the Hachinohe Fish Market. That's where I got the most. I went to Hachinohe Fish Market, and I just get the looks. Okay. I get and I honestly I think it's more on my hair.
We're gonna hit up the steak joint together, man.
I think it was more on my hair. So like I was actually trying to go to I wanted to go to Tokyo. Oh yeah. Around now for Halloween. Like I know Japan.
It's crazy. It's crazy for Halloween. That one night is like it's like when they just act out of character, man. It's crazy down there.
Yeah. So I wanted to try to go, and I heard Halloween is like a month-long event for them. Yeah. So I was gonna try to get to Tokyo like around now, but then they just had that typhoon or something like that. What's
coming again?
It's coming. So I ain't going nowhere. Coming. I'm chilling. But
the 20th is gonna be 2.
But I'm looking forward to going out there as a black man in Japan and really seeing what kind of reactions I'm gonna get. But as far as I know I'm not worried about the bullying factor about it. But
no, that's for kids.
Yeah, I understand that. But no, but even that, because I heard stories. Because I heard if you go like to certain parts of what was it, Shibuya? You get there's like some. There's Nigerians out there who mess with you.
That's what they say yesterday. Yeah.
And then because they're gonna look at me and know I'm not from them, so they might mess with me. And I heard and I made jokes like, "Yo, man, them Nigerians come to me, I'm take him out. You know what I mean? But they say you don't want to do that because then they work with the Yakuzas.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, and then me again, me, I'm like, what Yakuza gonna do to me? I can take at least 5 of them. You know what I mean? But she's like, yo, you don't mess with Yakuzas. Yakuzas, they got the police in their pocket. I'm like, all right, you know what?
Well, that they don't carry guns because the guns are highly legal here, but they all have like blades and stuff like that. So they're slicers and dicers.
Yeah.
Some of the guys found out the hard way down. Even because Masawa, they're everywhere. Yeah. So Masawa, people think, this is Boondocks or whatever, and then they don't come out until they have to come out, and normally is when it's too late at that point. So some guys have got like sliced up down here, like disrespecting guys or like leaning on somebody's car, and they're like, if you see a 7 or 8 on the license plates, they're almost always or 9. Really? Yeah, that's their indication. So when there's no other reason to have that unless they're posers. They're trying to be like the wannabe gangsters. If they're 7, 8, or like a 9 on there in the last row, they're almost always associated because like the 7s or like this area and the 8s or this area or whatever. So the and then like and then also like you got the regular Japanese guys, like the ones that look at the ground, and you got the ones that they walk like
in your
Americans.
face.
They look the ones that make eye contact and they look kind of like us. As far as you can kind of feel that aura. Yeah. You know what I mean? We've been around situations again where you can kind of tell how people are, man. And it's like, I mean, I'm not doing anything to make them, because they want to not, they make their business as Americans, so they don't want trouble. Okay. But if you got some guys, they think, I'm from Chicago, I'm from Compton, I'm from this place, and I'm like, dude, wherever we're from, we are the minority here. Yeah. Man. So you disappear. And if some guy that was here, he was a contractor, he went down from Chicago, and I even kind of had words with the guy, man. Well, the guy kind of was like, we're all here making beats, and the dude's like kind of trying to blow guys off. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I ain't talked to him, said whatever I said to him, and then like dude, they found a dude hanging from a tree. The Nigerian, the Yakuza don't do the dirty work. Okay. They pay the Nigerian guys. Nigerian guys hung him, and then they took off, went back, and then come back, and then nobody never solved. So he was basically selling drugs. He was selling drugs on the. They told him, they warned him, I think 3 times, and then last time they took him over to the park and hung him from a tree. Crazy. And this is in Japan.
And my mom like, they do that here? They about that like. Yeah. So yeah, man. I'm still looking forward to going down there. I know. I know to be on my P's and Q's.
Yeah, I know that. The thing is, I didn't know, and the guys, I went down there the first time. You just don't. If you even say no, they just feel like the conversation started. So you just keep walking, and then they'll find the next dude right behind. They'll try like, hey man, come to my club, come to my club. They'll move. They'll keep going. But as soon as I said no, and then no, he was like, nah, man, come on, man, you should. And then they start, and they were like hanging back, laughing at me. They said, yeah, dude, just keep walking, man. Like, it's not even like about being a bitch or anything like that. Just keep walking, because if you give them any type of engagement, they're gonna try to
start conversation, try to wheel you in.
Yeah, and they try to get you in there, and then and it's gonna be funny, man, because they'll look at you. Well, you got the dreads, so they know most of those guys got like the regular fade or whatever. They'll other people there that are tourists, they look at you like, and they don't want to look at you because they think you're
one of them.
Yeah, I'm like, nah, man. I'm not one of those dudes. I'm
about to wear me a Yankee jersey out
there. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit. It's different tones of blackness.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I got Yankee jerseys with Tim's on from New York.
But yeah, man. It's Shibuya is cool. Tokyo is cool. Actually, that girl, on the top right, the one with the little the cornrows. Yeah, that's my girl Misawa. She's a pro fighter down there, and I went to that fight, but I couldn't find a parking space because I had a big ass truck. Okay. So she won a championship belt and everything. She's she jiu-jitsu technician, boxer, and everything.
I don't know because I don't think I subscribe to it, but I think because I'm here, I don't know my IP address, but I be getting a lot of promo for the one championship.
Yeah, one championship. The one championship is right there with UFC, man. Like a lot of the guys are going because they got one championship is the one that they everybody, if you're 155, you're 155. They don't allow you to be 170 and cut down. Okay. Because they do that test. Okay. So one championship started that, and a lot of the UFC guys, they've that were really good, but kind of like this one guy named Demetrius Johnson was really good. Yeah. Really good. He was undefeated for like 5-6 years, but he didn't have and he was a gamer, and he didn't have like that. He was always respectful. He didn't talk trash. Okay. And they wanted that Conor McGregor. type
Yeah,
stuff.
they need that personality.
So that's the biggest thing now. I don't know if you follow, man, but everybody's trying to talk trash. Some guys are horrible at it.
Gotta sell a fight.
Yeah,
that whole Don King thing.
He didn't really, and he was 100, and they were like the 125 pounds. So like, you know what I mean, it's heavyweight, and then like, you know what I mean, the light heavyweight, and then everybody else kind of there is like, okay, 155 is like where we cut off from like people who consider like a real threat. But the dude was like, now he's over here. Basically, he's over here in Japan,
ripping it,
doing that. And then so all the guys. So one championship is starting up, and then she actually Deep Jules was like a little bit under there, so she went to she did our first fight for I think one. So she's moving up, and it's crazy. We train together now. She's like, you know, she's up there and doing that stuff, man. Like it's, you know, she had to leave here because she was beating everybody here. So everybody, that's the biggest thing. Everybody and all the best of whatever. Tokyo's pretty much the best of the best for whatever you do.
Okay.
Artists, hip hop, music. Everybody gotta leave. You gotta leave where you from, and you got everybody goes.
Tokyo.
Yeah. So Tokyo's kind of like Hollywood.
Okay.
Kind of is, you know, when you go down there and do that. I personally like being up here because I don't like the traffic, and it's cool to go there because you can feel that energy in the air, man. It's gonna feel just like, you haven't been there before. You never been?
Yeah, never been to Tokyo.
Dude, they modeled it after Times Square. The same like, you know, the little triangle you got right there, and they model it. They copy Times Square verbatim, man.
Okay,
it's
I feel at home then.
the same billboards, the same at nighttime. That same vibe, man. Same vibe. You got the cabs, you got the people walking, you got so many people that you just shoulder bump, and it's just a thing.
All right.
Yeah, so when you go there the first time, you're like, man, this is Times Square. Same everything. They just stole it, man. So you know what I mean, they got this. So again, man, I like it here. I'm on visa. So
okay.
I got my permanent for 5. Well, I'm on a 5-year now. My first was 3, and I've applied for permanent. So
because you got the business now. So.
Yeah. So I mean, in the permanent, well, you know, I've been doing everything here. I've been doing out of pocket.
Okay.
So the permanent, well, I did a few tests. I got like a couple loans that I paid back, so I got approved for those. But the permanent will allow me to get like the big, because I was kind of, I was like, I'll do everything out of pocket. But to be honest, do everything out of pocket to get like to that level would take like 10 years versus getting that loan. Yeah. And that's just part of the, I was like, I don't want to be in debt, and I was like, dude, business is debt. America's in debt. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Word. Like business, and once I start reading more books, he was like, man, that's part of it. You pay. You get in debt to get more money to pay that debt off to get more to get to the higher.
Eventually, you got to operate in the red for a minute.
Exactly.
And that's what
I'm at. And you probably the first person to ever said that here, other than me. I've been in 3 years in, but I've already upgraded to a bigger shop in 3 years. So I mean, I've already
and honestly, you was probably operating in the red. Got a shop, went a little more in the red, but the shop is going to potentially get you into the black.
Already, man. It's already just being here physically. I've already got a new group of people with eyes on, and they come in here. Then my lot's expanded, so I can offer more stuff and everything. And then, not that I'm trying, because I got, the guys on base is a school, and then I'm actually a student at Paraestra, which is a kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, MMA school in Hatchinoi, but I don't got time to go there. So they kind of, I'm not going to open up a school here, but they've already kind of like, I'm like, nah, dude.
When you first reached out to me, and I looked at some of your videos, and I found out you did the shop and everything. I'm like, yes, not only impressive, but my question to you as a shop owner here, and eventually I know you're gonna get to that level. What's gonna happen when you need to get to the level? Eventually you're gonna have to hire some people. Yeah, you're gonna have to get some help. Yeah, how do you think that would work out here? Like, as far as the language barrier, have you thought about that? Like, if you have to get somebody to help you with the language barrier?
Well, my wife's Japanese, so she does. But that's a which like the question, to answer your question, I'm definitely going to hire somebody, but it's going to be to the point where I can hire somebody and know that, everything, once you get to that point where it's solid, which I'm building that base now, I just don't want to hire somebody and give them scraps because they're not going to work for scraps. So I'd rather just struggle and do it myself. It's done right. And my bit, I'm also reservation only. Okay. So I don't do walk-ins. I don't do walk-ins at all. Guys come here and I'm like, I'll give them about 5 minutes max. I'll give them 5 minutes max. And then after that point, whatever you can't do, we got to schedule a meeting. And then it's reservation based only. So all the jobs, I don't do oil changes. Okay. I'm building engines, I'm building transmissions, I'm building
customized.
Yeah, I'm doing big stuff. So I'll tell guys, number one, oil change, you can go get that quicker. Like the quickest I can get to you for oil change would be 3 weeks. You can get that done 80 times at Yellow Hat and cheaper. So
you're not gonna fix my Honda Fit.
Yeah, I mean, I do like. I mean, if it's like going towards modification, but most of my base is modifying. Okay. So it's just for general stuff. I mean, I can get parts and do all that stuff and everything, but general car is like I said, stand discipline. It was hard not to take those jobs because I needed the money, but I knew if I started doing that, I started doing those. I would do a van here and a van that people would see it and they would talk about the service. And
the more you get into it, it's going to be. So as a trainer, but before I got here, when I was doing personal training, because I also had a personal training business back home in New York. And when you first become a trainer, especially, it's a service you're giving, right? And even more so a training than cars, because cars, people know they need their car fixed. But with personal training, it's most people, it's either a luxury or an option, right?
And that's what I'm in a luxury part because what I'm doing is I'm modifying. Yeah. So I'm like building the car up to the point. It's just like weightlifting. Like you don't have to be that big, but you know what I mean. If you buy the stuff and you put in the time, you're gonna get bigger. These guys are doing. They're modifying. So I don't do general because most of the general people just need a car to go from here to there. Exactly. The guys I'm working with are. Their cars from here to there plus more.
And now they in that circle, people who's plus more, so now I gotta be more than him.
Exactly. So that's a Booker. Booker was like, because Booker, he was like, his car, he's like, oh man. I was like, well, his car makes about 4. He's like, oh, I gotta do something about that.
Like, I didn't know Booker was into cars like that.
Yeah. He drives a Toyota Mark II. Okay. GX90. So like that's how we met and everything. And then I'm like, man, this dude. One thing is like I'm 5'11". It was like, man, it's like the dude. And then I didn't know. Because he had a uniform on, and then like we started talking, and we added each other. Then I start seeing his videos. I'm like, this dude's. We talk about he played football and everything, and he's a Cali guy. Most Cali guys got that tall. Most Cali
dude, air, bro.
That tall.
It's the air, bro. We from the East Coast. We got that pollution.
Yeah,
small
so
places. They got palm trees and
but yeah, man, But yeah, man, it's definitely a thing, man. So I mean, but again, I can definitely hook you up with like parts and everything, parts and stuff like that.
Oh man, I don't know nothing about cars. I got a Honda Fit standard, most likely.
No, actually, believe it or not, your car actually is within because that Honda Fits are raced.
Oh really?
Yeah, they race those. Okay. The Honda Fits they use. So my thing is like I don't do minivans, I don't do stuff like that because those are not. I mean, people do it, but it's very rare. But actually, like I mean, like for the Honda Fit, I've done it for. Okay. I mean, most guys they'll do lowering springs or they'll do wheels, brakes, stuff like that. So I mean, that actually is within the realm of cars I work on. Ironically, but far as the like again, hiring people, like I definitely my wife, I say my staff is my kids because they're gonna definitely be in here. I just like being a reservation base allows me to operate one-on-one. A lot of the Japanese shops are one person. Okay. And the thing is, I don't do oil change. I'll do. I mean, there's no secret. I'll do like in a month. I'll do like shit. Actually, I got one coming up. One guy's got a car coming up. The stuff it'll be roughly about 1 week worth of work will net me $5K. Okay. You know what I mean? So like I don't do. You can do oil change, and you make like $500. Then I mean, so it was to be disciplined enough not to. Man, I'm gonna take that job. I'm gonna take a little fish. Take the fish. So it's like I had to kind of like push it away because now I was telling people they would pull up like I don't do that now. They do it for me. So if I would have started taking in those jobs, I would do a great job, and they would be impressed with it. And as a result, they'll start talking, and I'll get more people pulling up, and then it'll be like, well, are you performance or are you general? So there's general. I'm the only performance gaijin here. Okay. Only one. So there's a few guys out there that do like general stuff, and they get a lot of business but they're backed up. All those cars, those are actually mine. Those are my cars. And I got a few customer cars like that have been stored, but those are all mine. Customer cars are either in it by the door or inside. Okay. I don't keep customer cars here. Outside. Yeah, they get it's in and out, man. In and out. Engine pulls, oil pan change could be done in 2.5 days. Drop it off, pick it up, and that's my gimmick is speed. Speed. Because I mean, you probably dealt with a car shop before. You take it there and they're like, all right, we'll get on it. Like me, the car is not brought here until I got parts. Okay. Because I don't wait for parts, man. Because if you do that, that means that you don't know you, man. I can tell by the way you talk about the training stuff, and that's why I don't ever pretend to be one because you get found out real quick.
Yeah, word.
Yeah, you get found out real quick. You talk to a real trainer.
He sound kind of green. Yeah, kind of green, bro.
Yeah, man. But when you start talking and spitting the knowledge, it's like, man, I know when I do a clutch, I need this, and this. Like, there's no question about it, and I'm not even gonna let the customer like cheap out on the stuff. So, my turn times, there's that sometimes when you get a car in and something on that car is like a little bit different, and you got all right, man, I got to order this. So it's gonna be like a day and a half extra, but I get it quick.
Yeah.
But generally, in my 3 years, that's only happened about 4 times.
Okay.
And that's in the car world. That's, this is a normal thing for guys like, it's gonna be another day. It's gonna be, and that's because they didn't prepare for it.
And then once you see that car, it won't happen again because now you know.
Yeah. And I've been doing this 20 years now. So it's crazy. I've been doing this since '99. Right out the gate, I got with luckily older dudes, so I didn't make a lot of mistakes. I did, of course, when I learned up and I got on my own, I did some stuff. They said, yeah, don't do that. But I got with older guys who were like 30s, and they were like, yeah, man, don't do that. Don't buy that. If you're gonna do this, if you're looking to build for this, same in the cars. Ironically, that's why I gravitate to cars. Are like kind of like building your body, man, because you need supporting mods. Okay. So if you're doing certain things, or you're doing this or doing this sport, if you're playing rugby, you're not going to be doing like calisthenics and stuff that's like kind of you playing water polo or something like that. Like it's the focus stuff. So when you're building a car, you either want to drag race, you want to drift, you want to do circuit. Those are all different builds. So you can't take a drag car and
you're not gonna have an all around car.
Yeah. you can build like a middle car, but they don't do everything well. So if you want a straight drag car, suspension got to be straight drag. If you want a circuit car, you got to be able. It's going to be low with a lot of aero and stuff like that. If you want a drag car, you don't want the drag coefficient to be that high.
So
because
you being in these circles, is there really like an underground race thing out here? Like like only thing I know about is what Tokyo Drift for my life.
It's real.
That real out here?
It's real, but it up here, this particular area, it died off. Okay. When I first got here in 08, that last summer was actually the last of it, and then what they start doing, Massawa start building up. Before Massawa was a straight boondocks, man. Like a lot of these roads weren't here, so there was no cop presence there because there was nothing there to guard. Okay. So now I don't know if you notice the solar panels are popping up. That's a big thing now. So if you drive out, there's solar fields everywhere.
I have seen that actually.
So that now the solar fields, because they're high commodity, the cops are patrolling more. Okay. So where they used to be the drag races at is now solar panels. So you can't hang out there no more. So it used to be drags. The mountain drifting happens every day. That's a thing. That you go out there. You got to know where it is, and they'll check you too. So you can't just roll up in there. Yeah. So it's you don't. There's no Instagram. There's no cameras because every time a guy does that, people get popped. So there's no. I took my camera out there. Guys like, put that in the car. Don't bring it. And I was like, I want to show that. Don't bring it. If you want to be here, keep that in the car. And it's a respect thing or whatever. It's kind of like so. Tokyo Drift, where they went there, it's real. It's real, man. So, and you got that. And also, like I say, man, being from Baltimore, you develop that awareness of streets, the situation awareness, seeing the people around you and things like that. And just like things you do not do. So, hey, when I was walking home from school, I knew you don't walk through a crowd of dudes. Word. You don't do that. Word. Like same thing here. So a lot of guys get here and then they'll walk. Like they don't got that knowledge that, hey, man, it might be seen as being the bitch, but just cross the street.
Yeah, where I was from, but part of New York I was in, it was a big, I want to say blood, but it was they were called LB Pyru, all that, whatever else.
Spanish guys or
black dudes, but just I remember one day. Remember Nietzsche, the clothing brand Nietzsche?
I've heard of it.
And you might notice when they actually had this it was almost like back when velour was a big thing. They had like this outfit that was it almost looked like a race car outfit. Like it had that look to it, like almost like a.
That's probably more like some of the New York got tons of fashion, man. Yeah. So that's probably New York.
But it was a time where I had this blue and white Nietzsche outfit on, and I knew I couldn't walk down this one street wearing this blue and white. I just do it. I just do it. I couldn't. And then one day I said, "Yo, F it, I'm gonna do it." I walked like clockwork. Some dude ran up on me, and they just saw me from a good, I don't know how far, but when he ran up on me, he looked at me and he realized it was actually my boy Charlie. He chill, that's my boy. Yeah, man, walk around here like that.
Yeah. See, that was good, man. You looked out for
what you do? And thank God I play basketball. I'm like, yo, Charlie, what's the problem? Nah, man, you can walk around here like that. What you mean? He said, yo, all that blue. I'm like, you serious, bro? I looked at him, you serious? Yeah. Are you serious? Yo, get on my face. But again, like I'm not a competition person, but if it came, like I was ready.
Yeah.
But thank God.
When you back then, when you were you at that point where you starting to train?
So I start. So the funny thing is, I grew up in Queens when I was and I started training when I was 13. I started competing when I really started competing when I was 15, but a little bit at 14. So if you've never been to New York, Queens is probably the most diverse city in borough in New York, right? Most of my friends growing up were Jewish.
Okay.
Most of my friends in Queens growing up were Jewish, Spanish. I had some black friends. I had a little bit of everything. Then freshman year of high school, my mom and dad, they separate ways. Me and my mom moved to Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And it's like number of black people there. Straight hood.
That was a 180.
Yeah, 180. So and I remember that you can see that environment because I went from going to a school that was a melting pot to a school that was probably 98% black, and the other percent was like whatever other, right?
Hey, 1 second. We good. I can cut it out. That's your boot? That's my life.
Hey.
This put on the table. No, just put on the table. Yeah, you gonna go to Omari? Astra? Okay. Oh, that's your. No, I can cut.
Yeah. Edit. So I was around that time. I went to school, 98% black people, and the style was different, right? Like I'm still my Queens swag. In Queens, we were rocking the polo shirt and the Wallabies, right?
Oh yeah.
And in Brooklyn,
Clarks.
And the Clarks puppies. And Brooklyn, these dudes were rocking the ultra long jerseys with the Timbs. It just looked different, right? So at first, dudes try to pick on me a little bit because I was and not for nothing, girls liked me. Like they different. I was different. Yeah. It wasn't because I was pretty. It's because I was just different. It was like, yo, I had a different vibe about me, right? New
flavor, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, one dude actually tested me one day. He really tried to like mess with me one day, and it didn't escalate to anything. Right. But after that, I started going to my boxing gym right after school. And I was boxing in Queens, going to school in Brooklyn. So I was like an hour and a half train ride. So I would just bring my gloves on my book bag on the side. It would be hanging on the side of my bag. Yeah. After that, it was like bully repellent. Like
nobody walking around with gloves
no more, right?
Like,
so I would say from the age of like 15 to 18, I was good. Everybody knew, and then once people started talking to me and found out that I boxed, and actually. When I turned 16 and a half, 17, I actually had a what's called a junior's license, junior's boxer license, which means my hands are registered for juniors though. So people might hear like your hands are registered with weapons. When you're a professional fighter and your hands are registered with weapons, basically you can't do nothing. Right. You can't get into no altercation, no fight, no matter what. That's why you see a lot of
guys who have bodyguards. Like, why you got bodyguards? Because his bodyguard's protecting
him from going getting locked up.
Yeah.
As a junior boxing license works the same way, except for there's stipulation. Like I can fight. If you're a grown man, like if you're 21, I can fight you. I'm self-defense at that point. If I got in a fight in school, I get in trouble but if I had people, like if I had witnesses that say I tried de-escalated it, I didn't throw the first punch, I can kind of get around that. Right. But anyways, my boys, and just like that, as you said about the bodyguards, I had some of my friends were affiliated with some gangs, right? Yeah. And they just like trouble. So I had some from like, yo, old man, I got you, bro. Anything y'all got it, hit me up. I got you, man. You don't got to touch nobody. We already know you legit. I got you. Yo, good luck.
They sacrifice themselves.
Yo, you good, bro? You good, man? We with me right now. You with us? We good. You good? I'm like, all right. That's what's up. That's love. That's hood love, by the way. That's real hood love.
Like a Mobb Deep skit, man.
But yeah, I dealt with bullying tad bit until I started walking around with my equipment on. Then people like, let's not. And not for nothing, like I said, I was scrawny, but I never looked soft. You know what I mean? I always looked like I had that not even look like I had that face, like that aura, like, yo, really?
It's just a carrying. It's a carrying thing, man. It's a carrying. Like even here, my wife, she'll ask me, like, even when we go somewhere, man, like Japanese again, they're cool, man, but they're very judgmental. They're very two-faced. Okay. They will never like directly to you. They will never say anything, but like they'll make, I can understand. I speak a little bit Japanese, so I can understand things. So when I'll hear them, then I'll say like nani, and then when I say nani, they believe that I know everything they said. Mm-hmm. So they just freeze up or whatever. Then like they'll bow out or whatever. But like, one thing, man, is their bullying is never contested. Mm-hmm. So I make a habit of like doing that, man. So like I'll hear like, cause I got the mohawk or whatever, man, and then I walk out, then I'll hear like a little Snickers, and I'll just look at him, and then that'll cut it out, and that kind of in that moment, man, it teaches them like, man, everybody don't fuck around, man.
Yeah,
everybody don't mess around, because I know, like, I mean, you can tell when you walk in a room or walk somewhere and you people like snickering or whatever, it's more than likely is directed towards you or whatever, and it's like I'm like, I ain't looking for trouble, but it's like you ain't gonna make fun of me.
I ain't running from it either.
Yeah. So it's like, I'll do that, and then she's like, well, you should probably smile some more, and it's like again, I'll be like, is this normal face, and then when somebody engages, then I'll talk, but like normally, like when it's just like the resting mode, it's like the resting bitch face or whatever. Yeah. It's kind of
like I am smiling.
Yeah, I ain't trying. Yeah, man. So like, she's like, you gotta smile more and all that stuff and everything. And then when I go out and they see it, then they'll like, we out drifting or whatever. Initially they'll stay away, and then after they see you drive and know you drive good, then they'll see you interacting with other people. Then they feel comfortable and they'll come towards you. But
okay,
I mean, it's cool here. One thing I will say here is the size of the guys. One thing I thought everybody was gonna be short in there is these tall Japanese guys. That was a myth. And then actually a lot of them, mostly all Japanese train in judo, because they high school. Okay. Even Yakuza guys they're forced to train martial arts because it's like a thing they got to do. So most of the guys, they're a compact frame, but they're strong, man. Because I'm like, man, this dude, little Japanese guy. Then next thing I know, I'm looking at the ceiling because he threw me. He's throwing. I'm 200 pounds, but the leverage, they mastered and that's the whole jiu-jitsu thing was all made by a guy that was like this big, but he was throwing like sailors.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Man. Same thing with actually like Wing Chun. Wing Chun was actually invented by a female.
Oh yeah.
And it was the whole point of Wing Chun was art to use the other opponent's force against them. Right. So jiu-jitsu, I'm not surprised.
It's the same thing.
Because
you see a lot of dudes, man. A lot of movies, and even I've done it like back. I remember back in the day, man, because I was bigger, and I mean, I've only as far as I've been in a few like matches and things like that. Mostly like a loose sparring jiu-jitsu, like pancake style. So nobody really threw anything, and they kind of threw feints to like which kind of set up a takedown. So I never been in any actual amateur fights, like actual recorded ones, other than like street fights. I've been in a few street fights, but it's like the thing about it, man. Everybody thinks they can until they be in that situation. And like then you see like a guy's biggest mistake that I learned now not to do is bigger guys. They always do that lunge, like the lunge to like try to grab somebody.
The hip. And the lunge to the hip.
Yeah, even just try to like this. They'll just you'll see a guy a bigger dude that don't know how to fight. They always look to grab the guy that's probably smaller than them. And you just see the guy step to the side under uppercut side.
I get this a lot. One question I get a lot with people I train after a while. Like I train some people in boxing, and they're always curious because as a coach and a boxer, no one's really seen me fight, right? So they always ask me, how would you handle this situation, or in the street, how's it work in the street, or how do if you get to a problem in the street, how do you handle it? And I tell them straight up, like honestly, to a degree, real recognize real, right? There's certain things I can tell about somebody.
Stance.
The moment they stand, right? So I look at their stance, and then I tell them at first I see to get into their stance. There's a certain boxing stance I can look for. Yeah. There's if I see
a guy go like this, like he's definitely
if I see a dude if I see a dude get into a good stance with nice wide hands, I'm like, okay, probably gonna kick at me. And I said, and then I'm still not. That's me still trying not to fight, right? But if it got to the point where hands are gonna be thrown, and we both know this, I'll fake a jab. I'll fake a jab to see reaction. And that first reaction gonna tell me everything. So I tell them if I fake a jab and a dude don't blink, I might have a long night. Right. If I fake a jab and he kind of like does all this extra stuff, it's gonna be cake. Like it's gonna be cake. Yeah. If I fake a jab and I see the dude kind of like lift his knee up, damn, you know what I mean? It's gonna be, but then I also can tell what's gonna happen from how I'm gonna react to this fight. If I throw a jab and a dude lift his knee up, obviously he has some training in the lower legs. I'm gonna keep my distance to a degree. If I see if I fake a jab and I see the guy don't blink with his hands up, he probably a brawler, a boxer. I'll probably go to toe to toe. So there's certain things you'll start to learn about people when it comes to that style of fighting or style of fighting in general, just by
it's even physical, like you brought that up because it's weird, man. I spent 3 years in Iraq, man. So the training every time I had to go there, so we had to part of the course to go in there, you have to be able to in a couple seconds scan somebody, height, weight, size. There's a dude over there in a towel, whatever, it's 300 meters, whatever. So like those skills don't go away. Then when I start training, it's like you see when you go in those circles. One thing one thing I don't have because I just the style. Some people, a lot of grapplers have the cauliflower ear, so you can see that. Then I could see like when I was at the Masawa festival, like there was one guy walking and it kind of I had on like a shirt. It was kind of like it was a V-neck tight fitting, and we both looked at each other. Never knew each other, but I could tell. I looked at his shins. I looked at his knuckles, and I seen some of his face. I could tell he was Muay Thai.
Okay.
And he kind of looked at me, and then he seen he could see like the. I had actually that day I had a wrap on my one of my pinkies or whatever, and I kind of like when I stood up and like as you stand up, you stand back like a defensive stance.
Yeah.
And like it was weird. It was a weird non-verbal. Like he kind of nodded at me and I nodded because I could tell he was a fighter and he kind of knew I did something.
Respects.
Yeah. So it's like and the thing about it, man. Again, like I said before, the guys who know what they can do to people, they're not looking to get into it because they know like, man, if I beat this dude to death, I'm going to jail.
Yeah.
Or
100%.
It's like you kind of stay away from.
Or like where we're from, sure. Like it's not jail. Jail is not even a factor for me when I was growing up. It was more like this will never end.
Yeah, because he's gonna come back.
Yeah, he's gonna I'm gonna beat him. He's gonna come back with his boys,
exactly.
or worse. I'm gonna beat him. He'll come back with something in his hand, or the very rare. I'll beat them. And we become friends. Like some of my best friendships start with a fight. Yeah. Like you fight them one day, next day, yo man, I ain't want to do that to you.
Yeah.
Now let's talk. You know what I mean? But where I'm from, like, yeah, man, you don't want to fight and a lot of times guys will try to fight you, knowing they can't fight.
Yeah.
But since they got an ego,
and they also other people around. Yeah,
they're in too deep now. It's like they started messing with you because they thought you wasn't gonna retaliate. They thought you're gonna back down. They thought they're gonna get the win. Just look, he's running.
Yeah.
But you don't. Now they got to go further, and it's like, bro, I'm really about this life. You're not. And if I used to, no bull. I used to be this dude back in school, especially, and for some reason, fights always break out in the summertime. Dudes start with me, I'm like, yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's too hot to talk. We either gonna fight or we not.
Yeah, all
what we
doing? Running around and like touching shoulders and all that.
Either we're gonna fight or we not. That is it. And then that shut down a lot of education. Be like, yo, all right, whatever, bro, get up out of here. I'm like, he don't want it.
I remember. Speaking of that, man, actually, it was I'm at my very last. There's been a while, man. It's like 6th grade or something like that. My very last like school, because at high school, man, we were all sports, so I never got into it with nobody. I had to restrain somebody before, but actually my last school fight, I lost, man. The guy, he was a lot smaller than me, and I did the same, like, cause I was bigger than him, and I was, like I said, I was growing and everything, and I could, man, now knowing what I know, like the way it was like he hit me with 4 shots, but it was like I could tell his dad or his uncle or somebody taught him how to, cause he was controlled. I came towards him, he just, I just remember that it was a lot of people that's kind of like, he slipped to the side. Hit me from the side, and then like he kind of like something like it was like an uppercut, and then like I just backed up. It's like that's when you get shocked or whatever. Snap. And then like I was like, all right. Then everybody's like, oh, and then I went in again, hit me again twice, bam, bam. Then I was like, and then right from that, I was like kind of praying for the teacher to come. It can't stop. Yeah, because I was losing. Like I had to bust the lip and everything. Yeah, he
was looking at you, waiting like.
Yeah, he was, and the dude, man, and it was funny. Right after that, the next day, like we talked, and then like we actually, man, like we became friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was like, well, this dude can fight.
That's how guys come from. So the difference between boys and girls, I would say not men and women, but boys and girls, boys fight and then become friends.
Yeah.
Girls become friends, then fight. And then become enemies. It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, man, that was weird. That was like, man, it's like, and even at that age, man, it's like you know your place in the thing about it. Again, it's like everybody thinks they watch all these kung fu theater stuff, and you're like, oh man, I could do that. I could do what Tony Jai does or Michael Jai White does.
Yeah,
who's a badass guy, and the dude's like, they don't know that dude's like a real life martial artist. Michael Jai White, like tons of degrees and all this stuff, trains every day. I mean, for the most part. I mean, this is this guy's life. So when you're seeing that shit on film, he's really doing it.
It's funny you bring up Michael Jai White because this is an example. This is how you know most people don't know what they're talking about, know how to fight. Michael Jai White went on a podcast. I don't know what it was. We went on a podcast one day, and he said that if it ever came down to it, like if it was possible, and he fought Bruce Lee, he can take Bruce Lee.
Was it the Logan Paul podcast?
I don't know what podcast it was. It might have been. Yeah. But I remember hearing that Michael Jai White said he could beat Bruce Lee. Yeah. And then in my mind, I'm like, duh. Yeah. Of course he can.
His side, they don't know how it does.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like, okay, yeah, Bruce Lee is the man. But first of all, you gotta understand, Bruce Lee was the man. But was he the man? Because
he never fought.
Yeah, like he was the man on screen, and we all know fighting on screen is a little different from fighting in real life. Like, but let's give him the credit. Let's say Bruce Lee is that dude. Well, then by that logic, Michael Jai White is also that dude. Yeah. He's been in just as many movies. He does just amazing. Amazing stuff. Right?
The difference is like they had that one video of Bruce Lee with him showing like doing some demo, which he had MMA gloves on, so they credited him to being the first guy because his style was like that. It kind of he mixed everything.
Mixed martial art. He mixed everything up.
And then Michael Jai, there's actual footage like of Joe Rogan for example, those two guys like beating the shit out of people in the competitions, like footage of Michael Jai White destroying people. In competition.
Yeah, and Michael Jai White got at least 80 pounds on Bruce. Bruce might not be able to hurt Michael Jai White.
And it's that. Like, I mean, again, not taking away. I mean, he was definitely, Bruce Lee was definitely in his regards, like ahead of his time and definitely a pioneer. But people don't realize that's why Floyd Mayweather doesn't. Mike Tyson on his podcast, the guy asked him, "Would you beat?" And the guy asked him, "Would he beat Bruce?" He's like, "Yeah, I would beat him, like straight up." And it's not trying to be cocky, but that's like saying, like Mike said on this thing. Mike was like, "So you saying Floyd would beat me right now?" It's like, dude, it's like, dude, Mike is still quick.
Yeah.
Mike is still quick.
You don't train that long and it goes away like that.
Mike, he got a podcast too. I don't know if you checked his called Hot
Boxing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had actually him and Holyfield just was on there the other day. He had because Mike is Mike, so he has his podcast just started, and he got who gonna say no to Mike?
Yeah, word.
Yeah. So Mike's had Carl Kanai and all types of people in there. So anyway, if you check out his, he talks and he's a totally different guy from like everybody how they knew him, but you could tell, man, no matter how you suppress it, they ask him a question that's in him. That drive and that when you're in a room of guys, like it's just primal, man. Like you're in a room of dudes. And I'll do it too, man. I was like, I could look at this guy like maybe he's a judo black. Why am I doing it? I'm out my kids. But it's like in a group of room of guys. Like Mike Tyson was a heavyweight champ. So odds are, if there's a room of guys with Mike Tyson in it, he's gonna stand up and destroy everybody.
Yeah,
because he just that speed, man. Like I seen a video of like a couple months ago, and his speed is just. For maybe slow down for pro guys that are doing it right now. They say he still knock guys.
So
out.
like you said, you talk about fast twitch muscles. He trained his fast twitch muscles to move in that way. So to him, the same way how somebody might think what's a common thing? Somebody might open a door. His opening door is a quick jab. You know what I'm saying? To us, to you, or like let's say somebody lift a weight, right? They do one bicep curl. He could probably punch somebody in the face 5 times
quickly. Yeah.
He could probably punch somebody in the face 5 times, and that's easier than picking up 20-pound bicep, 20-pound weight. He's trained that way.
I seen the guy. He was on a movie set, and he was showing the guy. So he did it slow motion. So he came cross, and he went like up. So he didn't. He's like, all right, well, I'm gonna do it fast. And it was so fast, man. The guy like didn't blink. And he just like came and he like and then he did that and he came back like, all right, that's how you do it. And it was like and then everybody
with control.
And there was it was the movie with the Donnie Yen guy. He was in it and he was fighting Donnie Yen or whatever.
Ip Man 3. Ip Man 3.
Ip Man, yeah. So it was that one. And he had a little scene in the bar and everything. So it's like those guys, man, it's like when you train that something that long, man, it's second nature. And you can't. No matter if you don't train, you just don't unlearn that stuff, man. You just pick it up.
You don't. Especially, you don't. Especially at the level he was doing it at, you don't. Yeah. It's called riding a bike. It's like riding a bike.
Speaking of him, man, a lot of guys, they're quick to discredit. Like, I mean, there was, saying like they were handpicking his people. Like, dude, it don't matter. Like, all those people he knocked out, they were still pro boxers.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't. Even though he knocked these guys out in spectacular fashion, these guys that he knocked out, they would knock out a lot of other guys because they're pro fighters and they just see him getting destroyed. They think they bad.
Another thing about that, when you are a champion, there is no picking your fights. Like, because you can argue somebody's got a title fight that don't deserve it because they picked his fights. But once you're the champion, you got to fight contenders. Right. So even if they pick your contender, you got this contender who's the best. This contender is good, and this contender is okay, but they're all contenders. Then you have your prospects, right? But even with the contenders, you can't judge who is better than the other because at the end of the day, styles make fights, right? There's a reason why Joe Frazier beat Ali and then got destroyed by George Foreman. But then Ali beat George Foreman. Right. It's styles, right?
So they call it in MMA. They call it MMA math. Yeah. It's like, because he beat dude. It don't matter because he beat that's two different fighters, two different styles, and like you said, styles make fights. It could be a guy that's flashy versus a boring guy, and it's going to be a cancel out, and it's going to be a boring. If you got two bangers like with Mazadon and Diaz coming up, everybody know that somebody's getting knocked out. They're just not going to the judges. It is not probably leaving the second round. Somebody's getting knocked out. They're gonna throw until somebody goes down. Then you got guys that they know they're just gonna grind them out. And they just gonna they call it wrestle fuck. Okay. So they just get on them and their wrestling is just so good and dominant that they're gonna hold you down and then wrestle you. And
see, when I watch that stuff, like again, I respect it. I just can't.
Yeah, I mean even MMA guys don't because they want to see a knockout. The MMA, UFC. And mixed martial arts is the modern day Roman Coliseum. They want to see blood. Yeah, they want to see blood, man.
Different animal. That's what I'm trying to say. Different animal. Like you could die in there. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why boxing matches are 12 rounds, and I think MMA is
because the gloves are like that much.
Yeah, the gloves are that much. The elbows and knees they all count. I think there's some rules like no downward elbow.
But they were saying even though the gloves are smaller, like it's only 5 minutes, and it's only it's three 5-minute rounds, and then it's 5-minute rounds. So the championship rounds, the over 12. I mean, they don't throw as many punches as boxers. Yeah, boxers' volume is way. Of course, that's why McGregor got tired.
Of course.
Even though that training, like Floyd was like, okay, well, we just getting warmed up.
Yeah, let's go. Floyd, Floyd, that wasn't even a sparring match.
We just getting warmed up, and he was his arms were like he couldn't keep his guard up and everything. Again, I've only done a couple of training, but I was like, man, I can just imagine his arms are on fire right now. Yeah, he got to keep up and everything, and then like you gotta protect and everything, man. So that's why it's people out there, man. You guys are there watching, man. It's like you see your stuff on TV. That's why if you're not I played up to Division I football, so I consider myself a above average athlete, and I walked into jiu-jitsu and like I've done pretty good there and everything. People don't they quick to criticize guys on their downfalls. I'm like, dude, even at the worst guy in UFC would destroy a room full of noners. Yeah, and even amateurs. 100%. It's like, and people don't see that, man. The worst pro boxer will destroy anybody in your gym. It's like these guys have been tested. They got over 100 amateur fights. They got before they turned pro, and people don't even look like. Well, I think was Mayweather pretty much undefeated amateur.
Actually, I don't know.
Because some guys will lose one or two. Amateur. Like Lomachenko was pretty much
Lomachenko was 200 fights undefeated.
Yeah,
200 fights amateur undefeated.
And then Ruiz, now that everybody know he beat Joshua. Even when I'm like this guy, I didn't know.
That was a shock to me.
I never knew Ruiz like nothing. And then overnight, he's on everybody's podcast. He's on and it's like, but Holyfield was like, dude, he sparred with him, and I was watching Holyfield and Riddick Bowe's show. I watch a lot of different stuff, man, while I'm in the garage. And Holyfield said he sparred with him when Holyfield was 40, and he said he was like, that was the point where Holyfield was like, I'm retired, because he said even though the dude was, you'd seen him, he was heavyweight, but he said his hands just came in volumes and so quick that he was like, this is a different level, and the speed is higher. So when I didn't really know Joshua is Joshua, he's a nice cat. And I was like, well, he's going to pretty much knock. And then when he knocked down the first time, like, all right, he got it. Yeah. And then after I start seeing his hands, I'm like, dude, I think Joshua's like kind of coming in reckless now. And then he clipped him.
And that was like the perfect storm. Yeah. Everything came together for him at that moment to get Joshua down.
Well, you see, Joshua, they said something happened to him. He was having a panic attack before it.
Okay.
And right before he walked out, and then he just, even when he got knocked down, like he got up and he was laughing. I'm like, that's not normal, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could see he wasn't there.
Okay.
Or like, and then like he was going to the corner, like, dude, what do I do? And they were like, they didn't train for him to.
They didn't expect that. They thought it was gonna be a breeze.
Yeah. So now they talking about, now he has the power. The second fight was coming up soon, and then I wanted Joshua to fight Wilder, and then like while everybody's talking about Wilder's wild, and he throws and he leaves 2 feet off the ground.
I don't like Wilder.
He's knocking dudes flat.
Yeah, he's lucky. He's knocking dudes out. I can't talk smack about Wilder. Wilder would destroy me all day.
Then they had
his Ortiz, style is just so.
Ortiz kind of.
I thought Ortiz was going to take that one.
So they're going to fight again soon.
Yeah, right? I thought Ortiz could have, and Ortiz probably could have. Ortiz had him until like the 5th, 6th round. But Wilder's just sloppy to me.
Yeah, even Atlas, Atlas, he can punch, but like he showed a video of at one point when Wilder was punching, both his feet were at the ground.
Yeah, he's just wild.
Yeah, he's just wild.
Yeah, it's Wilder, right? Yeah, I guess it makes sense now. Yeah, marketing. But he's just as a boxer, and let's talk about styles. When it comes to styles, I'm not a brawler. I'm more of I want to say I'm a tactician. I'm more of a pickpocketer myself, like a Mayweather. I pick my shots. I'm a counter fighter.
Right.
So all my punches are straight, clean, quick. Then you have brawlers, and I've met brawlers. Someone like Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez is a brawler, but he's a technical brawler he still is nice and clean and neat, but he's just gonna throw volume. De La Hoya also technical brawler. He's gonna throw like 9 punches at you, but they're gonna be clean and solid. Wilder, he's wild.
He's waiting for that kind of
like. There was one punch I thought was a slap. He just slapped the dude, right? Yeah. Wilder was like that, and another guy. We don't talk about him no more, but Timothy Bradley. Timothy Bradley was another like, yo, you just sloppy. It's just not. It doesn't look right. Like I got OCD, so certain things got to be in order to me. It's just it don't look. Something's off. It's like when you was a kid, and you had to write on a blue sleeve, and it wasn't perfect, and get out of here. No, Wilder is just sloppy.
So what do you think about? Because you're talking about because Fury, came back and everything, and then like he knocked him down, and he got back up and everything. So Fury, he's one of the ones where I heard his name, Tyson Fury, but then I actually watched him. The dude and he talks a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But then the dude like. He beat fucking Klitschko. He's
Klitschko.
Yeah, they were over
Klitschko,
the hill.
And honestly, I'll say so. Klitschko, not only was Klitschko like he's kind of like past his prime now. He's kind of old.
At that time, yeah.
People gave Klitschko and them like praise because they was knocking everybody out.
Well, you gotta understand at the time that it was that after Mike kind of went away, it was like that period where heavyweights was like
like I said, heavyweights stopped being a thing, and then it became more about more welterweights. It became more about the Zab Judahs, the Floyds, the Oscar De La Hoyas, the Mickey, the not Mickey Ward, who was I about? Mickey Ward, all those guys, right? But the Klitschko's, the reason why they were dominating is because they were like the LeBron James of boxing. Why are you almost 7 feet? Heavyweight boxing, like no, they beat everybody with jabs. Yeah, jabs. Distance. Just stay away from me. I don't want to fight. Stay away. And they had stiff jabs. It's just I never was impressed by the Klitschko's. They had it. They was the perfect champion at the perfect time when there was nothing going on. I don't think they would last a second.
Both brothers were heavyweights, right?
Yeah. I don't think they would last a second in the Tyson Holyfield ever. I don't think they definitely would have not lasted in the Ali Storm.
I don't know if you watched the video of they did a truncated from the 89 to 99, dude. Because it's like I grew up during most of those fights, man, and then like I missed some of them, and it's like that era, man. That 89 to 99. Like that was just like a mat for heavyweights. I mean, of course you got the Ali Frazier and all those guys.
Riddick Bowe, Tyson,
and then the drama, man. Like then Riddick Bowe like stepped away. He didn't want to fight this guy, and he stepped in, and then Tyson, Holyfield. They fought what? Holyfield bro fought 3 times or?
Oh, Holyfield who?
Riddick Bowe. They fought three times.
3. The
parachute guy was the second time.
So they had the third one. The first fight I ever saw when I was a little kid, my uncle. Was actually Tyson and Buster Douglas. Oh, yeah. That was the first fight I ever saw, and I was like, "Yo, he just got knocked out."
Yeah, she didn't know all before.
No, I knew that Tyson was the dude.
Yeah,
but then I'm looking, I'm like, "Yo, that's the dude."
Everybody, everybody's probably saying like, yeah, it's gonna be quick, and he's
I'm like,
what happened, man?
That's the dude. So I saw that fight. Then what really got me to watching boxing was I saw that fight. Then I saw Rocky 4.
Okay.
With Tommy Guns. Right.
And then I didn't know he was a real boxer.
Exactly. So I watched Rocky with Tommy Guns. Then I found out that he was a real boxer, and I'm like, "Oh, he's for real."
Yeah, I didn't find out.
So then I started watching it.
I
started watching his fights, and he was
killing it.
They people called him the White Tyson. Yeah. I'm like, what? Matter of fact, I think the movie The Great White Hope was kind of based off of him during that time.
And I think there was, I guess it was either he got sick or Mike got in trouble, but they were supposed to fight.
Well, yeah. What happened was, there was a few things actually happened. Tommy Morrison. That's name.
Did he say the HIV stuff or the AIDS or the?
Well, yeah, that too. First time. Well, they were gonna fight. Then he lost the fight.
That's right.
So he lost the fight, and that was his opportunity to fight Tyson.
That's right.
But then also Tyson lost to Holyfield. Mercer. Yeah, he lost to Mercer, and then I believe Tyson lost to Holyfield. So that fight, because it was one of those things that everybody thought Tyson was gonna beat Holyfield. Everybody thought Tommy was gonna beat Mercer. Mercer beat Tommy. Tyson beat Holyfield. That fight didn't happen. Right. Then later on, they said that Tommy kind of got depressed after that and started going like on downward spiral with drugs and stuff, and then that was the end of that. But that fight would have been great. Tyson would have took it, but it would have it would have been great.
Yeah, because Tommy had that aggression, man, but he always had the again, it's coming from a guy I just watched. But you could say he would leave himself open for.
Leave his hand down, drop his hands. His hands. I mean, Tyson was impregnable. His hands were always up.
Man, everybody talks. I mean, even him. It was great to see him and Atlas. Actually, they finally like bridged whatever. They talked and everything. Because Tyson, he's like a totally different guy now, relaxed and everything. And it's like, man, what would have happened, man? Number one, if Cuss didn't die. And then also, because after that happened, Don King came in.
And if Don King never came,
if he would have been. I think I don't think he would have lost to Douglas.
Yeah, no, hell no.
Yeah, I don't think. And Douglas, and then you hear Douglas because they make a story about him. Then that all his mom passed, all that stuff that led up to his. It's like everybody got their stuff going on, and that just Tyson was slipping enough, and Douglas was motivated.
Yeah, perfect storms, man. Perfect storms. Sometimes just perfect storms makes history.
That's where that math, man. It's like. That's why I like MMA, man, because like it's like you will feel that energy, like, dude, I think that guy's gonna win, and like and they do, and then they shock, and it's like MMA constantly has like in boxing, you guys kind of clear cut line like who's pretty much gonna win. You know what I mean? Has Lomachenko lost yet?
No.
Yeah, so he's just
no, he lost one fight ever, I believe. And that fight, it was like one of his first fights. In that fight he lost, the guy was more experienced, bigger than him. I think Lomachenko was probably like 19. Yeah. And I believe Lomachenko wasn't even supposed to fight that dude. It was more like a last minute thing. And he said, yo, at that time I was inexperienced. I'm not the guy I am now. I mean, he's been calling that guy out since. And
yeah. Because I know the Rigodo fight, he like that. It was him or he made somebody pretty much quit. Like they just didn't come out the corner. Because he just
could have been rigged out.
No, not rigged. It was Lomachenko made some dude. The dude was just so frustrated he couldn't get off on him that he didn't come out the corner. He just threw it like he quit on the stool. Like, cause I think Lomachenko.
See, the thing about Lomachenko is the reason he's frustrating. So again, this is about styles, and it's gonna be real tight in the boxing. Yeah. There's a defensive thing. There's something you can do defensively to where you just slip everybody's punches, right? So like if I'm here,
Matrix.
Right? Yeah, Matrix, right? So if I'm here, I can kind of like do it's like three things you gotta do to perform the move properly. But it's like a slip and a pivot. If I slip and pivot the right way, I'm gonna be on the side of you. That is almost unheard of to do while punching. Lomachenko learned, and I see how he does it. What he does is if he throws, and in order to set up this move, you got to have one shoulder down. So if you have one shoulder down, that gives you the momentum to switch shoulders and get to the side of somebody, right? He'll throw a punch and then land in that position. So it's like if he'll throw a punch, land, and then switch. Throw a punch, land, and switch. So it's like he's always gonna move around you, no matter what. Like after every punch, he's prepared. He doesn't stand like a fighter. He doesn't stand like this. He stands like this, and that allows him to get that quick switch around you, and that's why they deemed him the Matrix of boxing.
What weight is he at?
Lomachenko fights at like 140.
I remember the first time I see, because TV is hard to judge how big somebody really is, and the way I'm like, this dude, he looks like he's about a 180 or something. I was like, he's actually small.
Yeah. No.
I remember. They were. Somebody was saying. I think it was either. I think it was either leading up to Floyd or right after Floyd. Mm-hmm. He offered to come in to train because he's smaller than Floyd, right?
Yeah. He's like 140.
Yeah.
Floyd fights at 154 now.
Yeah.
I think Lomachenko was like 145, 147.
Lomachenko offered to come in and help Conor, and Conor turned him down. I'm like, dude, you should take that.
Yeah, you take that.
So he turned. I think Lomachenko, he's like soft spoken and everything. He don't really speak fully English. I think he was like saying something like, oh, whatever. But I'm like, dude, like he can in straight boxing, he would beat you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
100%.
Conor turned Lomachenko down because he said he's too small. I'm like, hey, bro.
That's what you want, though. You want somebody who's got the technical skills, but is not big enough to hurt you.
Bro, if he would have took, I think if he would have took because Conor, I think he did. He was actually before him. He did some boxing. That's why he kind of had a little bit of, and that's why he was winning a lot of his fights because he was just knocking people out
with his hand. Yeah.
So he was more. And the thing is, it's proven, man, that the guys who, I mean, outside of like when who was that? I think Mercer knocked out a dude. Which they it was like that boxer versus MMA thing. He knocked out the dude, Tim Sylvia, straight knocked him out. And then, but who's the other guy, man? Fuck, I forgot his name. He got Randy Couture beat him, man. I forgot his name anyway. But he came in and he thought he was gonna box and he got took down and just got like wrestle fucked, man. But yeah, man, it's like different styles and everything, and mix the fights and everything. And I'm really interested to see what's gonna happen with, because it seemed like the heavyweight is finally getting excited again. And then but the whole Ruiz he came in not taking. I mean, it's great that he won, but it was good to see that because they already kind of had everything picked out, and then he just ruined everybody's plans.
Yeah, and there was a lot of that going on back in the day.
Everybody's plans, man, and so of course Fury's like saying he's gonna fight him now, and then he's supposed to. Fury kind of got like his style is for his size, man. He got a weird style. For his size, he's really technical. It's a weird style.
I feel like, if you ever played
like
Punch Out. You ever played Punch Out?
Yeah.
To me, Tyson Fury is what's the King Bobo? The monkey dude. That's Tyson Fury to me. He's long, he's lanky. Nothing about him screams athletic.
Yeah.
But he's just surprisingly like good. His punches are not as sloppy as Wilder.
Yeah.
But it looks like he does no he's not technical at all. He's just powerful.
Yeah, because the fight after Wilder, he fought this guy, man, and he put on a clinic. He knocked the guy out. That was a TK. I think it was a TKO. And the guy was this one part when the guy started hitting Fury. Then I think Fury's back was against the rope. Then he like just switched, and then he just stood there. And he kind of was that one thing where Mike like dodged a guy like 6 shots, and then he just knocked him out. And it was Fury just kind of did that, and everybody started going wild, and he just like backed up, and it looks easy, but I know it ain't easy what he was doing, because he's another pro fighter that's throwing shots, trying to knock him out, and he just slipping, and just hit him.
See, that comes when you see boxers like slipping, you would think that they see them coming.
Yeah.
We don't see that coming.
Yeah.
So it goes back to rhythm and tempo. I have to learn how to match your rhythm. If I can match your tempo, and I can. And it's all left or right. It's like the Karate Kid. This right here, it's all left or right. So if I can match your tempo, match your timing, and then go left when you go right, I'm good. Cause now all I gotta do is whoop whoop whoop. Okay. And there's been so many times in real fights, like real competitions, that a guy missed me, and I felt the air break my face. I'm like, thank God that missed me, and I didn't see it coming. I just reacted. It's reflex that we have, right? Like I tell people all the time, like, and back home, in both you walk down the street and there'll be a dog in somebody's parking lot. You don't see it, but you hear him and it's scared the shit out of you. Yeah. Most people like jump like this, right? Yeah. My reflex when I get scared is this. That's my shoulder roll. I have in me, right? So like when I see somebody punching or I have a punch come at me, once I roll one, I'm just going with it. That's why in boxing, it's not as a fighter, you need to learn how to adapt and switch up tempos. That's why we have things like double jabs or hooking off your jab. That's why that's a weird one. Double. Yeah. That's why you gotta learn how to. Another thing Lomachenko is really good at. He'll throw a punch and he knows. If you ever see somebody fight, you see somebody throw a punch and the other person kind of just like doing all this crazy stuff, and he's just looking at him. Lomachenko does that. He'll just throw a punch and look at him.
Yeah.
and that shows mastery of a craft. That shows he knows.
That's crazy, man. The thing about, I know how hard it is. I know how hard it is to do what they do. And he makes it look like people like that. They just make it look like it's effortless. Like John Jones is one of those guys in MMA, and the boxing guys, man. They're just that to get to that level, man. That's just like a mastery fully of it. Mm-hmm. But still, as good as they look, they still train. They still go to other. Some I think now is open where you can train with other people. Because if you train with the same guys over and over and over, you learn everybody.
Yeah, you learn them. Not only do you learn them, and not only does it become easier,
you don't grow.
You don't grow,
yeah.
And like I said, style beat fight. So you can fight. You can find the best. I can fight. I can spar with Mayweather every day, and that's not gonna make me the best because I'm not gonna see Mayweather all the time in a ring. Right. I can fight Mayweather every day, and then run somebody like a Canelo Alvarez who's more of a brawler. I'm out of there. You know what I mean? So styles make fights, and I always feel like the best fight you want, as far as boxing is concerned, the best fight is a top-notch boxer versus a top-notch brawler. You want somebody to beat Mayweather, it's not gonna be a boxer. It's gonna be somebody who brawls. It's gonna be somebody who there's something called
don't let them relax.
Yeah, there's a style of boxing called Mexican style fighting. So Mexican style fighting is like that brawler style where you put your head down and they'll take all the hits that you give them, but they're going to give you one. They're going to walk through your punches.
Garcia is not really Mikey Garcia. Is
Mike Garcia, no, more like who's a good I can't even think of Mexican style fighter right now. It's been so long since I've seen one. Back in the day, you had Chavez. He's Mexican style fighter. Nowadays, I can't think of one. You had Roberto Durant, Mexican style fighter.
That era right there, Durant, Hagler, and Hearns. That was another. And then Sugar Ray.
Yeah,
that was a dope little.
Marvin Hagler was also
those
kind
four,
of
man. Those four was a dope. I was 83, but I'll go back. Which I think we go back and see stuff. It's like the dudes now. Even I don't know how it is with boxers coming up now, but it seems like kids, man, dudes who are like 23 and under, their mind is just forward. And they got Google and all this stuff that we didn't have coming up. You can easily go back and I like watching documentaries. I'm big into Roman.
Me too. I'm big in documentaries.
I'm big into the Roman era. Like I always I watched Gladiators and Spartacus, and I always like, man, it would be cool to live in a time. I actually wouldn't because there's no medicine.
Yeah, no. Oh no, man. I don't know. Actually, they probably smelled all right because they use oils.
Yeah, it's like that's my favorite. The Roman that time period and everything. But it seemed like they don't go backwards, man. It's like I remember Mike. One of his things, man, Mike, and I watch his podcast, that dude knows everybody. Like everybody, just some random dude who nobody knows about. He's like, he fought Glass Joe in this time. And like I watch his podcast, man, he just knows boxing, man. And he watch, Cuss With Heaven, watch all
but he said Cuss With Heaven, watch all that stuff.
So he knew, I'm talking about like the dudes back in before film.
Before Jack Johnson, before they had gloves.
That dude's he knows it, and then you know it inside out. And that's because he goes back and he said his style is kind of like a Jack Dempsey, like his style of fighting was a mixture of older fighters, which everybody takes on. You look after people who came before you, man, and so a lot of these young guys, man, seem like I don't know how it is now. The trainers seem like they only see what's now, so it's kind of probably hard to train them. Like, do it like do it how Sugar Ray did it. Like who.
Yeah, and the kids nowadays, the younger generation, since they were born or grow up with all the technology, everything is fast. Yeah, everything. They don't have to earn nothing. I told stories to my wife how my mom and dad, when I was younger, I used to get an allowance, right? But I have to earn it, right? So how am I? No, not even that. I have an older brother. My brother would have to give me an assignment to do. Like he would have to pick a historic black character. It could be W.B. Du Bois. It could be Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, whoever. And my family had a set of encyclopedias. One set was the U.S. Black History Encyclopedia, right? So he'll have to pick somebody from that book, and I'll have to do a report on them and give it to my parents. That's like my allowance, right? But I had to use an encyclopedia, bro. I couldn't go on Google and type a name in and get everything. I had to.
I remember the
Yeah. You remember going to the library and you get that card with the A with the number. You go find the there's none of that no more. So everything is so instant.
I remember that, man. I had the library card.
Even my wife. My wife, she's a little younger than me, but my wife, she's really like tech savvy. So like I'll ask her a random question. I asked her a random question today, and I didn't even mean nothing by it. I didn't care. She gave me an answer. Like she gave me that. Yeah. It was a dumb question too. It was like, so check it out.
Yeah.
My wife, it was something random. We were talking about rabbits. I forgot how we talked about rabbits. We were talking about rabbits, and I said, your rabbits are so fertile. They get the notion of they have a lot of sex, right? Yeah. I wonder how many rappers are in the world. That was just a random. Yeah. I wonder how many rappers in the world. 2 seconds later, there's 40 million rappers in UK alone. What?
Who counted? How'd you? She need to be on Jeopardy, man.
You heard? There's 40 million rappers in UK alone. Like that wasn't a serious question.
That's what it is. Like stuff. I can see she probably like people like some people just see like I'm not a I mean, I know you say you train with celebrities and stuff like that, but I'm not a I don't follow like the trend. I don't follow like trends, man. I'm normally about what I do and people in my circle doing, man. So like I say, that's why when I seen you and I seen the like I didn't know, like you said, when you first asked about the dreads, I didn't know. I just figured like you just got here, another black dude, I help him out. But I didn't know you were like, now what I know now and stuff. And it's like I just kind of focus on myself and pushing. Like I mean, I consider you in my circle now, and those who are in my circle, man. Like because everybody got it's. That's one thing I noticed, man. Is like you try to togetherness, but there's clans everywhere. That's just part of human nature. You got clans here. You got the Irish. You got this. Even in Africa, there's thousands of clans.
Thousands, yeah.
They don't even talk the same language, but it's like a lot of people, man. Like I just kind of like I can only deal with those in my circle, like yourself, man. We spoke about this 2 weeks ago. Within 2 weeks, you've already shot this. I got guys who I know, like I consider like really good friends, man. That what I mean, take it how they want it, man. They just I can't make it or I can't do this, and it's kind of like what I mean. It's like they ain't really, and I'm trying to get them to promote their stuff, but they're not really serious about it, man. Like that's the whole thing about it. Is I'm not gonna, and then I asked them once, asked them twice, done.
Yeah, nah, man. Like so like I when we first hit me up, I commended you. I was like, yo, man, you got a YouTube channel? So I tried my foot in YouTube. Before I came out here, I started my YouTube channel. Now I'm, as far as like doing podcasts, I'm used to being in front of cameras like that. So when you say, hey, man, I'll come down here on a podcast, I said, word?
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
I didn't even have to explain it to you, which I was like, cool, because I know when I holler at Elliot, I gotta like show him like, hey, man, the podcast is, because he's older guy.
Yeah, nah, this is gonna be awesome.
And like with him, man, being that he's an older guy, I know older. I know older guys don't like to hit me up, text and all that. They not in. So I got to go, because I went down to the gym a few times and he's been out and about. When I go down there, so I'm gonna go down and holler at him again and everything. So I know I got with him. I got to go in there in person and talk to him and everything. And not saying that you wasn't like trying to disrespect you, but I know I knew we kind of were in the same age.
Yeah.
That's the tech thing. So I was like, hey man, you want to do this and everything. But for what I don't do, and it's weird, a lot of the young in this kind of tech stuff, I don't do business actually on Facebook, man. Like for me, it's all email. I'll do like, I got my page. My pages are all promotion.
Okay.
And the promotion funnels everybody to my email, and that because the Facebook stuff, man. If that for my volume of customers I'm getting, I can't track it. And then if somebody if they have a disagreement, they can delete stuff or it's just the email. And then also remember that time Facebook shut down for like that one day.
Nah, I don't remember that.
This was like last year. This was like this year. Facebook, you couldn't. It was like for about 5 hours, nobody could log in.
Wow, I didn't know about that.
But it happened. Actually, it was during while most people were sleeping here.
Okay.
And I happened to be up. I happened to be already awake at 3, and I was trying to find something in there, and then everybody's like, "Oh man, I can't log on." And then all the dudes that run their businesses solely on Facebook, they couldn't contact their customers. And so I mean, it's great. It's a great thing. I mean, Facebook is made. If it wasn't for Facebook, I wouldn't be in business, man, because it made me a lot of money before my business. It made me the money that I had to start up the business. That was all selling parts on Facebook.
Okay.
So I mean, I ain't. People talk about it. I'm like, dude, Facebook made me money, and I run the ads too.
Yeah.
I do the ads. I do about 2 a month, and my page right now is about 38,000 for that. I mean, overall between Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and the groups, I got well over 1 million people when I push stuff out that they see. Okay. The numbers on YouTube won't show when you see the video because YouTube is restructured.
I know that. I follow YouTube all the time. They demonetize.
They demonetize stuff. You gotta have. Luckily, I made it. All mine are still monetized, but it's kind of like I took a dip because it's like, man, they got done with making millionaires is what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
well, that and there's an issue with we have all these. I don't like talking about too much, but we get into the SJW Social Warrior joints, right? And there was a big issue with some Vox company So Vox and you don't know if you follow this guy Steven Crowder, right?
I know.
Yeah, Steven Crowder. So Steven Crowder got into some issue with I forgot the guy's name, but he was a representative for the company Vox, right? And they got into an issue. They were saying that Steven Crowder was saying like derogatory things against the homosexual community and the gay community, stuff like that, and that blew up into some big thing, and YouTube got involved, and he claimed he tried to report like Steven Crowder stuff, some craziness like that, but it was a big YouTube thing. So YouTube got involved, and once YouTube got involved in that discrepancy, then they just say, you know what? We're gonna change everything.
Yeah,
like, we gonna shut everything down.
Yeah, that's the biggest. They call it. It's called shadow. There's shadow banning, and different stuff like that. Man, it's like everybody thinks like, I mean, you just upload stuff and everything, but like if you piss off the powers that be, man, they can delete they can make it look like you never existed. Because I got about after I upload this video, which will be it'll be tonight. This will actually be online and everything by tonight. The audio will be up like probably an hour after we get done, but I got 308 videos spanning back to like 2005, and it's like pretty much documenting my whole. And I use it for like promotion stuff, and people would like when they ask questions. Like now I've been racing a lot, so a lot of new cats they don't even think to go online and like look up. So when you put Pinku style Donald Jackson, it's like the first. It's Google. I'm on there.
Okay.
So like I'm like, all right, man. This not saying it, I'm not trying to say it like I'm like on that level or whatever. Or I'm like, so I just tell them like, hey man, let's go watch the video. And they come like, oh man. You've been drifting.
I didn't know.
Yeah, you've been drifting since like 2006 and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's why I can take 3 years off, because like I do right now. I could jump in the car and go. I can go right. I don't have to warm up and think about it. I could jump in a 600 horsepower car. Right now I'm actually dehydrated, so it actually wouldn't be good. You get dehydrated when you're racing. Yeah, you get dehydrated because you sweat, and that's why NASCAR guys lose about 20, 30 pounds. They can lose.
Jeez, I didn't know
sweat.
that.
So if you get in the car dehydrated hot, you will probably crash because you'll be woozy and not.
Again, you know things you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You're in the car. How bad can it be?
Oh, it's hot.
Dying, bro.
It's hot. You gotta have the windows up. It's hot. Racing suits fireproof, not really meant to breathe, and things like that. So I mean, you can it's like conditioning, man. You get so used to things and doing stuff, and that's why I'm like, dude, I don't have to race. I don't have to drift every day. I've done when you were in middle school. When those dudes were in middle school, elementary, I was already driving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they don't really take that into effect and count and everything. So, I mean, it is what it is as far as that. People going to – so, I mean, it's just like what you said, like people like, oh, well, do you do this? And all you got to do is throw a video down that you sparring with somebody like, okay. And they just see it. And that's why it's a good tool. It's like we're in a good time right now, I believe, with the social media and like being able to – everybody is like, it kind of everybody kind of got a voice. So now you got to really work hard to get – yourself out of the mediocre stages of everything. Yeah. There's so many people, even with music. Like, I mean, I'm good at it, but I don't do it like every day. I mean, I can turn it on now and dudes are impressed when I play it out. I do the style I do, but there's the guys who make it, and making it is the ones that they fired up every day, and then all they do is make beats. Because I mean, unfortunately, we're good at different stuff, but we can't. It's like whatever you dedicate your time to the most is what you're going to really be
excel at.
And I mean, I'm just kind of one of those with the jack of all trades, master of none.
So again,
I think you can be good.
So check it again. My wife, I always bring her because she's throwing random facts, right?
Yeah.
So I used to believe that, right?
Yeah.
There's more to that quote. And I never knew that.
What is
she says, baby, I always said, baby, I always felt like I missed my call. I was so good at I was always good at little things, right? And I said, I'm jack of all trades, right? Master of none. She goes, yeah, but there's more to that quote. I'm like, what you mean?
Really?
She said, yeah. She says it's the jack of all trades, master of none is better than, but was it jack of all trades, master of none better than being a master of one?
That's true.
Like, word.
That's true.
Word.
That's true, man.
There's more to that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, that's true, man. 'Cause I would say that, and people were like, "Oh man, you do cars," and then they'll come in and see music. And the thing is, each one of those areas that I do jiu-jitsu, I'm 2 away from a black belt, and I don't even really train that much. I think it's a mindset, man, and you apply that same work ethic to everything that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, you doing beats and everything, you doing personal training, all that stuff. It's like, man, it's like in Japanese or are big on that, man. Like, they really believe that if you're doing multiple things, you're not good at any of them.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that they can only do one thing. Like, they're a drifter or a racer, they can only do that one thing. They believe the judo guys, they'll destroy people on a match, but they can't even get through a card of Uno without cutting their hands. They're just so awkward. But they're on a mat, they're just like these razor sharp weapons.
Yeah.
And they just can't. I see it all the time here in Japan where, and that's what I'm gonna do with my kids, the imbalance stuff where you just only can do swimming, only could do violin. They think they can only do one thing. I'm like, dude, I think your mind is stronger than we all think. I think it is. You know, pushing new things. I mean, even females. I mean, you know, giving birth, man. That's yeah. I guess they said the pain is like, I mean, more than when we get kicked in the balls or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
The jewels or whatever.
I believe it.
Shoot. So I'm like, you're not showing, man. So when I do it, you know, the guys come here. One thing, you know, my lot is all. It's not just all Subaru, because Japanese do that too. They'll do all Nissan, all Honda. They won't mix it.
Okay.
Because they feel like if they look away from Nissan, it's like that's what they got trained for. That's all they know. So when they come here, they actually is a discredit when they come here. Now I've only had 4 Japanese customers in 3 years.
Wow.
Because when they see it, they believe. But the thing is, when they start talking, and I can't speak fully fluent Japanese, but I can talk about this engine, switch into this. I mean, like seamlessly.
And they feel like if you're not doing
just one thing,
the car,
and then because I can't talk to them, but Americans, I'll talk about a rotary engine right into this engine. I mean, it'll be. I don't have to think about it. I'm like, I know this fact, I know this fact, I know this fact, I know this fact. But they see it, the way they see it is a discredit because I don't focus all my power on GTR. I'm like, dude, it's the reason I don't, because my way I think, nuts and bolts are nuts and bolts. That's all it is. Yeah. And a car requires air, spark, and fuel. I don't care how much it costs. A Ferrari requires the same 3 things to run as a Geostorm. Okay. The same thing, man. So that's the way I look at it, and that's the reason I can attack all these cars I do. And that's the reason why I'm in business for myself, because I do that. So, you know, I didn't know it was more to that.
Yeah.
Actually, now you tell me
sense,
that
right?
makes you feel good.
Yeah, bro, it made me feel great. I'm going to give you one more. One more wife told me. So, me being also growing up in New York, and my family, like, I always was like a loner. Yeah. I was one of the dudes who I wasn't really close to my family. I was kind of raised with my friends. I raised myself kind of sort of. So, and I always felt the way. So, it can't, like, whenever my mom would ask me to do something, I always felt like obligated to, but never really wanted to. And then my wife, she'd be like, "Why are you doing it?" I'm like, come on, baby. You know we say no blood thicker than water, all that stuff. She says that's not true. I'm like, what you mean?
You're like,
what you mean?
Man.
Blood is thicker than water. That everybody knows that. She says that's not the quote. I'm like, what do you mean that's not the quote? She goes, yo, you ready for this one? Right? Yeah. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water in the womb. I was like, boom, yo. Like, what? I was like, you're right. Cause I've always did feel closer to my friends, the covenant, the crew, the water. So the blood.
My mom even told me like that's weird, because it's like you got brothers, sisters.
I got one older brother. He's 6 years older than me, but we not really the best of friends.
Okay, yeah. Cause like my brother, I was oldest. I got 4 brothers. I got my mom, father. When I was born, they were already breaking up. So my mom's side, she remarried. I got three little younger brothers, and on my father kind of, man, he got like 6 different baby mothers, man. So he kind of got around. So I got a brother and 3 sisters. So I'm the oldest out of all of those. And then like you notice like you treat, like my mom was like, she knows I come home and I like kind of push them around and like kind of like just ignore them. And now they're all older, and ignore them and talk down to them. It's like older brother, younger brother stuff. And then I would go outside. She's like, "Oh, you go outside. You always treating your buddies good and everything." That's because you're around them all the time, and it's like that thing. And I try to be cognizant about that now. About you I don't know what it is, man, but like you kind of take people for granted that you're always around, versus those who like you don't see them until after school, whatever. So like I kind of did. She always taught me about that stuff, man. So now my brothers are one just. We moved to the west side. One just got out of jail for something recently. But my oldest one under me always tried to emulate me. But he was 5 years under me, so he was still like still growing up. But now dudes they sell clothes. They got a boutique store selling clothes. So they drive to New York and Philly every 2 weeks to pick up clothes, bring it back to Baltimore where the dudes are lazy to go out and do that, man. So. We had to actually, when I went back in town, I needed something, man. I needed a document or something, and I got it in New York. And I was like, what you doing, man? He's like, man, I ain't doing nothing. It's like, let's go to New York. Like, it was just like that. So he went to Manhattan, went to the store, picked up the document I needed, and it was to expedite, my license process.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, I was like, man, I was impressed, man, because we talking, and it's been like 10 years, and he's like growing. He's like when I left, he's a man. He's got a kid. I had to school him on some stuff because they were doing like he was like, man, I got $20K legal money.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I got $20K under my mattress. I'm like, you don't got a bank account? He's like, no. He's like, my older brother told me not to do it. It's actual like your blood brother. I mean, we're all my brothers and stuff. My mom, same mother, but my stepbrother told him not to get a bank. I'm like, dude, you got legal business, right?
Yeah.
You got to put that in a bank. So I was schooled, like they were doing stuff right, but they had some rough edges.
Still had the hood mentality for certain things.
So I schooled him like, dude, I'm like, number one, if you got $20K there, you probably slipped up and said it to somebody else. People watching you, man.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, all these, they like, oh, my crew is tight. I'm like, bro, this is Baltimore, man.
No such thing as a tight crew when it comes to money.
Because and that's the thing, my family, they were talking about the money, and everybody noticed they're doing good. They got a store and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my cousins, they ain't doing too hot, and he called them up like pretty much demanding money from them. Then he was like, nah, man, I'm not. You guys are doing drugs and stuff.
Yeah, see.
And he told him, he was like, I guess they got into it. Then the dude, and I got pissed when he was telling me a story. He was like, well, I'm gonna come kidnap your mom. Straight up. This is my family.
Nah, man.
Family. I'm like, bro. Where are they at right now? He's like, oh, they're in North Carolina. So I was like, I was gonna go see
them. It would be the one that's closest to you to pull something like that because they feel comfortable enough to do it.
I mean, you hear stuff like, people kidnap people in inside job and they holding ransom and they setting it up, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how you know about the remember the movie, what is it?
Oh, you know what's funny? I was just thinking about that. Paid in Full. Richard Porter.
Rich
so that
Porter,
happened in my backyard.
That story right there is real.
That happened in Harlem in the Bronx. Actually, I'm from the South Bronx. Yeah. So actually, when that happened, I was still living in the Bronx.
Oh, yeah?
Around that time, around like, what was that, the 89, 87 around that time?
I didn't know it because after that movie, I thought the movie was moving this.
That's a real thing. Richard Porter.
So I looked up Faison and all those guys. I looked those dudes up and it was like, that was
AZ. Richard, what's it called? Richard Porter, AZ. I forget his name. The one Cameron played. I forgot his real name, but there's stories about him how he used to pop willies. There was a story about him how he used to every 4th of July they'll buy like almost like $5,000 worth of firecrackers and light them in Rucker Park. And he's known for pop. He used to be a flash dude and pop willies. So there was a story about him how he had like a brick of cocaine on him. He popped a willie down the street and it fell out of his pocket and busted open in the street. And then he has turned back around and scraped up and just drove back off like it was nothing happened.
Yeah, Cameron was like that. They couldn't cast a better dude for that guy. Yeah. Man. I forgot his name. Just escaped my mind too, man. But that was like that movie was, like I said, that what we're talking about is just like people don't know that Paid in Full, that whole thing happened. It's just the inner city drug game was Hollywood eyes, but some things it was mostly true, but some things out there was. So if you ain't seen Paid in Full, check that out and everything. And what we're talking about was the uncle who kidnapped.
Yeah, the uncle. He was I think he was like a retired vet from Nam, maybe.
Yeah. Messed up on drugs and everything.
He messed up on drugs, and his son was his nephew was a drug dealer, knew he had the money, so he kidnapped the little brother for ransom, and it was just craziness. Yeah, crazy story.
Yeah, man. So they got I don't know why, man. I feel because somebody was just talking about this story, man. I know his name will pop in my head that we get done and everything. But anyway. But yeah, man. So I mean, I'm not gonna hold you too much longer, man, because we definitely, this ain't the last time.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do this again, and we can probably do this the rest of the night.
yeah. So I mean, that's funny, man. It's like the crazy thing about this is like podcasts is cool because like we first time we met, was physically was a few hours ago now, and then like it's like you get to know people, know each other. So I mean, next time you probably get
I remember when you hit me up, I was like, yo, man, because I told you like I dabbled in YouTube a little bit. I wanted to get more involved, but just I don't know. No excuses. I just gotta start doing it more, right?
Yeah, you just gotta upload, man.
You just gotta upload, right? So when you told me I got a podcast, I'm like, yo, that's great. I can come. I can probably see behind the scenes. I can get a better idea how things work. And then I was excited. I was about to start. I was like, yo, man, this, that, third. You're like, yo, hold on, save it. Let's do it on the camera.
Yeah. Because
tell me a story on the camera.
We already had talked 10 minutes before we start shooting. So I was like, man, we already brought it up and everything. But my thing is like, again, it's just getting the people out there to know you and the cool thing, man. It's like it's like you people, and that's one thing I don't do, man. It's like people, they know there's so many people in the world. Like, how am I important? Or not. It's one way. I mean, it's one thing where people do act like they are the only one, the only one that could do stuff good or whatever. And those type of people are like, they're delirious, man. But like, it's like I think everybody has something to contribute, man. I mean, I know what I do with my business here. I mean, everybody don't like it because it's like I don't bend over backwards. Like when I set appointments, people like, you're military, so I don't understand how some of the military guys, they got a problem with being punctual, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, that's your military is being punctual. That's like your job. That's like with the military. You got to be here at 2300.
Yep.
You got to be here. Like if you ain't there, you get paperwork. So then they feel like when they leave the gate that it's like, oh, I'm good. I'm like, nah, bro, I'm prior military.
I'm not even military, but just as a trainer. So when you're a trainer, you're working.
I know you get the excuses.
Other people time, right? And it's not even like what. Funny thing is, here's how I look at the training part. I don't like when my clients are late, but at the end of the day, it's
you got other people.
Their hour's their hour.
Yeah.
So if they're late, that's cool. That's your hour. I'm getting paid for that hour though. But that's your hour. But it's more about me being late. I can't be late for nothing. Like so, to me, if I arrive 5 minutes early, I'm kind of late. if I don't got enough time to get there, get my mind right, set up the session, set up everything, I'm late. So for me, I gotta be over 15 minutes early to be on time. That's just how I look at it, and that's just me as far as being punctual. When my clients are tardy, my clients late, that's cool. I'm a cool dude, and I like I said, I love training. So not for nothing, if my client is like 10-15 minutes late, and I have nobody right after them, and I don't mind, I might let the session keep going. But if I got somebody right after you, or I'm just not having that, I'm feeling that good that day, oh yeah, we stop it on the hour. Sorry, but you pay. It's your hour. You pay for it. You can do whatever you want. But being punctual, man, that's important.
So far as speaking of like how's your, because man, I know we're gonna talk about it anyway. How's your payments? Do they pay forward?
So I always I tell you what the price is, and I take the payment after the first session. So we will train the first set time. After the first session, I take the payment, and then we'll schedule out the rest of your sessions after that. But yeah, I always take the payment.
So for your schedule and everything, it's not like you don't set you don't have to be. If the person's scheduled, like I mean, for example, mine, I could be here today and I could be in Tokyo tomorrow. So like you allow the I guess was appointments, or is it appointment based only, or
well we schedule out. So like let's say like I had a few clients. Tomorrow I got 2 clients tomorrow morning that they're Monday 6, so Monday 7 set. They got locked in. If anything, if something happens, like let's say on Monday, I got one client I meet tomorrow, and then we also gonna meet on Thursday because that's set. If I meet them tomorrow and they say something comes up, we'll try to find another day spot we can meet that week. Maybe be that Wednesday, maybe be that Friday, whatever the case may be. And again, I'm flexible. So I'm always willing to work with it. Or sometimes the change might be simply, I can't do Thursday morning. Let's do Thursday evening. Be that simple of a change. The only thing I do try to stress with my clients is try to at least see me twice a week. That's my only thing. I don't care what days they are. Ideally, I like to have them. I like to have my clients space their days out with me 2 days apart, 2 or 3 days apart. That's so for one. Let's say I train you on Monday. I'd rather train you again on Thursday, not Wednesday. Because for one, I want you to kind of recover that Tuesday, and I also want you to. My goal for doing that is try to make you go to the gym yourself as well and apply what I taught you. Because again, like I said earlier, I'm not trying to have you forever. I want to teach you enough so you could be efficient on your own. So I try to give you enough time to take what we did, go to the gym on your own, apply it, come up with questions. You know what I mean? Come back to me on Thursday or whatever day and ask me again, right? Oh, I went to the gym, this didn't work, whatever. And this way you'll learn better. So I do that. But another reason why I have people see me twice a week or more at least is because like I like to stand by I can get you results. Right. And it's bad enough I can't be with you 24 hours a day, and like I said, I can work with you for 2 hours straight, hardcore.
You go to Popeyes, get that po' boy sandwich,
chicken sandwich, done. Right. So if I see you at least twice a week, if I see you at least twice a week, then I can not only assure you or I feel more comfortable telling you, I can help you lose 10 pounds by such and such time. I can help you get a higher rate, a score on your PT test. Because I see you more, and if I see you twice a week, even if I see you Monday and then I see you Thursday and you're slacking and you're not as good as you were Monday, I know you did something. Something was off. Like if we're on track to get good progress, all of a sudden Monday you're great and Thursday you're off, you must have had some fried food Wednesday. You must have had some carbs on. So you must have did something that made you feel a little tired, lethargic. Now, if I see you Monday and don't see you again until like next week, Monday or next week, some other time, it could just be you're having an off day. You know what I mean? So I like to see my clients twice, ideally 3 times a week. That's what I like to do. But whatever they can fit in, they can fit in. I understand people here, they're working a lot. They and they're also you being in the military, your life is not your life, right? They call you, you got to go.
That is true, man.
So
I did it for 6 years.
Yeah, I try to work with my clients. I try to work with everybody, but for the most part, all I ask is that they give me 110% and do as much as what I ask, as much as they can to their best of their ability. Like I make meal plans, and in my meal plan, I have my meal plan goes off of your basic metabolic rate, goes off your caloric intake, and it goes off macronutrients, right? So I tell you, hey, you want to have if let's say out of 100%, you have your protein, carbs, and your fat, right? Out of 100%, if I say you only want to have like 40% of your diet be carbs, unfortunately, those carbs ain't gonna be good carbs. Not the ones you like. It's gonna be like steel cut oatmeal. It's gonna be regular rice, maybe white rice. Not you might want 2 cups for dinner, because nobody measures their rice on their plate. I tell you, have a half a cup of rice, you go crazy. You know what I mean? I say you can only have pasta once a week or once every other week, you go crazy. I remember one time I made a meal plan for somebody, and he said, "Yo, man, this is a lot of food. I can't eat all this. I'm full all the time." But yet, it was almost at a 400 calorie deficit than what he was already eating. It's just that we're so used to eating empty calories. Like you can rack up almost 3,000 calories in a day, but still be hungry. Why? Because most of it came from your food. It came from the oils that fried your food. It came from all this other stuff. But when I say, yo, no, just eat calorically dense food. I had somebody eat a steak for breakfast, chicken breast for lunch, and fish for dinner. And in between, it had like some peanuts, almonds, whatever. And my favorite snack is apples and peanut butter. All right, something like that. They were like, "Yo, man, I can't eat. That's a lot of food, bro." That's literally the whole day. It's only 2,700 calories. If you have 2 Big Mac burgers, that's more calories than I just gave you for that day.
People don't, especially like a lot, because I don't down it. I don't drink at all. I mean, I can if I want to, but I just don't. And like a lot of guys who like they just slam the beers on, like that's a lot of I'm talking about like ain't nothing wrong with like casually like.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not.
But the dudes who just be like doing it for sport, I'm like, dude, that's. And then they got the dudes are like 23 years old with a beer with the. My thing is always like when if your stomach is over your chest, like you
done. It's done. If you got that little belly over the belt. Actually, funny you said that, because I actually had a guy, and I think he was because. When I give you my meal plan, I make you fill out a questionnaire, right? Because I need to know things about you to make the meal plan, right? And one of the questions I have on there are, what's some foods you like and what's some foods you're not willing to give up? And I think he was joking, but he put, I like my IPA. So I said, I bet, no problem. And I made his meal plan, and I cut out enough carbs to where, because not for nothing, you can have anything you want as long as you have it in moderation. Right. I cut out enough carbs so he can have 1 12-ounce IPA a day. Just one. If you drink this one, it's not going to affect your numbers too much, because I counted for the calories. And I even told him, I said, look at your day, right? And I know it's hard to have that one. You might want another one. Look at the meal I gave you, and if you want another beer, that's going to cost you that half a cup of rice for dinner. If you want another beer, that's going to cost you whatever the carbs I put in that day, right? So there's actually a guy on YouTube right now. He did something where he had he's eating 1 Big Mac a day for 30 days to prove that Big Macs don't throw off his regimen. But
he watched that movie with the dude.
Yeah, right.
Eating,
but he's right though. So like you can eat anything you want in moderation. Like I said, carbs aren't bad. When you are lazy when you have carbs, that's when it's bad, right? I can eat
Netflix and chill.
Yeah, Netflix and chill. Carbs, popcorn, Netflix and chill. You're done, right?
Extra butter popcorn. Man.
I like Colonel popcorn myself. Yeah. But yeah, man, that's pretty much it. So like, if you can eat anything you want as long as it's in moderation. You can drink as much as you want. Well, that's weird. You can't drink as much, but you can drink whatever you want. In moderation, right?
Like you're saying, man, that's the key right there. Is and I think that's why, because I mean, it's. Again, I know my body pretty well. I know water, man. Like again, I drink. I need to, like you said, I know for sure, man. I'm not drinking enough water. I don't drink other stuff. I just don't drink enough anything.
You stay hydrated. I'm dehydrated, man.
So it's like the thing is, like, you know what I mean? It's like you get in. I mean, zombies attack. You gotta run, and it's like you feel like you cool, and then it takes about 5 minutes of hard activity to realize I'm dehydrated.
Done. My hamstring locked up.
You start seeing your sight get small. Because I've been many times I doing jiu-jitsu and rolling. I just feel like I just want to roll. Because I've been waiting for it so long. So I'll just go. I'll just go. I ain't rolling like 6 months. I'll go and I'll roll 40 minutes and then I'll get a migraine.
Yeah.
Because I just don't like that energy that I did it.
The insulin, your brain works off of glycogen and insulin.
And as soon as you take that first, it's like the insulin just goes in your stomach and where it needs to go at. Because about 5 minutes after I eat something, I'll get it'll kind of go away.
Yeah.
I got issue with migraines because of Iraq IEDs and all that stuff. So bright lights, these are soft, but like I have to wear glasses all the time.
Okay.
No matter what, because it could be like a quick flash that'll trigger a migraine. So I had to kind of do, even with my training, we do like you warm up, you do a lot of rolls and flips and tumbles, and it's like if I go in there, if I'm hydrated, fine, but if I'm dehydrated, I notice, man, I'll do a few rolls and everything, and I'll get back up, and the room is spinning.
Yeah, man.
Equilibrium's off and all types of stuff.
You don't want that.
Yeah, so I got men are hard headed, man. I mean, I when I got out of the military in 2012, I did my final checkup. I didn't do another body check until like last year.
Yeah, men don't like doctors, man.
Yeah, so I did the blood. So they drew the blood. I'm like, man, fuck, they gonna find. So they drew the blood, and they was just, of course, they said because I was active, but I wasn't. There was like your calorie intake is a little bit high, but other than that, you ain't got no problems. I was like, cool.
Yeah.
But that's one that's why other than getting you on the show, man, I definitely want to get it in with you, man. I'm
sure, man.
I'm more so. I mean, as far as what you offer, the biggest things I want to get is this, because it's not that I eat bad. It's just that I'm not eating enough, and when I do eat, I mean, one thing I don't like being full.
Yeah, you know.
I don't like eating to the.
You don't like being like sloppy full. Yeah, like the eye is full. Right. Yeah.
That's one thing. The reason why is because the training was like, dude, and they did it to us. We were in training for Iraq. It was a lesson learned hard, and then special ops guys do it all the time. They gotta not be full because they don't know when they gotta get up and fight
and run. Yeah.
And if you're trying to fight a battle and you're full and you're sloppy and your timing is off, you die. Yeah. So like we were in Texas. It was a 6 weeks training course. I did it 3 times, and I got the highest performer twice. You would go there, you would do the training, and then there's about 3 weeks with nothing but MREs, and they would feed you in the morning like some regular, like some SOS, and then you had an MRE, and you did it for 3 weeks. That's all you did. No MREs make you constipated.
Yeah. I know that.
MREs. One MRE is about, one MRE is about 9,000 calories. In one.
Really?
Yeah, because it's like the energy for being in the field. It's a high. I don't know the exact number, but one MRE, one package is a high amount of calories to give you the energy to fight.
I mean, it makes sense.
So you eat it and you do the drills and everything. And so 3 weeks, this MREs and that. So for 3 weeks, nobody could have nothing. So then we went. They was like, all right, we're gonna take you to this part in Texas and eat ribs, dude. They like, all right, eat whatever you want, right? So dude, the steaks are like. Texas, everything is huge, man. Steaks, ribs, like everybody's killing it. All right, we're gonna run 5 miles straight after this. We got back and they was like, all right, we think we're done for the day. Everybody getting PT gear, everybody throwing up. The fastest runners.
Setup was real.
The fastest runners out there in the back, like gasping for air, because everybody was killing their ribs, man. And that kind of like it kind of put me into that, and I also wrestled too, so I already had the mindset of doing a lot with doing energy. But I know even right now, man, I ate. Because I was kind of like rushing to get everything ready for you to come here. I ate like a bite of something that's still downstairs, and I can actually right now starting to feel because even though you're talking, it's energy.
Yeah, it's energy. Yeah, energy.
So we're talking, you think
your body's very dumb, but it's smarter than you, man.
It's like we actually doing conversation. So like I did a podcast yesterday by myself, an hour and a half, and it's just me talking for an hour. And it's like, man, you don't think, but you're like, I'm not a rapper, but it's like you're talking and thinking at the same time, and it's just like thoughts are coming in and going out. And but yeah, man, it's like the little like so. I mean, my thing, man, is like we definitely gonna hook up, do some sessions. Like I said, I'm more interested in the meal plan and the sparring training and everything because I already know that's gonna like whatever a little bit because it's like I got the little baby fat floating around a little bit, and I already know that's gonna like fall off because I lose it quick. And
yeah, especially if you're not used to it. If you're not, because like for me. I've been boxing so long and jumping rope, for example.
I already know it's gonna suck, man.
Jumping rope is probably
preparing myself right now.
Yeah, right. Jumping rope is probably one of the best ways to lose body fat, right? Because it's full body, it don't take long. But for me, I can jump rope for about almost no bull. I can probably jump for like a half hour straight before I even have sweat trickling down my face because I'm so used to it.
Average person
no effort.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yeah, no. I train people. And give me rope. Give me jump rope. And I don't tell them. I wouldn't tell them, look, just here, start jumping. 2 minutes in, how long are we doing this for?
Yeah.
For real? Give me the rope, man.
Yeah.
We'll start right now.
Man,
crying already.
But
nah, so jump rope for me, in 15, 20 minutes of jump rope, I maybe starting to feel a little something. 30 minutes in, that's when you start getting that little.
You use yours to work up a sweat?
Huh?
Do you use your jumping work up a sweat or
jump
just
rope?
Get loose? Yeah.
No. I mean, for cardio, yeah, but as far as for boxing, jump rope is way more than just for cardio purposes. It's speed, it's timing, it's breathing, it's footwork, it helps you so much in boxing. There's so many things that are transferable from jump rope to boxing that the average person will have no idea. Like, what?
Well, because the thing is, like, when you're a kid, you got the little rosy jump rope, the flowers and the pink and a little cord, but then you're like, man, this is actually, it was derived from like a calisthenics or type of training. Then like you see like the one you got the still ones and everything, and then the dude's doing this and he crossing it up.
Oh no! Once CrossFit came out, it's a wrap. Once CrossFit came out, you can get any kind of rope you want. You can get speed rope, power rope, trick rope, jump rope, double under rope. CrossFit. Speaking of, I'm gonna close out on that, man. What's your take on CrossFit?
Yeah.
Don't get me hurt.
No.
You know they got a CrossFit community. They're gonna be looking for me.
I know.
Okay.
I got a lot of CrossFit buddies watching this right now.
Actually, I know.
I've seen it change people's lives.
I know Booker's wife. She's hardcore, and she's like, Booker, I'm sorry. No. CrossFit. Here's my half about CrossFit. CrossFit. The modality of CrossFit, the whys, the doing things for time, and the circuit training. I do like that aspect of CrossFit. It is a great way to get cardio in there. I'm not a fan of steady state cardio, treadmill, elliptical stuff. As far as the way CrossFit is ran, I like it. I don't like how CrossFit uses Olympic lifts in these formats. Like, no one should be doing Olympic lifts for time. I shouldn't be doing snatches for time. I should not be doing overhead squats for time. I should not be doing.
That's forcing you to do it improperly.
Yeah, and even if you're a great lifter, eventually, if you're doing and CrossFit works to a point of exhaustion. So even if you are good at the first 10 lifts, it only takes one lift to be done, right? And then you're going from that to box jumps. I saw one.
Seen the videos?
Yeah. I saw one CrossFit WOD workout that required you to do. I think it was a handstand push-up on rings. Like, you have to use the rings, do handstand push-ups, then burpees, then snatches with the kettlebell, and then more handstand push-ups, bruh. So when it comes to using Olympic lifts in these movements, I flat out think that's crazy. And what makes it even more crazy is the fact that CrossFit is nothing wrong with this, but CrossFit's a cult. It is a cult. Yeah. It is a community. And I like that aspect about it because you get people who never worked out before involved in working out, and it's making people get off the couch. But again, you're taking people who never worked out before.
It's shocking. It's like I think it was one of the comedians, like, you would shock the hell out of their muscles.
Yeah.
Just start going crazy.
So yeah, you're taking people who probably never really barbell squat. You're taking people who never really bench, and you got them doing snatches. You got them doing cleans for time.
Yeah.
I'm against that. And my biggest pet peeve with CrossFit, honestly, again, this is because I come from those guys in the park with the calisthenics, a kipping pull-up. I can't stand it. It irritates me when I see somebody kipping.
It's like, it's kind of like that half. It's like the push-up, like one.
Yeah, it's like that one.
Because kind of do this. It's like they're doing a worm.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's and again, I get what I do. And you know why they do it, right?
Yeah.
Because they have workouts and quite a few of them where you got to do 100 pull-ups and for time with other stuff. So they do it to cut the time down, but you're ignoring all the strength aspects of the pull up. And it's just bad. I see shoulder impingements happening in my mind. I can see a shoulder impingement happen. I can see you pulling your shoulder out your socket, come down too fast. It's just a lot, man. So I don't like kipping pull-ups. I don't like the moves they use in CrossFit, and I don't like the fact that CrossFit is catering to new lifters with these advanced lifts. But doing things for time, yeah, I'm with that. I'm just with that.
Because it keeps you not being, like you say, like we were talking about before, the dudes will have the you got 5 dudes in a group, and then you do your set, and then you just wait. By the time you get around, you're already cold.
Yeah.
Cool. So it keeps you moving, man.
And CrossFit, in my mind, I consider CrossFit cardio. I don't consider CrossFit strength training because you're doing way too many reps, way too fast for it to be considered strength training. And the last thing I'll say about CrossFit is when I ask them, I say, yo, man, why the hell are you doing all that? And they say, yo, man, it's life training. You never know we got to get up and do that. You never know we got to get up and move around like that. Yeah, if something pop up, I'm like, yo, bro, I'll tell you right now, if I got to do 500 box jumps and if I got to do 1,000 pull-ups like that, the world is over. Like, the world's already in. Like, in my way I look at things, if I'm in a life or death situation, most likely I gotta do something once. Like if I'm hanging from a cliff, I gotta pull myself up once. Yeah. If I gotta pick up a car, I gotta pick up a car once. Yeah. I'm not gonna do it 500 times for time. Right? That's you're not training for life, bro. You're training for something else. I want to know what it is.
Yeah, like you said, man, it definitely is a cult. I got some good buddies out there who they do it and everything, and but I have seen watched on Facebook because one thing is I'm that guy that I don't. People will see, like customers will see me because again I don't post about working out and stuff like that. But it's I guess when you do something so long, man, it's just like this is my body for life because I've done it for so long. Like it's not like unless I get sick, I'm not gonna lose my mass. And I just stay at. I don't have to I don't eat anything excessive. I just pick like I said. I pick up tires. I pick up every day. I'm picking like you said. The dudes will pick up hay. Yeah. Every day I'm picking up. And none two is the because I work with tools when I do jiu-jitsu, they like that.
Your grip is crazy.
Grip, so I'll just grab them, and a grip in jiu-jitsu is you don't cross it, you just hold it.
I call it monkey grip.
Yeah, because if you cross it and it'll roll out, this thumb will break. So you just grab somebody's wrist and you just grab it like this. That way, if they roll out, you don't have your hand doesn't go with it, and you pretty much you submit yourself. Okay. Because the wrist lock is one of the most painful. Nobody does it. It's just one of those things you don't do. It's kind of like headbutting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's mutual respect. Don't do it.
Yeah. Don't do it. You can get away with it and sneak it in there, but it's kind of like you do it in competition though.
When it counts.
Yeah. Because it's like from here to broken, and same thing with your knees. Like you'll train it, but as soon as you get the lock, all right, cool, tap. Because I've tried to fight it, and then he turns that way, you turn that way.
Game
done.
And it takes a second.
You're limping around for like 2 weeks, but yeah, man. But hey, man, we'll keep rolling. I know it's going to happen, man. Yeah. But definitely, like I say, man, just thanks for coming in here.
For sure, man.
And again, just one more time, plug your Instagram, Facebook.
Again, Instagram is Beast Kingz, Kingz with a Z, Kingz. Beast Kingz on Instagram, and also on YouTube is Beast Kingz as well with a Z. You can find me on Facebook with my name. Actually, that's Omari Starkes. And yeah, man, I'm around. I'm beyond base. Y'all see me. I'm the one of 2 dudes with dreads. Yeah. So I'm not hard to miss. Yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man.
All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in for this episode and everything. Again, it's gonna be more like I said before, man. I got the studio set up here. I pretty much just come in here. I hit one button, the studio activates, and we start recording. So I definitely got we killed one hard drive. So I got the hard drive was partitioned, so I just had to switch over and everything to a new one. So definitely got to get a bigger hard drive in here. And yeah, man, it's definitely going to be a lot more guests coming in. I won't kind of announce it as I go. I'll just kind of surprise you with it and shock you with it, like those guys doing calisthenics and the CrossFit people out there shocking the hell out of their muscles and everything. So again, guys, thank you for tuning in. This is going to be Donald and Omari signing off from Massage Japan. I'll see you guys on the next episode.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. Shit, we got it in, man. That shit. Let me add up these. I'm just curious to add up this.
my name is Omari, and welcome to Beast Kingz.
Yeah. Die line with the boom pow. Every week now I switch to a new style. 212s in the back just blew out. Everything I do end up in the news now. Yeah. Lead a cloud with a few.
Beast Kingz is a mindset. It's an idea. It's about finding that raw, savage animal that's inside all of us and utilizing it to take advantage of it and rule the kingdom so you could be that true king we all know you are. As I said before, guys, my name is Omari. I'm a boxer, one of the top champs in New York City, and I happen to be a native New Yorker. So right here in my backyard, I'll be giving you guys all the tools, tips, and tricks you need to find that savage beast in you so you can rule that kingdom like the true king we all know you are. I will also be inviting you guys into my kitchen so you guys take a peek at what I eat, how I eat, and I'll be sharing some great recipes and meal plans with you guys to make sure you reach all your goals and make sure you get the fuel you need to find that animal inside and conquer the world. So ride with me, guys, while I show you what this New York lifestyle is about, while I show you what it's like to be a trainer in New York City, and while I show you what it's like to get these gains and work hard to be that beast and that animal I know you can be. Welcome to my home. Welcome to my world. Welcome to Beast Kingz.
Yeah. Die line with the boom pow. Every week now I switch to a new style. 212s in the back just blew out. Everything I do end up in the news now. Yeah. Lead a cloud.